parish champions will be crowned. Of course, last year it was Team St. Catherine who won out against all the parishes. They won by, I think, 1.83 points, less than 2 points separated the top two teams, St. Andrew and St. Catherine. It is expected that St. Catherine will mount a spirited defense to that title this year. They have quite a number of returning athletes and, of course, a number of athletes who represented the national, primary champions, national primary school champions, Spanish Town, and the likes of Bookham and Gale and Parchment. So they have lots of quality, and of course the folks from Portmore, the likes of Granville, who's from Nagohead, and Brooks, Deschanel Brooks, who's from Greater Portmore, and also they have some folks from the rural parts of St. Catherine, from Polyground, etc. and etc. I'm talking about Savannah Williams. So St. Catherine expected to have a very, very strong team. Second place finishers last year, St. Andrew, also expected to have a very, very strong team with the likes of Trevanique Breckenridge and, of course, the likes of Donaldson of St. Andrew, and a young sprinter, their name escapes me. She was champion at 1-2 in the 100 meters from halfway tree. So St. Andrew again expected to have a strong team. Also look out for St. Thomas. They finished down the table last year, St. Thomas, but I'm expecting them to make a strong case for themselves this year. They have brought in the athletes from licensed primary. They were not necessarily a large part of the St. Thomas team last year, the licensed athlete. This year they are prominent, so I'm expecting St. Thomas, who finished down the pack last year, to pick up a few more points this year and to be amongst the contenders. Of course, St. Elizabeth, they're always going to be contenders. St. James is going to be there as well, so I'm expecting a strong battle for the top 3 places, and indeed for the top position for national championships. I want to say again good morning to all of you watching from all over the world. So we have folks representing from Westmoreland, or representing for Team Westmoreland, Team St. Anne, Team St. Mary, Team St. James, and that's Maureen Morris representing for Team St. James, and of course Maxine Brown representing for St. Catherine, Hanover, Charlie Riley for Hanover. Lots of folks representing here from Westmoreland. I'm happy to see that. You know, the West was damaged recently by Hurricane Melissa, so it's good to see the folks in the chat representing for Team Westmoreland, and seeing lots of comments coming in. Just about 170 of you watching the live stream at the moment. Just to let you know, we were scheduled to start at 10 a.m. but we are going to have a delayed start. I'd say we start at about 10:30. A couple of the teams getting in to the venue a little bit late. I'm not certain why, because the teams from out west or out east, they were boarding, let's put it that way. They were boarding last night, so they were brought in to Kingston yesterday, and they've been in Kingston since yesterday. But again, a couple of the teams arriving at the National Stadium a little bit late, and so we have had to have a slight delay. So yes, indeedy, Aisha Stevens, we are live. We are absolutely live from the Mecca, the Medina of Jamaica's track and field, the National Stadium. I'm David Nugent. I suppose at some point during the day, my good friend Winston Harrison will also be on the live stream talking to you. And of course, I think Ricardo Chambers is part of the the stadium announcing team. I don't think he'll be on this live, but he is part of the team. Myself, Winston, and Ricardo part of the team. But in terms of those who you will be hearing on this live, it's going to be myself and Mr. Harrison. And again, you should hear him later on today. But I'll be doing the main protagonist today. I think I'm seeing a few of the shot put ladies warming up. I'm seeing something happening in terms of marshalling. If that's the 1200 meters that is being marshaled, then they're going to have to start at the finishing line, because that's going to be 3 laps around the field. 3 laps around the field is going to give you 1200 meters. So they're moving away from you can see them in the shot there, they're moving away from the 200 start, and I think they're coming to the traditional start. And that's going to give you, or the 400 start, let's put it that way. 3 400s will give you 1200. So while I'm at it, let me give you the team colors, as that is important for you to know so you can track your team. So here are the team colors. So the team colors are as follows: Kingston black, St. Andrew green, St. Thomas royal blue, Portland gray, St. Mary beige, St. Anne light blue, St. Catherine red, Trelawney in brown, St. James in white, Hanover dark purple, Westmoreland maroon, St. Elizabeth light purple, Manchester golden gold, and Clarendon will round it out and they will be in orange. So it's Kingston black, St. Andrew green, St. Thomas royal blue, Portland grey, St. Mary beige, St. Anne light blue, St. Catherine red, Trelawney brown, St. James white, Hanover dark purple, Westmoreland maroon, St. Elizabeth light purple, Manchester gold, and Clarendon in orange. As we see the athletes making their way around for the first event on the track, the girls 12,000.
Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. We are running slightly behind time, but we're getting ready for the
Ricardo
first set of events,
on the
mic. Track and in the field. On the track, we'll begin with the 1200 meters for girls, followed by the 1200 meters for boys. The high jump open will be taking place as well. Those competitors warming up for the boys high jump open, and the girls shot put open. The competitors are already at the competition area for that. Now, following the series of 1200 races, we go into the sprint races, starting with the 80 meters for under 9 girls, and we'll follow through all the way up to the 100 meters for the senior boys. So that is what is to come. After the 100 meters, we will have action in the 400 meters. 400 meter action will be followed by 150 and 200 meter action.
2 heats, a total of 2 heats for the
800 meters, also
1200 meters open.
Day number 1, plus
2
the
heats.
sprint medley heats.
And each heat
that will close the show for
will have
the final event scheduled to get
13 competitors.
4:45 p.m.
So it's going to be big fields.
In the capable hands of world-class athletics, and so although we are
very large field,
we can guarantee you that world-class athletics will get us on schedule and get the meter running on time in no time. We look forward to
I'm looking to
world-class
both
athletics
heats
and the full team. Getting ready for the first event, the 1200
what
meters
each heat
for
looks
girls.
like.
We will have 2 heats of that event. The athletes already making
I know that in the second heat,
will take to the track in short order.
Trevanick Breckenridge, who was the In Sports national primary champion at 800 meters. I know Trevanick Breckenridge is in the second heat for the girls open 1200 meters. Well, Breckenridge actually finished second, my apologies, and it was Wright of Carisbrook who won. So my apologies. So I'm looking through it now to see what that looks like. Harriet of St. Catherine, who finished fourth, representing Spanish Town at the National Championships. She's in heat 1. Looking through again. And so, just making a quick note of heat 1. Let's look to heat number 2. Yes, there's Breckenridge, second at the National Championships, behind Shoshana Wright. That's a primary championships, that is. And Harris, is she there? I'm not seeing her either. So maybe 2 names to watch, heat 1 and heat 2. Heat 1 might be Harriet to watch, and heat 2 certainly Breckenridge. So let's look at the lineup here. We'll start. It looks as if, let's see, we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 10 out there now. So only 10, I'm seeing only 10 athletes out there. Go again, 1, 2, 3, 6, yeah, that's 10. So the app is being updated now. And Thomas of Kingston, the Chase Thomas Kingston, DNS updated. Rakela Campbell, St. Anne, DNS. So that's going to leave 11, and we have 11 now. Well, they've put Rakela Campbell back in, so we should have 12 out there. Let me count again.
So the athletes are taking the track for the first event. It is the 1200 meters for girls, the first of 2 heats.
So we have Rakela Campbell of St. Anne, Chrysalie Marriott of Trelawney, Chrysalie Kennedy of Portland,
Campbell, St. Anne,
Najah Bishop of St. Mary, Haley Kentish of Hanover,
Najah Bishop, St. Mary,
LaShantia Robinson, Clarendon, Megan Graham of Westmoreland, Nathanta Watson, St. Elizabeth, Lakisa Grant, St. Andrew, Kesia Greenwood, Manchester, Atelia Harriet, St. Catherine, Samoya Edwards, St. Thomas, and Edwards is another one to watch.
That is the lineup for the first of 2 heats.
So that's a lineup.
1200 meters open for girls.
So, and there's a break at the start there. So a break at the start. And if you're wondering, in red, that's Harriet. So they're sent about their business now.
Of the 2026 JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships.
From Clarendon, taking the early lead, that looks to be Robinson.
12 girls are going in this first of
light
2
blue
heats.
From St. Anne, that it's Rakela Campbell. So Clarendon with Robinson, LaShantia Robinson of Clarendon, and St. Anne with Rakela Campbell. Those are the 2 out front. And then it looks like from St. Catherine, coming into 3rd now, that's Harriet. Atelia Harriet in 3rd. But again, up front It looks to be orange. Not orange representing Clarendon. Lashantia Robinson, and then light blue. The light blue of St. Anne, Rakelia Campbell. Those are the top two at the moment. Rakelia Campbell now coming to the shoulders of Robinson, going by her. And for the first 400 meters, it's 1 minute 18 on the clock. So it's Campbell and Robinson
of St. Anne
having the early battle. In third, that looks like the grey of Portland. And Portland being represented, let's see, by Christine Kennedy. So Christine Kennedy has moved into third. So it's Clarendon, St. Anne, Portland, and then St. Catherine.
Now taking over for Clarendon.
So it's Latantia Robinson, Clarendon leading, Rakelia Campbell, St. Anne in second, and Kennedy, Portland third, Harriet in fourth.
Into fourth position.
And just over 600 meters gone now. Less than 600 to go. We've completed half the race, and already there is a stirring battle between these two at the top, Campbell and Robinson. They've been changing positions over this first 700 meters or so, but ultimately it's Rakelia Campbell of St. Anne who leads now, and she looks to be stretching that lead as they come to the 800 meters mark. It's Rakelia Campbell of St. Anne who leads. She hears the whistle. And then it's Robinson, Clarendon in second, now being passed by Christine Kennedy of Portland. Harriet of St. Catherine is in fourth, and she's stalking. Rakelia Campbell leads behind her. There's a kick that is brewing. Just about 300 meters left to go. Rakelia Campbell looks to have the measure on this field, but Kennedy, Christine Kennedy is there. There is a move also being made now by someone in green. Is that green? We'll check on that in just a second. But it's Rakelia Campbell who now leads. Rakelia Campbell leads ahead of them all. Christine Kennedy, sorry, looks to be in second. It's Rakelia Campbell of St. Anne who leads. And it's Rakelia Campbell of St. Anne who will take the first event on the first day. Rakelia Campbell takes it, goes into the final. Christine Kennedy in second. And I thought that was green, but it's actually brown. And brown is Trelawney. And that's Christine Marriott in third. And then Harriet of St. Catherine fourth. And then the early leader, Robinson of Clarendon, finishing in fifth. And only the winner guaranteed a spot in the final, and then we'll take 10 to the final via time. So only the winner guaranteed a spot in the final, and that was Rakelia Campbell. 10, a total of 10 will qualify via time. So as of right now, only Rakelia Campbell of St. Anne assured a spot into the final. Let's see if we can get the time for
Christine Kennedy of Portland getting second.
Campbell. So Rakelia Campbell 4 minutes 11.42 in second, in first, sorry. So 4 minutes 11.
Barrett of Trelawney given
4 minutes 11.42. Rakelia Campbell St. Anne winning.
Closely. Remember the winner and the next 10 best to advance to the
second,
final.
Christine Kennedy of Portland, 4 minutes 15.21.
Kennedy
Chrysalie Marriott of Trelawney, third, 4 minutes 21.28.
4 minutes 21.28.
Fourth, I think, was indeed Harriet of St. Catherine.
The top three from the first section.
But we don't have the time yet for her. She will have to wait, as only the winner assured a spot into the final.
That's the final. They're also warming up for the shot put open for girls. That too is a final. The second heat in the 1200 meters.
So heat number 2 is up next. As we still await the time, our times for those who finished outside the top 3. Again, Michaela Campbell, St. Anne, the winner, only she assured a spot in the final with 4 minutes 11.42. Christine Kennedy, Portland, second, 4 minutes 15.21. Third, Chrysalie Marriott of Trelawney, 4 minutes 21.28. And again, I'm pretty sure it was Atilia Harriott of St. Catherine who finished in fourth, but we don't have her time just yet. Heat number 2 is on the track. Let's give you the listed lineup for heat number 2. Again, we have 13 listed. Let's see how many are out there. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and a 13th being added now.
Team managers, as you well known, but still reminding you, it's pretty hot, it's pretty humid. Ensure that the athletes remain hydrated throughout the course of the day.
So St. Anne
ensure that your athletes
taking
remain hydrated
the first one.
course of the day. And the coaches and team managers, there's a lot for you to do as well. And
What town? Somebody telling me that she's from what town?
Hydrated, so you can take care
What town
of
primary?
the ones.
So let's go with this lineup for the second heat.
Coming up
We
for
have
the
Zodi
1200
Roberts of St.
Open
Anne,
for
watch out for her.
girls.
We have Tiana Marks of Trelawney, Dominique Williams of Portland, Adicia Hamilton of St. Mary, Gianna Patterson of Hanover, Kashmiri Johnson of Clarendon, Zuri Jones of St. Elizabeth, watch out for her, Trevanique Breckenridge of St. Andrew, definitely watch out for her, Celia Donaldson of Kingston, Leisha Lewis of Westmoreland, Shanae Calcahoon of Manchester, Teresa Josephs of St. Catherine, and Chedisha Atkinson of St. Thomas. This is going to be a very, very good race. But Breckenridge, representing St. Andrew, in case you're wondering, St. Andrew clad in green, and Breckenridge has been one of the standout performers at middle distances in this age group. She is in second currently.
1200.
But let's see.
Open for girls. Only the winner guaranteed a place in the final.
It looks like St. Mary, the athlete from St. Mary, has taken the early lead. But let's see. No, it hasn't. It isn't St. Mary. So we'll work that out in just a second, as the first 200 meters is done and dusted, and everybody now is trying to settle into a pace. Looks like the blue of St. Anne, that's out front. Let's see. Is that the blue of St. Anne? If it is, it's Zoe Roberts who leads. So Zoe Roberts leads early. And then it looks like
St. Anne
orange.
go back to back in qualifying with Zoe Roberts in this second heat.
No, that's red. That's St. Catherine.
Breckenridge representing St. Andrew.
So that's Teresa Josephs, as they go through the 400 meters mark in just about 1 minute 12. It is Josephs, and then Breckenridge, and then Roberts. So it's St. Catherine, St. Andrew, and then St. Anne. So Teresa Josephs, she's extending her lead now over Trevanique Breckenridge. Zodi Roberts of St. Anne in third. And again, only the winner assured of spot in the final. 600 meters gone now. And Josephs of St. Catherine is extending the lead over Trevanique Breckenridge. of St. Andrew. Third is Zoe Roberts of St. Anne. They already have a representative in the final, and St. Anne looking to make it 2 in the final. But the early running, still with the Josephs of St. Catherine. The defending champions want to ensure that they have at least 1 representative in the final. They may have 2, but they want to ensure that they have at least 1. The way to do that is to win this race. And Josephs of St. Catherine is putting in the big ones early. 800 meters gone now. 2 minutes 35 on the clock. It's the final 400 meters. Josephs leads ahead of Breckenridge, who looks to have some pep in her step. Zoe Roberts continues to linger in 3rd position. She represents St. Anne. In 4th looks to be the youngster from St. Elizabeth. And St. Elizabeth is being represented by Zoe Jones. She's in 4th as this field is strung out down the backstretch. It's Josephs ahead of Breckenridge. Trafanique Breckenridge, though, is breaking that gap. 200 meters to go. Teresa Josephs of St. Catherine leads, but Breckenridge is cutting that gap. She knows only the winner assured a spot in the final, and it's St. Catherine and St. Andrew. The battle from last year is renewed, and it's Joseph's Breckenridge. Breckenridge tries to go ahead. Joseph's responds with a kick, and Joseph's goes again. She looks to have broken Breckenridge now. Teresa Josephs of St. Catherine ahead of Trevanique Breckenridge of St. Andrew. Zoe Roberts of St. Anne is in 3rd, but here comes St. Elizabeth now. There's a bang-up finish for 3rd, but it's going to be St. Catherine who wins it with Josephs 406.42 for Josephs, as there's a mad dash now for 4th. We'll get you the finishers in just a second, but we can tell you it's St. Catherine, St. Andrew, and then St. Anne, Josephs, Breckenridge, Roberts.
Or the top 2 in the 2nd heat going faster than the winner in the 1st.
So
Roberts.
Let's give you Teresa Joseph, St. Catherine, 4 minutes 06.47. She is going to make it into the final automatically, and St. Catherine will have representation. Second, Trevanique Breckenridge of St. Andrew,
in a short
4 minutes 10.77. Zoe Roberts of St. Catherine,
in 4th,
4 minutes 14.24. Dominique Williams of Portland in 4th, 4 minutes 15.12. Zoe Jones of St. Elizabeth, 4 minutes 15.36. In 5th, and the top 5 from this race already confirmed into the final. Shanae Culhon of Manchester, 4 minutes 27.16. Also into the final, Tiana Marks Trelawney, 4 minutes 27.31 into the final. And so that means that from heat 1 we'll have 5 into the finals. Michaela Campbell of St. Anne, 4 minutes 11.42. Christine Kennedy of Portland, 4 minutes 15.21. Christine Marriott of Trelawney, 4 minutes 21.28. Atilia Harriet of St. Catherine, 4 minutes 23.09. And LaShantia Robinson of Clarendon, 4 minutes 28.65. So let's see. We have St. Catherine. They will have 2 into the final. St. Anne will have 2. Portland will have 2. Trelawney will have 2.
Christine Marriott Trelawney, 4 minutes 21.28. Atelia Harriet, St. Catherine.
So 2 for St. Catherine, 2 for Portland, 2 for St. Anne. So that's 6.
8.65. The 12 who will contest the Open Girls 1200.
Trelawney will have 2 as well. So that's 8. And the other 4s will be 1 from St. Andrew.
All the way, Joshua Folks of St. Anne.
one from St. Elizabeth, one from Manchester, one from Clarendon. So now it's time for the boys. 1200 meters open. The boys 1200 meters open will feature a special talent. Well, let's go through the lineup. We'll have Kevin Lee of Clarendon, Radil Rose of Clarendon. That's not the heat. So let's go to heat 1. We'll have Joshua Folks of St. Anne, Khalil West of Portland, Davian Durant of Westmoreland, Jamar Amos of St. Catherine, Sean Robinson of Kingston, Kevin Lee of Clarendon, Kavier Miller of St. Thomas, Javier Morgan of Manchester, Romani Harvey of Hanover, Jabari Barrett of Trelawney, John Noor Watkins of St. Elizabeth, Kamali Morris of St. Andrew, and Rashawn Crawford of St. Mary. This is going to be a very, very special heat. The likes of Amos, Watkins in it. And I'll tell you why I'm watching those folks in just a second. Those who have been following the primary scene will know that Jamar Amos won in a record time the 800 meters at the InSports National Championships. And I'll tell you what, Janor Watkins finished 4th. So this is going to be good. Sean Robinson in there as well. He finished 2nd. Well, he finished 3rd to Amos at the National Championships in terms of the 800 meters. So you have 3 of the top 4 here in this heat from the 800 meters. And there's a faller early, and they're called back. The faller, and they called back Manchester's Morgan, Javier Morgan, falling there.
Who took bronze for Harborview. Now representing Kingston, Amos representing St. Catherine. They renew rivalry in this first heat. Only the winner again guaranteed a place in the final. Plus
so again, this is going to be an exciting prelim because only the winner assured a spot into the final, and we have 3 of the top 4 from the national primary championships in the 800 meters here, and already in red, Jamar Amos blazes it, goes out to front there, does Jamar Amos. Morgan of Manchester in 2nd, the national 800 champion, being passed now by Javier Morgan of Manchester.
Well, he wants a piece of this, and
this is going to be special.
This one will be quite a race.
So 200 meters gone now, and it looks like the man in brown, I think that's brown, has taken the lead. I'll confirm it as they come around the bend. No, Javier Morgan of Manchester is in 2nd as Amos now comes into 2nd. And that's man in brown leading. 400 meters gone in just about 108.
On the track as they complete the first 400 meters.
So Brown, but Amos goes to front.
In this 1200,
Brown is Trelawney, and representing Trelawney is Jabari Barrett, but it's Amos who leads. Just under 600 meters gone now, and the man from St. Catherine, the record holder in the 800 meters at the InSports Primary Championships, is gone away from them. He's stretching this field out now. Jamar Amos of St. Catherine.
In charge of this mini party.
He attends Spanish Town Primary but he has some roots in Linstead. Jamar Amos. If you're from Linstead, you know the name Amos. It's Jamar Amos who leads ahead of the man from Trelawney, Watkins, Jabari Watkins. And Jamar Amos looking to the crowd now is quite a showman as he comes to the 800 meters mark now. 400 to go, 2:28 on the clock. Jamar Amos leads.
Running well in second position. Bob the favorite.
So it's Amos who leads.
This is very, very impressive.
I'm pretty sure that is Barrett.
Jamar Amos.
Jabari Barrett of Trelawney in second. But it's all about Jamar Amos of St. Catherine. He's going to be heavily recruited, Jamar Amos of St. Catherine, in terms of his high school prospects. Just under 200 meters to go now, and it's still Jamar Amos of St. Catherine who leads.
St. Catherine, are you here?
St. Catherine, the defending champions, and they have a man in Jamar Amos who is going to deliver big points. Jamar Amos of St. Catherine sprinting away now. He lifts, and after 1,200 meters, he still looks sprightly. Jamar Amos putting on quite a show. He's not letting up. Jamar Amos of St. Catherine. There's a battle on for second. It is a man from Trelawney who leads that battle at 3:45.65 confirmed for Jamar Amos. He's quite a talent. The man from St. Catherine, record holder at the primary championships.
Sounding a warning.
Yes.
For the championship.
Somebody says, let's go Cornbread. That is his name, his nickname at Spanish Town Primary. Cornbread.
The boys, the final. Amos.
That's Jamar Amos.
That he will be there. The rest will have to wait and see.
He is indeed Aisha Stevens. Well. He is great at this, Jamar Amos. So let's confirm. I'm pretty sure that was Barrett. It was Barrett. So Jabari Barrett of Trelawney second, 3 minutes 57.54. Jaleel West of Portland in third, 3 minutes 58.19. Janor Watkins of St. Elizabeth in fourth, 4 minutes 02.41.
Jabari Barrett of Trelawney, 3 minutes 57.54.
So Amos winning that heat by over 12, well, over 11 seconds. The gap greater than 11 seconds between Amos and Barrett.
Javier Morgan of Manchester, 4 minutes 08.62.
Amos
Kimali Morris of St. Andrew,
is a name that you want to watch, because I guarantee you in a year or two he will be at champs representing his new school. I have a slight idea where he's going to be ending up,
and Davian Durant of Westmoreland 11.
But I won't say it at the moment. I'll allow that to be a surprise. But I'll say wherever he does end up, he will be
after the second
a handful in high school.
On track. Here we
yes, Westmoreland is here.
Raekwon Nelson of Portland, Radale Rose.
So he too is up next.
St. Thomas, Amari Christie, Westmoreland, Shamar Baker.
So let's give you the lineup for he too.
Nakeem Smith, Manchester.
The boys, 1,200 meters open. We have Daquan Williams, St. Andrew. Raekwon Nelson, Portland. Radale Rose of Clarendon. Javar Thompson of St. Thomas. Amari Christie of Westmoreland. Shamar Baker of St. Catherine. Kenardo Bennett of Trelawney. Nakeem Smith. That's Nakeem Smith of Manchester. Shadiq Mackenzie of St. Elizabeth, Sanjay McIntosh of St. Mary, Prince Rochester of Kingston, and Nigel Stewart of St. Anne. Forgive me if I continue to make reference to what happened at National Primary Championships as sends them off and running. That's the green.
1200
clad athlete taking it out early. That's Dequan Williams. He's passed now by the man in light purple. Light purple is St. Elizabeth. That's Shadiq Mackenzie.
That is what these youngsters are taking on.
I'm not colorblind, folks.
Sunshine of Kingston.
It's just that some of those colors are pretty close.
Ensure you stay hydrated, athletes.
So I'm looking as they come around the bend to see who's leading.
Of the media, sponsors, Sagicor, we know you bring the heat.
As I'm reminded to stay hydrated.
The sunshine.
Let's see.
JTA.
It does look like the light purple. It is the light purple of St. Elizabeth. And that is Mackenzie. Shadiq Mackenzie leading through 400 meters. That's Mackenzie leading. And blue, royal blue, St. Thomas in second. And representing St. Thomas is going to be Javor Thompson. So Javor Thompson in second. Let's see who is in third. Looks like the beige of St. Mary. And St. Mary is represented here.
Shadiq Mackenzie, St. Elizabeth.
Is St. Mary in there? I think they are.
The early advantage.
That's Sanjay McIntosh. They have him as DNS, but I'm sure that's him out there.
Lurks.
So it is Mackenzie, light purple, who leads early.
3 in close proximity.
So light purple, St. Elizabeth.
For the second and penultimate time.
Shadiq Mackenzie.
Down the home stretch.
Just over 400 meters to go. St. Mary, I think, is in second with Sanjay McIntosh. 400 meters to go. And it's Mackenzie and McIntosh. Royal blue, it's St. Thomas. That's Javor Thompson in third. It looks like Thompson is being left for dead by the two Macs. It's McIntosh
in the final.
And Mackenzie. Mackenzie of St. Elizabeth goes to front.
From Amos in the first
and
heat.
Sanjay McIntosh of St. Mary second. Only the winner assured a spot in the final. Javor Thompson in royal blue from St. Thomas is in third. 200 meters left to go. And it's the two Macs who are macking it out. But Thompson comes into the picture now. It's Mackenzie, St. Elizabeth, ahead of McIntosh of St. Mary. And Thompson off
the top.
St. Thomas in third. It's St. Elizabeth, St. Mary, St. Thomas, 100 meters to go. And they go into an all-out sprint. It's McIntosh, Mackenzie, Sadiq McIntosh. And it's McIntosh who is ahead of Mackenzie. St. Mary ahead of St. Elizabeth. And it's St. Mary ahead of St. Elizabeth, and then St. Thomas in third. The winning time 3 minutes 51.09.
Turn to roster athletics to give you the breakdown. Sanjay McIntosh of St. Mary coming to.
So Sanjay McIntosh, St. Mary, 3 minutes 52.62, winning Sadiq McKenzie, St. Elizabeth second, 3 minutes 54.92 in second. Javor Thompson, St. Thomas in third, 3 minutes 56.24. So I was absolutely right. St. Mary getting the nod ahead of St. Elizabeth, St. Thomas in third.
4 minutes 04.51 for Raekwon Nelson, Portland. 4 minutes 06.27.
So the next
Williams of St. Andrew
event
and 4 minutes 08.92
on the schedule is the 80 meter sprints, the prelims of the 80 meter sprints, and they're already setting up for that.
That means it was the first 6 in section 1 who would also make progress.
I'll give you the 12 in just a second.
Javari Pirate of Trelawney 3:57.54. Khalil West of Portland 3 minutes 58.19. Janor Watkins of St. Elizabeth 4 minutes 02.41.
So let me see if I can get some water and then get back to you real quickly.
Morgan of Manchester 4 minutes 08.62. All 12 qualifiers for the boys, the 1200 final, going under 4 minutes and 9 seconds. The 1200s are out the way. The sprints coming up next, starting with the 80 meters.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're kindly asking the drivers of the vehicles with license plate number 7078JS and 0309KV, you're being asked to park in a different area as you are occupying reserved spaces for persons with disabilities. So that's the drivers of vehicles with license plate numbers 7078JS and 0309KV, we're being asked to park in a different area. Thank you. So it's back to you, Ricardo, for the start of the girls' 80 meters heat number 1.
Look what this one.
So let's go ahead and give you the lineup for the girls on the 980 meters. We'll have the first heat in just a second. A reminder, only the winner assured a spot into the next round, or into the final, and we'll also have 4 into the final via times. We'll start the lineup with lane number 2. Lane number 2 representing Kingston. The gun sends him off and running. Lane number 2 gets out to a good start. That's Stanbury also going well. Clocking of St. Thomas. And it's clocking of St. Thomas, who's going to take it from lane number 6. Caricia's clocking of St. Thomas. She represents license at the primary level. And She's representing St. Thomas, the parish of St. Thomas here, winning from lane number 6. The flash time, 12.41. The record at this event, 11.74. So, Carissa Clacking of St. Thomas, 12.43, the winner, Calista Stanbury, of Kingston, 12.82 second, and Roche of St. Elizabeth in third, 13.27. Let's go to heat number 2. We'll start the lineup with lane number 1, Macaria Cope of Fulani is in 2, Trisnick Pearson of St. Mary in 3, Ashley Ferron of St. Elizabeth 4, Thania Wilson of St. Anne in lane number 5, Tinsia Williams of Portland in lane number 6, Kendra McLean St. James in 7, and O'Shea Russell of St. Thomas in 8. And the gun sends him off and running. Look to lane number 4, that's Ferron of St. Elizabeth. It's Ferron of St. Elizabeth challenged by Pearson of St. Mary. Ferron and Pearson. And it's going to be Ferron who takes heat number 2. 12.94 the flash time. Ashley Ferron of St. Elizabeth confirmed the winner. 12.93. The wind speed negative 2.0. Pearson of St. Mary's second, 13.04. Russell of St. Thomas third, 13.46. Heat number 3 is next. So let's get ready for heat number 3. Shavonna Johnson, St. Andrew in 3. Liliana Kidd of St. Mary 4. Nastasia Francis of that's Manchester in 5. Naomi McCorn of Westmoreland 6. Harmony Hookhorn of St. Anne in 7. And Amelia Reed of St. Catherine in 8. Gun sends him off and running for the third heat. And already Manchester's Francis gets out to a good start. And Kidd of St. Mary, actually Kidd of St. Mary gets it from lane number 4. Liliana Kidd of St. Mary is going to automatically be in the final. Let's await the time. Confirmation now. The wind speed at negative 3.0. The time for Kidd of St. Mary, 12.88. St. Anne's Coburn in 12.93 is second. Douglas of Crandon with 13.11 finishing third. Heat number 4 is up next. Let's give you the lineup for that. Kiana Stacia Clark of Hanover is going to be in lane number 2. Tiffany White of Portland in 3. Naomi Vassal of Westmoreland will be in lane number 4. Adriana Lewis, St. Andrew 5. Kiliana Johnson, Manchester 6. Salome Mitchell, St. Catherine 7. And Brianna Paul, Kingston 8. Gordon sends him off and running for the 4th and final heat. Look to lane number 7, that's Mitchell of St. Catherine who's leading them out now. It's Michelle, Salome Mitchell of St. Catherine who has a step on the speed. Brawl of Kingston comes by her now. And it's close at the line between Brawl and White of Portland. It's going to be close. Was it White of Portland or Brawl of Kingston? It was indeed lane number 8, Brianna Brawl of Kingston, 12.99, who won it. The wind speed at negative 2.1. White of Portland in second, 13.05. Clark of Hanover in third, 13.17. And Mitchell of St. Catherine finishing 4th in 13.17. Let's see if we have confirmation unofficially now for the 8. We do. So going through to the final, the fastest time, 12.43 from St. Thomas, Carissa Placken. And to the final as well with 12.82 from Kingston, Talisha Stanbury. St. Mary's Liliana Kidd will go into the final with 12.88. So too will Harmony Cocorn of St. Anne with 12.93. Ashanique Ferron, St. Elizabeth, 12.93 also will find her spot in the final. Bernard Paul, Kingston, 12.99 will be in the final. Tristany Pearson of St. Mary, 13.04 will be in the final, as will Tiffany White of Portland with 13.05. That's the top 8 unofficially into the final for the girls under 9 80 meters. The boys under 9 80 meters is up next. Heat 1 already on track. And China Sin of Kingston 5, Nicholas Miller Trelawney 6, Jamaica McKeeve of St. Thomas 7, and Nehemiah Palmer of Portland 8. Gun sends him off and running. It's an even break. But look now to lane number 5. That's Shanna of Kingston. Shanna of Kingston is now being passed. Well, Shanna of Kingston is in the lead. Shanna of Kingston in lane number 5 wins it. Damien Shanna of Kingston takes heat number 1. A reminder, the winner automatically into the final and then 4 via time. So Damien Shanna Kingston, 12.55, winning the first heat and booking his spot into the final. The wind speed a negative 5.6. Hamilton of St. Catherine finishing in second, 12.65. Drysdale St. Andrew third, 12.75. And Miller of Trelawney, 13.24 in fourth. They will have to wait as only Chana assured a spot in the final. Heat 2 is up next. Joshua Trail of Trelawney 2. Keldre DaCosta St. Mary in 3. Zane Beckford of St. Catherine 4. Kellen Brady St. Elizabeth 5. Romaine Dennis Westmoreland 6. Wodrain Davis St. Anne 7. And Asava McGrath of St. Thomas 8. Guns sends them off and running. Look to lane number 4, that's Bedford of St. Catherine. Being passed now by Brady of St. Elizabeth. It's Brady of St. Elizabeth with the lead. Brady of St. Elizabeth wins it. The time is quick as well. 12.17 the flash time for Kylie Brady of St. Elizabeth.
The competitors for the girls under 9 ball throw. The competitors for the girls. Competitors for the girls under 9 ball throw report to the call room. Competitors for the girls under 9 ball throw to the call room.
So Brady 12.17 winning there is from St. Elizabeth with speed by the way negative 1.5. Davis of St. Anne second 12.33. And Bedford St. Catherine third, 12.52. Heat number 3 is now on track. The gun sends him off and running for heat number 3 of the boys under 980 meters. Look to lane at number 6, that's Cole of St. Elizabeth. Also look to lane number 3, that's James of St. James. James of St. James will take it. Ronaldo James of St. James marks his spot into the final. So the time confirmed 12.89 for Ronaldo James of St. James. The wind speed a negative 3.0. Cole of St. Elizabeth managing to finish second with 12.93. Reed of Westmoreland in third, 12.98. So heat 3 out of the way. Heat number 4 is next. So we'll start with Dasney Cohen. Sorry, that's Dasney Gooden of St. James in 2. Daniel Fuller of Portland 3. In 5, Christiana Das of Hanover. In 6, Shaquille Gora of Manchester. Jayshawn Hunnigan of St. Anne is in 7. And in lane number 8, Ken J. Reed of Kingston. Gun sends him off in the 4th and final heat. Let's look now to lane number 3, that's Fuller of Portland. Also in lane number 2, Gooden of St. James. It's lane number 2, Gooden of St. James, who take it. Back-to-back victory there for St. James. Desani Gooden of St. James taking the 4th and final heat. His time 12.87, the wind speed negative 3.0. Fuller of Portland second with 12.95. And Borum Manchester finishing third with 13 seconds flat. Let's see if we can get the confirmation for the top 8. So Brady St. Elizabeth with the fastest time, 12.17. Davis of St. Anne, 12.33. Beckford St. Catherine, 12.52. Tanner of Kingston, 12.55. Dennis of Westmoreland, 12.57. Hampton of St. Catherine, 12.65. Those are the 6, and then we go to Gooden of St. James with 12.87, and James, Orlando James of St. James, 12.89. So St. James will have 2 into the final, as will St. Catherine. Up next is the 100 meters for under 11 girls. Heat number 1 already on track. Let's give you the lineup for heat number 1. In lane number 1, Khadija Watson of St. Thomas. Lane at number 2, Devanice Johnson of Manchester. Lane number 3, Shaquina Pusey of St. Andrew. Lane at number 4, Katina Shirley of Trelawney. Lane number 5, Christina Miller of Portland. Lane number 6, Nyla Douglas of Bandon. And lane number 7, Nicola Graham of St. Anne. The gun sends him off and running. There's a faller there in 5. That's Miller Portland. But back to the race. In green, that's Pusey of St. Andrew. Also on the inside, Watson of St. Thomas. Pusey, Watson, and it's Pusey. Maybe Watson is close. Shanika Pusey of St. Andrew. Khadijah Watson of St. Thomas. And it indeed was Pusey of St. Andrew who got the win in 14.24. The wind speed, negative 3.6. Watson of St. Thomas second with 14.29. Johnson of Manchester in third, 15.19. Heat number 2 is up next. A reminder, only the winner assured a spot in the final 4 will make it to the final via time. So Danae Davis of Manchester is in lane number 1, Tara Brown of Kingston in 2, Marion Facey of St. Anne in 3, Chanel Robinson of Clarendon in lane number 4, Errol Shaw of St. Andrew occupies lane number 5, Rebecca Cooper of Westmoreland is in lane number 6, and Terry Stevens of St. Elizabeth will compete from lane number 7. God sends him off and running for this, the second heat. The girls on the 11 100 meters, lane number 1, Davis of Manchester looks to be going well. Senay Davis of Manchester has the advantage now, and it's Davis of Manchester who's going to stretch away and take this one. The flash time 14.99 on the clock for Davis of Manchester. Let's await the confirmation. So Senay Davis of Manchester books her spot into the final with a time of 14.99. The wind speed a negative 3.1. Shaw of St. Andrew finishing in second with 15.31. She will have to wait. So too Facey of St. Anne with 15.32. Heat number 3 already on track. Let's give you the lineup for that one. We have Rakelia McNully of St. Thomas in 1. Rashina Turner of St. James in 2. Acacia Henry of Trelawney in 3. Natalia Horton of St. Catherine in 4. Mishka Shea Laws of Hanover in 5. Amara Minot of Portland in 6. And Liana Walters of St. Mary in lane number 7. There's a break at the start there, and we'll do that again. Gun sends him off and running here in heat number 3. It's close, but look to lane number 6. That's Minot of Portland going well. Also Henry of Trelawney. It's close at the line between Henry and Minot. The flash time 15.17 might well have been Acacia Henry of Trelawney. Actually, Minot has gotten it. at the line had to go to the thousandth of a second, and by 1,000th of a second, Amira Minot of Portland gets it. She credited with a time of 15.212. Henry of Trelawney second, 15.219. She will have to wait to see if she makes it in as a non-automatic qualifier. Third, Turner St. James, 15.32. She's out as a non-automatic qualifier. Heat number 4 is up next. We'll start the lineup with Michaela Phillips of Kingston in 1, Talia Jenkins of St. James in 2, Diana Green of St. Mary in 3, Anise Spencer of St. Elizabeth will occupy lane 4, Michaela Jones, Hanover 5, Akira Burrell, St. Catherine 6, and Yolanda Bernard of Westmoreland 7. The gun sends him off and running. Lane number 7, that's Burrell, who got up to a good start. She's from St. Catherine. Also going well from St. Elizabeth, that's Spencer. Spencer taking over, but it's Jenkins. Jenkins of St. James who's going to win it. Jenkins of St. James. Kiliana Jenkins of St. James takes it from lane number 2. The time confirmed for her now, 14.46. The wind speed in negative 2.2. And East Spencer of St. Elizabeth with 14.64 makes it in as a non-automatic qualifier. So to Burrell of St. Catherine with 14.90. And get this, folks, Green. Then Green of St. Mary with 14.99 also makes it as a non-automatic qualifier. So 3 of the 4 non-automatic qualifiers unofficially coming from that one heat. And that means that 4 of the 8 finalists coming from heat number 4. That heat number 4 was fast. Next up will be heat number 1 of the under 11 boys 100 meters. So as there's a break at the start, let's go through the lineup real quickly. Gildane Francis, St. Thomas 2, Cadane Slowly, St. Anne in 3, Amani Gordon, St. Mary 4, Bastiano de Lisiera of St. Catherine 5, Adrian Pius of Hanover 6, Asian Anglin Westmoreland 7, and Raheem Mackenzie Portland 8. Gun sends them off and running. And it's an even break. But look to lane number 6, that's Lance of Hanover. Look now to lane 2, Gildane Francis of St. Thomas. Gildane Francis of St. Thomas is taking over this race and will win it. 14.24 for the man from St. Thomas. That's a flash time. Confirmed now for Gildane Francis. St. Thomas 14.23. The wind speed negative 4.2. Raheem Mackenzie of Portland in lane number 8. He got second with 14.53. Delisier St. Catherine third, 14.66. Heat number 2 is up next. Joy Jolly of Westmoreland in 2. Niquan Lindsay of St. Catherine 3. Damian Johnson, St. Mary 4. Horatio Brown, St. James 5. Giovanni Newville of Portland 6. Mary Cunningham, St. Anne 7. And Nathan Lewis of Hanover in lane number 8. Gun sends them off and running. This is heat number 2 of the under 11 boys 100 meters. Look to the man in lane number 5. That's Horatio Brown. Also going well in 7, Cunningham. It's Cunningham who takes over now. Cunningham of St. Anne, Mary Cunningham in a light blue. Looks to have taken heat number 2. And confirmed now, Maria Cunningham confirmed as the winner, 14.40. The wind speed, negative 3.8. Second was Horatio Brown of St. James with 14.54. Lindsay of St. Catherine in third with 14.66. Heat 3 is next up. We'll start the lineup with 1. Rajon Taylor, Kingston in lane number 2. Jaden McFarlane, St. James in 3. Neymar Hines, St. Anne in 4. Matthew Pinnock of Diamond 5. Rochelle Reed, Trelawney 6. John Joseph of St. Andrew 7. And Arian Richardson, Manchester 8. Gun sends him off in the third and penultimate heat. Look to the man in the third lane who's gone out like a gun now. That's McFarlane. Jaden McFarlane of St. James. Look at him go through the line. Sub 14 on the clock. 13.76. He throws down the gauntlet. Jaden McFarlane of St. James confirmed the winner. 13.78 his time. The wind speed negative 3.6 second was Rashawn Reid of Trelawney with 14.67. Rajon Taylor, Kingston third, 14.82. The fourth and final heat is up next. And already we started late, but we've caught up already. The bubble times 14.66 is the bubble time. So you win heat number 4 or go faster than 14.66. We'll start with lane 2. Javonte Henry, St. Andrew 2. Jaquan Smith, Kingston in 3. Javier Humphrey, Clarendon 4. Jaden Pink, St. Elizabeth 5. Jaden Green of Manchester 8-6. Oliver Quintino of Trelawney 7. And Dejon Robinson of St. Thomas in 8. Gun sends him off and running the fourth and there's a break at the start. Gun sends him off and running. This is a fourth and final heat. Lane number 2, Henry of St. Andrew gets up to a good start. It's all about Javonte Henry of St. Andrew now as he drives into the breeze. It's Javonte Henry of St. Andrew who takes it. 14.08 for Javonte Henry of St. Andrew to take that heat. We await the confirmation. 14.08 is the confirmed time for Javonte Henry of St. Andrew. And the wind speed at negative 5.2. Second, Dejon Robinson, St. Thomas with 14.48. That is good enough for a little cue for him. Jaquan Smith of Kingston third, 14.48. And that also is a little cue. And fourth, Liva Quintina of Trelawn at 14.64, not good enough for the top 8. So the top 8, it's Jaden McFarlane, St. James, Javonte Henry, St. Andrew, Gildane Francis, St. Thomas, Mary Cunningham, St. Anne, John Robinson, St. Thomas, Laquan Smith of Kingston, Mahim McKenzie of Portland, Rachel Brown of St. James. That's the top 8.
Noted.
So while we have a break, let's give you the lineup. Chesapeake Collard, St. Thomas 2, DR Bedwood, Kingston 3, the War at Warsaw, St. James 4, Tennille Jackson, St. Elizabeth 5, Akila Jackson of St. Mary 6, Shinori White of Portland 7, and Ariana Lewis of St. Andrew in the number 8.
The consents are off and running in the first heat of the girls under 13 100 meters. The primary champion girl Ariana Lewis is in 8, and already she's going away from them. From halfway through primary, representing St. Andrew, Ariana Lewis takes heat number 1. The flash time 13.61. And the time confirmed for Airy 13.62. The wind speed negative 4.7, not 14. My apologies. Jackson of St. Elizabeth second, 13.97. Collard of St. Thomas in third, 13.99. Morris of St. James fourth at 14.32. So let's give you the lineup for the second heat of the under 13 girls 100 meters. Elia Graham of West Pennant in lane 2, Summer Richards of St. Anne in lane number 3, Tiara Blake of St. Mary in 4,
Shaquilla Lingard of Portland 5, Adrenique Jarrett of Hanover 6, Atanish Williams of Trelawney in 7, and Majesty Watson of St. James in 8. As the gun sends him off and running, Watson got up to a good start, but look now to the middle lanes. In a lane number 4, that's Blake, and 5, Lingard of Portland. It's Lingard of Portland in lane number 5, who has it? Shaquilla Lingard of Portland takes it from lane number 5. Let's wait on the confirmed time. It's 13.48 for Lingard of Portland. The wind speed a negative 1.1. Blake of St. Mary's second with 13.65. Watson of St. James third, 13.91. So let's give you the lineup for heat number 3. That's Shanae Williams of Kingston in 1, Tiffany Mullins, St. Elizabeth in 2, Nikki J. Blake of St. Catherine in 3, Moira Watson, Westmoreland 4, Anika Jamison, Manchester 5, Shanelle Thompson, Trelawney 6, and Shanoya Cortez of Clarendon 7. And so the gun sends him off and running. Look to the athlete now in a later number 6. That looks like Thomas, actually that's 5. Jemison of Manchester. Jemison of Manchester in 5 is going to take it 13.55 for Nika Jemison of Manchester competing from lane number 5. The wind speed now positive at positive 0.2, and Nika Jemison Manchester 13.55 qualifies automatically into the final. Remember, only the winner automatically into the final, and will take 4 via times. The fourth and final heat is up next. Let's give you the lineup. We'll start with 1 in lane number 1 from St. Andrew, Nathaniel Ray. In lane number 2 from St. Thomas, Felicia Burke. In lane number 3 from Hanover, Felicia Green. In lane number 4 from Manchester, J.L.E. Smith. In lane number 5 from St. Anne, Brianna Greer. In lane number 6 from Clarendon, Abigail Johnson. And completing the lineup, lane number 7 from St. Catherine, Anika Tucker. The gun sends him off and look to lane number 2. That's Elisa Burke of St. Thomas. On her inside, matching her, it's Ray of St. Andrew. Ray of St. Andrew takes over now. Nathaniel Ray of St. Andrew takes that one. 13.78 the flash time for Nathaniel Ray of St. Andrew. Let's see what the flash time is confirmed at. The wind speed now negative 3.5. Nathaniel Ray of St. Andrew taking it 13.78. Alicia Burke, St. Thomas in second, 13.92. Abigail Johnson of Clarendon in third, 14.09.
So this is the first heat of the under 13 boys 100 meters. So the first heat of the under 13 boys 100 meters is sent about their business. Destiny Paul of St. Elizabeth is there. Now it's Boucher of St. Thomas taking over. Look to the man, Thomas, Jabari Thomas. Also there, it's Boucher and Thomas. St. Thomas and St. Andrew at the line, the flash time 13:08. And it's Jabari Thomas of St. Andrew who's given the nod. The wind speed a negative 2.1. Jabari Thomas of St. Andrew, 13:07 gets the win. Boucher of St. Thomas in second, 13:10. Mikhail Mackenzie Clarendon third, 13.56. And news filtering in just now from Zagreb is that there's been a Jamaican 1-2 finish in the women's 100 meters. The big machine, Lane Thompson-Hera, winning in 10.91. And in second, Brianna Liston, with a time of 10.94. Speed City, Kingston, Jamaica, still on fire. Heat number 2 is up next. We'll start with lane number 2, Adaine Pearson, St. James 2, Jamario Webb of Manchester in 3, Kashmir Houghton, Hanover 4, Michael Parchman, St. Catherine in 5, Benjamin Richards of St. Mary in 6, Gordon Thompson of Trelawney 7, and Jamuel Thomas of St. Elizabeth 8. Gun sends him off and running. The man in lane number 4, Nikhil Parchment, part of that Super Spanish Town team, is going for St. Catherine. Nikhil Parchment of St. Catherine is dominating this field and will take it from lane number 5. The flash time 13.12. He did it for Spanish Town and now he's looking to do it for St. Catherine. Nikhil Parchment takes that lead and automatically goes into the final. Again, only the winner assured a spot in the final 4 will go through via time. So heat 3 on the lineup, on the runway. So let's give it a lineup. Aidan Palmer, Manchester in 2. Ishmael Henry of St. Andrew in 3. Blake One Simmons, Portland 4. Dominic Lewis of Trelawney in lane number 5. Kahith Grant of St. Catherine in lane number 6. Wall Roberts of St. Anne in 7. And Trevane Borden of Westmoreland in 8.
So coaches, please to send the athletes for the boys cricket ball through for under 9 and the girls under 13 400 meters. You're needed at the call room now. That's the boys under 9 cricket ball through, girls under 9 cricket ball through, and the girls under 13 400 meters. You're needed at the call room now.
There's a break at the start. Stop, 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 stop. So the gun sends him off and running in heat number 3. Let's look to the outside. It looks like Gordon of Westmoreland. Here comes Kaif Grant of St. Catherine. Kaif Grant of St. Catherine takes charge now. It's Kaif Grant of St. Catherine. The bandit sprinter, the man from St. John's, takes that one. Kaif Grant representing St. Catherine. The wind speed a negative 4.0. The time for Kaif Grant, 12.80. Roberts of St. Anne in second, 12.89, and Lewis of Trelawney in third, 12.99. Trevane Gordon of Westmoreland at 13.15 also has currently a non-automatic qualifying spot. I have to tell you that that run from Kaif Grant at 12.80 is the fastest time so far for the under 13 boys. One more heat to come, win or go faster than 13.15. That is the task if you want a place in the final. Gun sends him off and running now. Look to the man in lane number 2, a man in Camden Westmoreland. It's a man from Westmoreland. Look at him go. He's stepping away from this field in bright orange spikes. Oh my word! Let's await the confirmed time. The flash time, 12.48 for Campbell. Romani Campbell confirmed the winner of heat number 4, 12.49. That puts him top of the pile going into the final. Jermaine Johnson, I call him Teddy. Jermaine Johnson of St. Thomas in second, 13.14. The man from the license makes it into the final. So heat number 4, done and dusted. The under 15 girls 100 meters will be up next. And to take you through that will be my good friend and co-commentator, Mr. Winston Harrison.
So thank you, Davian, as we make way for the 15 100 meters. Lane 2 from St. Andrew, Kyra Davis. Lane 3 from Westmoreland, Amalie Garwood. Lane number 4, Renicia Rowe from Clarendon. Lane 5, Azaria Morris from Kingston. Lane number 6, Gabriel Hart from St. James. Lane 7, Shakayla Jones from St. Thomas. And in lane number 8 from Hanover, Antronique Marks. So 7 athletes in heat number 1. Only the winner guaranteed a spot to the final. So the winner guaranteed a spot to the final, then the next 4 best times. Sent away cleanly for heat number 1 in the girls under 15. Looking lane number 7, that's Jones from St. Thomas, also running well. That's Davis from St. Andrew. So Kyra Davis stepping away from the field. She will win and secure a spot to the final. So 13.87 seconds of touchdown. Time now confirmed for Kyra Davis, 13.90 seconds. Negative 3.4 meters per second to win. As Davis wins her spot to the final. Heat number 2, lane 2 from St. Catherine, Aya Royal. Lane 3 from St. Mary, Tuella Gordon. Lane number 4, Amelia Anderson from Clarendon. Lane number 5, Talia Ford from Kingston. Lane 6, Sarah T. Morgan from Manchester. Lane 7, Shanice Barnes from St. Thomas. And in 8 from Westmoreland, Shanita Manning. So we'll start going heat number 2. Rebecca from St. Catherine. Also running away spot from Kingston. With Aya Royal from St. Catherine. She has the lead on the field and she wants to secure her spot. She stops the clock 13.81 seconds. So Aya Royal, she wins. The time now confirmed, 13.81 seconds for Aya Royal from St. Catherine. Second, Talia Ford from Kingston, 14.51. And Sarah T. Morgan from Manchester, 14.66 seconds. Negative 2.6, the wind speed. As we make way for heat number 3. So heat number 3 is on track. Lane number 2 from Trelawney, Akila Morris. Lane 3, Tahira Warren from Hanover. Lane number 4 from St. Elizabeth, Elisa Shannon. Lane 5, Felisa Hosie from Portland. Lane 6, Stacey Wilson from Manchester. Lane 7, Kaylee Thomas from St. Anne. And lane number 8, Tiandra Daly from St. James.
Let's see how we can. Very much successful and please. You can look at the top with the way you see Voltage and Salmon. Salmon has kept all up here going around the outside, that's Daly. But at least this one from St. Elizabeth. She wins this one, 13.85 the flash down. Time now confirmed, 14.86 seconds for Elisa Salmon from St. Elizabeth. Second, Swansea Daly from St. James, 13.97.
So I'm back again, folks, and as you would have heard, got some work in, and so with that work done and dusted, I'm back. So let's give you the lineup for the next heat. This is going to be heat number 3 of 4. The girls under 15, well, heat 4 of 4. The girls under 15 100 meters. We have Janelle Roden of St. Mary in 2, Esther Brown of Trelawney in 3, Michaela Jackson of Portland 4, Sasha Gale of St. Elizabeth in 5, Christina Burke of St. Andrew 6, Tamik McCarthy of St. Anne 7, Sashane Hibbert of St. Catherine Lane 8.
And after you know the factory 15.51 seconds, we have a chance of advancing to the grand finale.
So, again, folks, I'm back.
From 2 Warden, 3 Brown, 4 Jackson, 5 Gale, 6 Gold, 7 knockouts and 8 Hibbert. The athletes contesting heat number 4, the girls under 15, 100 meters. Winner go better than 14.51. You have a chance of advancing to Saturday's final.
So again, folks, so I see there I was watching from Florida, sending shout outs to Team Portland. We have 886 folks watching the live currently. So acknowledgements to Almost 1,000 of you watching the live. Just remember to like, share, and subscribe. We only have 113 likes. That's not enough. So if you're watching now, just like, share, subscribe, tell a neighbor, tell a friend, tell everyone. We are live on air. We're up to 921 now. Looking to see if we can get over 1,000 of you watching at home, at least 1,000. So like, share, and subscribe. Each time you like, share, and subscribe, it means that the algorithm pushes us a little bit higher and we get a little bit more views. So 916 watching, just 126 likes. So we got 13 likes just now. We need a few more. So just like, share, and subscribe as we get back to the track and field action on the park. It's Roden, Brown, Jackson, Gale, Burke, McCarthy, Hibbert, St. Mary, Trelawney, Portland, St. Elizabeth, St. Andrew, St. Anne, and St. Catherine on the outside as there's a break at the start. So it's Janiel Roden of St. Mary, Esther Brown of Trelawney, Michaela Jackson of Portland, Sashage Gale of St. Elizabeth, Christina Burke of St. Andrew, Tamika McCarthy of St. Anne, and in lane number 8, Sasheen Hibbert of St. Catherine. That's the 8 in this one. And the gun sends him off and running now in this final heat. We're looking to the lady in lane number 4. That's Jackson of Portland. Jackson of Portland leads. And on her inside, Brown of Trelawney. It's Portland. Trelawney, and it's Portland who wins it. Michaela Jackson of Portland gets the win. So Michaela Jackson of Portland gets the win there. And that was nippy. And Claire Calhoun, who was watching from Florida, sending big ups to Portland. You just got your win, Claire. Let's see if we can find Claire in the chat there. Portland getting that win via Jackson. So Michaela Jackson, 14.59 winning with a wind speed of -4.5. Esther Brown of Trelawney in second, 14.65. Christina Burke of St. Andrew third, 14.82. And let's see if we can get the 8 into the final of the girl under 15, 100 meters. Valia Royal, St. Catherine, Alicia Salmon of St. Elizabeth, Kira Davis of St. Andrew, Tiandra Daly of St. James, Calicia Holgate of Portland, Kaylee Thomas of St. Anne, Talia Thorpe of Kingston, and Michaela Jackson of Portland. So we're next, the boys.
Lane 4 from St. Catherine. Lane 5 from Williams from Westmoreland. Lane 6 from Aldermore from Manchester. Lane 7 Alexis Garcia from St. Thomas. And lane 8 Irene Scarlett.
So let's get to the boys under 15 100 meters. So heat 1, we'll have Javier Cameron in lane number 2. He's from St. Mary. Delando Cameron of Hanover in 3. Bronx Foot of St. Catherine 4. Trevin Lewis, Trevin Williams of Westmoreland. Ronaldo Morris of Manchester. Alexis Garcia of St. Thomas. And Aaron Scarlett of St. Anne. That's the 7 that will compete in heat 1 of the under 15 boys 100 meters. So it's St. Mary, Hanover, St. Catherine, Westmoreland, Manchester, St. Thomas, St. Anne. Gun sends them off and running. Look to the man on the inside. That's Cameron of St. Mary. Afiero Cameron of St. Mary is going to take this one. St. Mary with Cameron gets the win, 12.97. The flash time. Afiero Cameron of St. Mary gets the win. Let's see all the folks from St. Mary. Someone is asking, will the 400 meters be run? It absolutely will be run. It's going to be run right after the 100 meters, so the 400 next. 928 watching, 228 likes. We need more likes. So remember, like, share, subscribe, tell a neighbor, tell a friend, in case you're wondering. Jamaican Elaine Thompson-Hera leading a Jamaican Quinella in the 100 meters in Zagreb, Croatia, I think it is, Zagreb. And Elaine won the 100 meters, 10.91. Brianna Liston finishing in second with 10.94. So Jamaican sprinting going well. Anita Barnett, Najara Bishop of St. Mary, big up my baby. So the shout outs coming from all over the world. And someone says Joel Watson, Trelawney, Raekwon Nelson of Portland. So let's go to the second heat, heat number 2. Let's see, heat number 2. Boys under 15 100 meters. Only the winner assured of a spot in the final, and then 4 via times. So it's lane number 2, Kyron Bookham of St. Catherine, Kevron Franton of St. Mary in 3, Devontae Lewis of St. Elizabeth 4, Jalen Alwood, Westmoreland 5, Rajay King of Portland 6, Cody Anderson of St. Thomas 2nd, and DeAndre Phillips of Manchester 8. As there's a break at the start, look out for the man in lane number 2, Kyron Bookham of St. Catherine. He's part of that stellar I keep on saying St. It's part of that stellar Spanish Town primary 4x1 team in class 1, part of their record-breaking team, part of their primary champs winning team, all island champions, central region champions, and Kyron Bookham, a central part of that team. He's representing St. Catherine here at the national championships. He's in lane number 2, but again, this is a national championships as the gun sends him off and running. It's Devontae Lewis of St. Elizabeth who gets out best, and Bookham is there as well. It's Bookham and Lewis, Bookham and Lewis, Bookham takes it though, and it's Kyron Bookham who takes it, 13.43. He was pushed all the way there by Devontae Lewis of St. Elizabeth. So let's see if we can get confirmation for Bookham. 13.43, the wind speed negative 2.6. Lewis, Devontae Lewis of St. Elizabeth second, 13.48. DeAndre Phillips of Manchester third, 13.94. So Bookham living up to the billing there. Not seeing everybody live up to the billing so far today, but Bookham certainly did so just now. So we're seeing a number of shout-outs coming in. Big up Portland, big up Manis Amani representing St. Elizabeth. Go St. Elizabeth, go Team Trelawney, let's go St. Catherine, let's go Team Westmoreland. Dominic Lewis, Trelawney, love from New Jersey. We'll check on the relays. I think the relays are later on in the day, about 1, 2 o'clock, but I'll confirm that in a second. Again, somebody says cheering Manchester, 1 St. Elizabeth. Let's get back to the action on track. The next event is going to be heat number 3 of the under 15 boys 100 meters. We have Marion Finnegan of St. Anne in 2, Janoy Eccleston Trelawney in 3, Roger Ricketts St. Elizabeth 4, Therese Nelson Portland in 5, D'Adrian Holding Kingston 6, Mario Witter of Clarendon 7 and Rashawn Smith of St. Andrew will be in lane number 8. So again, big up to all the folks at home watching. Remember to like, share and subscribe. Let me see if I can get the feed to update so I can confirm how many of you are watching at home. Let's see. I've gone down to 912. I was hoping it would be going up, but we're at 912 watching. 263 likes. Again, like, share and subscribe. Do us a favor, like, share and subscribe. So it's Finnegan, St. Anne, Eccleston, Trelawney, Ricketts, St. Elizabeth, Nelson, Portland, Holding, Kingston, Witter, Clarendon and Smith of St. Andrew. That's the lineup for the heat 3 of 4, the penultimate heat for the under 15 boys 100 meters.
7 with an 8 Smith. Defensive remarks once again.
So the gun sends him off and running. Look to the man in 6, that's Holding, going well. Also going well, it's Smith of St. Andrew. On the inside, it's Finnegan. Let's see, might be Finnegan, might be Holding. Smith also there as well. The flash time 12:91. Might just be Omarion Finnegan on the inside who got that one. He was flying at the end, the tall, lanky sprinter, but it was Holding who got it from Kingston. Deidran Holding, 12.92. He gets in. Second, Finnegan at 12.92. Also in Smith of St. Andrew at 12.95. Or Smith finished third. The point I'm making is that the times that they're running, sub 13, based on what we're seeing in terms of the non-automatic qualifying position, should get them into the final, because the non-automatic, it starts now with Finnegan at 12.92. And those are the 3 fastest times so far. So I'm suspecting we might get at least 4 from that heat based on the times. So let's go now to heat 4. We'll start with lane number 2, Javon Cunningham of Hanover. Tedrick Brown of Trelawney is in 3, Rashawn McLeod of St. Andrew 4, Amari Powell of St. James 5, Keegan Forbes of Clarendon 6, Tamira Hales of St. James 7, and O'Shane Ellington of Kingston in 8. They'll have to run really quickly, will these boys, if they want to advance to the final. The non-automatic spots are 12.92, 12.95, 13.41 and 13.47. I'd suggest that the 2 sub 13 times will advance as non-automatic qualifiers. Well, the gun sends him off and running now for the 4th and final heat, and the man from St. Andrew takes to the front. That is McLeod. Rashawn McLeod is going to take this one. Rashawn McLeod takes it. 13.04 is the flash time. Second might have been Brown. So let's see. It was indeed Rashawn McLeod who took it. 13.04. The wind speed negative 3.6. Tedrick Brown of Trelawney did in fact finish second, 13.33, and he gets one of the non-automatic qualifiers. Amari Powell of St. James 13.47 will not advance as a non-automatic qualifier. So let's give you the 8 now. Deidre Holding, Kingston, 12.92. Marion Finnegan, St. Anne, 12.92. Rashawn Smith, St. Andrew, 12.95. Javier Cameron, St. Mary, 13 seconds dead. Rashawn McLeod, St. Andrew, 13.04. Patrick Brown, Trelawney, 13.33. And Scarlett of St. Anne, Ronnie Scarlett, St. Anne, 13.41. So this morning when we started, I told you there was about 3 or 4 teams that are going to be in the battle, and if you're watching, you will see those teams. Not saying that other teams won't be a factor, but certainly I'm seeing lots of St. Andrew advancing to finals. I'm seeing lots of St. Catherine, I'm seeing St. Thomas, I'm seeing St. James, and I'm seeing a couple of other parishes positioning themselves as well. So it's going to be a ding-dong battle between maybe 4 or 5 parishes. But St. Andrew, lots of green on the track, lots of red as well. St. Catherine, lots of blue. St. Thomas. It is going to be a ding-dong battle. I literally can't tell you who I think the favorite is at this point. Probably will have to go home, look at the numbers, look at the finalists, count them up, and tell you who I'm looking at as my favorite, because there are parishes qualifying all over the place, and they're doing so in pretty nippy times. If you're watching the cricket as well, or if you're a cricket fan like I am, cricket is also going on. The West Indies at one point, they were, I think, 89 for 1. They've slumped now to 119 for 3. They've lost a couple of wickets. John Campbell for 39, Kaveem Hodge for 16, and Brandon King for 31. So Django 8 and De Silva 5. They are at the crease batting. Justin Graves, Roston Chase, Alzari Joseph, Shamar Joseph, Kemar Roach, and Jaden Seals to bat. Earlier, the Sri Lankans, they made 308 all out. So the West Indies, they are leading now by 189 runs. So cricket happening, track and field happening, both here at the National Stadium and in Zagreb. And of course, at some point, football will be on the tap as well. So likes up to 292, but the viewers were dropping again to 893. Want to see more folks tuning in, so like, share and subscribe. Next up will be the 400 meters. So the 400 meters are up next. So folks, 400 meters up next.
So the next event on track will be the 400 meters for under 14 girls. So we will get underway after 1 o'clock. So we are 32 minutes away from the start of that event, the 400 for under 14 girls. In the meantime, in between time, enjoy the music and the sunshine. The competitors for the open high jump for girls, the competitors for the open high jump for girls, we are needed at the crowd room now. The competitors for the high jump open for girls, we are needed at the crowd room now. One competitor remaining in the high jump open for boys. Deontay Brown of state champion, he's already won the event, having cleared second time at 1.60 meters. The second attempt is coming up now at 1.65. Deontay Brown, our state champion, on the runway. So Deontay Brown appearing to go for a second time at 1.65 meters. He has one attempt to come. Jamaica Thomas of the same position finished in second position at 1.55. Aquino Richards of St. Catherine third at 1.50. So massive points coming up here for St. Catherine in the second event to be completed. Donnell Morris of Manchester fourth at 1.45, same height as Joseph Brown of St. Andrew, with Neymar Ward. Well, he's not injured, 1.40, finishing in sixth position. And tied with Trelawney Grant of Hanover, with Javon Cunningham at Hanover also scoring in eighth with 1.40. Third and final attempt is coming up for Deontay Brown of St. Catherine in the high jump open for boys. This could be the final jump, the final final attempt at the competition. Delante getting some well-needed hydration to try and get another personal best. We go to ask for the first group of 4 in the 400 meters under 13. Dr. Obama said captain taking all the time to get ready for his third and final attempt in the high jump competition. So the athletes are on track for the first heat of the 400 meters. Lane number 8, Senator Earl of St. Anne's. So they have taken them off track. The event is scheduled for 1 o'clock. The athletes are ready up. They always set their goal there ahead of that 1 o'clock timeline. Third and final attempt here for Patron in the high jump open for boys. It's an all-goal, but his best clearance of 1.60 meters is good enough to win the gold medal in the high jump open for boys.
John. John. John.
It is a beautiful afternoon here in Kingston, Jamaica, and we're so happy to have you joining us from wherever you are in the world for the 2026 staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. It is the 41st staging, and as you've been hearing from morning, of course, Davian Nugent has been taking you through the commentary on the track and in the field. We have had some exciting competition with all the parishes across this country represented. As I said, it's 41 years of excellence, and Sagicor Group Jamaica has been a proud partner for 40 years. Now, my name is Javon Keys, Corporate Communications Manager at Sagicor Group Jamaica, and with me is the lovely Megan Edwards, who is our Corporate Social Responsibility Lead and Head Cook and Bottle Washer when it comes to the execution of this event. So, Megan, how are you feeling seeing day one of the competition off and going?
I'm excited. I'm just happy that we're off, that everything is going according to plan, and the children are having fun.
And speaking of fun, I mean, it's been weeks of competition, weeks of preparation. So tell us why it was important for Sagicor to continue this partnership for the 40 years that we've been involved with the JTA.
It's important because it splits within our pillars, right? Youth and community development through sports, and we believe that this is the starting ground for all of our Jamaican athletes to get their feet wet, to get them more involved in competition, so that as they grow and mature and become better and stronger in this field of athletics, they can go and represent Jamaica to the best of their ability.
And the reality is that Sagicor has vested quite a bit in this event. This year we've pumped 16 million Jamaican dollars, or even more, in fact, if we think about a lot of the other work that's gone into it. So it's quite a bit of investment. Can you tell us though, I mean, this year we also have a special race that's going to be taking place?
Yes, we're going to have some races for special needs, the more so, not really physical disabilities, but more of a, I don't know what to call it, like mental disabilities. So that is the first time ever that we're going to have to introduce this race, is to really show inclusivity of the event. So we're taking a step forward to let everyone know we're thinking about everyone and everyone's included.
So Megan, who do you think is going to win this year?
You know, probably St. Andrew.
Well, you see, now usually I'm on the other side where I cannot give my sentiments as an announcer. But today, I have no vesting in the competition. But guess what? St. Catherine is my parish, and I'm always representing St. Catherine. But overall, Sagicor Group Jamaica is proud to be a partner. And of course, a little later on, we'll also bring in our friends from the JTA, so you can hear from them as well how important this meet has been. But Megan, I mean, over the years, so many people have participated in this meet. I mean, more than 400, but more than 40,000 athletes. We have how many athletes participating this year? And can you give us some names of who's come through this meet?
Who has come through the meet?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So this year we have 1,120 athletes competing, and so far we have persons like Shelly Alfredo Price, Usain Bolt, Veronica Campbell Brown. All of them have participated. They started here, and look, they're big world champions.
It all starts here. That's why that's our theme. And this year we've added the unearthing of
world beaters.
And of course, it's a very important theme. Now, finally, Megan, we have our patron this year. She's on the ground, and we're hoping that you'll also be able to hear from her a little later on. Our intention is to bring to you a number of these kinds of interviews in between the races and activity on the track and in the field. So our patron this year, who is she?
Miss Shania Douglas. She's the under-20 national 200-meter champion.
And 100-meter sprint double.
Yes, sprint double. So she's our patron this year. She's excited. She's right now currently interacting with all the students. As I said, everyone is here to have fun. And it's just a good day.
And it's not too late for you to join us here at the National Stadium. So for those of you overseas, and I know some of you are bigging us up from California, so wherever you are in the world, we welcome you. But for those of you in Kingston, Jamaica, or wherever, you can make your way to the National Stadium. We're here until what time?
5 o'clock.
And it is just $500 for adults.
And $300 for students in uniforms or sports gears.
And guess what? The activity is exciting. So the stadium is filling up nicely, and tomorrow is even going to be more exciting.
Yes. See you tomorrow.
So make sure you come, make sure you bring in a $500 cheap. So come on, support, and of course bring your children, bring your family and friends, and come rep your parish. Let's see which parish will take it this year. And of course you can follow all the live results, not just here on Track Alerts, but on the Roster Athletics app. That's ROSTER, and it's free, FREE, on the Google Play and the Apple App Store. So go ahead and download the Roster Athletics app, and you can see all the results there live and direct, of course powered by World Class Athletics. So until a little later on, I'm Javon Keys.
And Megan Edwards.
And of course, continue watching. Of course, the action continues thanks to TrackalertsTV, powered by Sagicor.
Lane number 7, Melia Crawford, Portland. Lane 6, Paul Benjamin, St. Catherine. Lane 5, Janet Richards, Manchester. Lane 4, Fabiana Crystals, Hanover. Lane 3, Shantara Brown, St. Mary. And lane 2, Leona Johnson, St. Andrews.
On your mark.
So this is heat 1 of the girls under 13 400 meters. And only the winner assured of the spot in the final. On the outside, going out strongly, that's Crawford. Tori Benjamin going after her. Crawford represents Portland. Benjamin, St. Catherine. Further on the inside, that looks to be Manchester's Richards, going well as well. Also looking to come into it, Johnson of St. Andrew. But on the outside, it might just be Tori Benjamin of St. Catherine who has the advantage here. Tori Benjamin goes around the bend and goes into lead. It's Tori Benjamin who leads. Rayona Johnson on the inside is coming though. Rayona Johnson of St. Andrew goes by Tori Benjamin, and it's Johnson of St. Andrew who responds well and gets the win. 1:03.98. Tori Benjamin being buffeted by the wind in the home stretch and dies as Rayona Johnson comes through to take it. 1:03.99. Benjamin second. 1:05.49. Crawford, Portland third. 1:06.00. Reminder, only the winner assured a spot into the final as the West Indian batting effort continues. They're 147 for 3. And it's good to see all the action happening. Cricket, track and field, local and international also going on. Later on today, World Cup football. Tell the folks that we're back up.
Section 2 coming up in lane number 8, Samuel Charles of St. Anne.
So for the folks who weren't hearing anything, for a little while there was music that was playing, and as you know, we don't want to have a copyright infringement because of the music playing, and so we had to just mute for a second because of the music. So let's give you this lineup for heat number 2. Zanaya Jarrett of St. Anne in 8, Dejanelle Brooks of St. Catherine 7, Selena Cullington of Kingston 6, Sarah Ferguson of St. Mary in 5, Nashika Brown of Westmoreland 4, Antonia Brown of Portland 3, and Sonoya Sang of St. Andrew in 2. So they've had a break at the start. But I can tell you what, Dejanelle Brooks of St. Catherine in lane number 7, she won at the In Sports National Primary Championships in her class. And she is a super athlete, represented Greater Portmore Primary. And she was in yellow then, she's in red now, representing St. Catherine. So again, the lineup, it's Jarrett, Brooks, Cullington, Ferguson, Brown, and Sang as the gun sends them off and running. And Dejanelle Brooks in lane number 7 from St. Catherine takes out this field, and she goes hard for the first 100 meters. Dejanelle Brooks might be going for the record of 59.77. Dejanelle Brooks is a superstar at this level, and already she's showing that on her inside, going well. It might just be Ferguson of St. Mary, but there's no doubting who's leading. Chanel Brooks of St. Catherine has gone out hardest of them all, and she goes again. Chanel Brooks of St. Catherine is moving. Lane number 4 in second, that's Brown, Nashika Brown of Westmoreland, but there's no stopping. Lane number 7, St. Catherine's, Chanel Brooks. Chanel Brooks has this one all wrapped up. The record survives. 1 minute 03.99 on the clock for Chanel Brooks. Looks like Samara Sang of St. Andrew in second. But Chanel Brooks, that's the first time I've ever seen her on the track after a 400-meter run. I tell you again, she is a superstar. Chanel Brooks, 1 minute 03.37. She qualifies automatically. Sang at 1 minute 07.90. We'll have to wait. So to Brown of Portland, 1 minute 08.24. Ferguson of St. Mary, 1 minute 08.26, will not make it through. She doesn't have the time to get through as a non-automatic qualifier. 2 more sections to come for the under 13 girls 400 meters. We'll then have the under 13 boys 400, the under 15 girls 400, under 15 boys 400 meters. We'll have the 150 for under 9 girls, then the 200 meters for under 11 girls and boys, then the 200 under 13 girls and boys, 200 meters under 15 girls and boys, the 800 meters open, then we'll have relays to close it out. The sprint medley relays will close it out. So a little bit of action to come in the opening day, day number 1, the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. And in case you're wondering, I gave it over the PA system. Let me give it on this feed. The top 8 parishes have scored, and the point standings are as follows. In 8th, St. Anne with 2 points, Portland 7th with 3 points, 6th is Hanover on 3.5 points, Manchester 5th on 5 points, St. Andrew 4th on 7.5 points, St. Thomas 3rd on 12, St. Elizabeth 2nd on 17, and leading the defending champion St. Catherine on 24. So let's go to the lineup now for the next one, heat number 3, of the girls under 13 400 meters. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. So lane number 8, Gabriella Swaby of St. James. Lane number 7, Kara Bonney of St. Thomas. Lane 6, Kiana Watson of Manchester. 5, Adriana Madden of Clarendon. In 4, Vedria Berry of St. Elizabeth. 3, Tadicia Smith of Westmoreland. And 2, Chelsea Henry of Trelawney. Look out for lane 7, that's Bonnie of St. Thomas. She's from Licensed Primary. As the gun sends them off and running, it's an even break. No one yet starting to make a move, but look to the outside, it might just be Swaby, Gabrielle Swaby, who starts to make a move now. Bonnie tries to go with her. Also going well in lane number 4, that's Berry of St. Elizabeth. Berry of St. Elizabeth is making a move down the backstretch. So too Smith of Westmoreland. These two are making the move down the backstretch. 200 meters to go now as they start to go around the bend. It's Berry and Smith who are challenging those on her outside, Bonnie and Swaby. So as they go around the bend, it might just be Berry as the advantage over Smith. of Westmoreland as they go around the bend and straighten up now. It is Smith and Berry who are battling it out. Tanisha Smith of Westmoreland, Federa Berry of St. Elizabeth. It's St. Elizabeth who takes charge now. Berry, here comes Bonnie of St. Thomas. Bonnie of St. Thomas is sneaking up on Berry of St. Elizabeth. It's Berry and Bonnie. Berry takes the lead now and takes it to the line. Federa Berry of St. Elizabeth takes it over Kira Bonnie of St. Thomas. So Berry wins it. 1 minute 08.41. The time confirmed for her. Bonnie of St. Thomas in second. 1 minute 09.43. And that time for Bonnie is not good enough to make it as a non-automatic qualifier. And that means that Berry will be the only one from the seed who will be in the final. Federa Berry of St. Elizabeth, 1 minute 08.41, makes it into the final. Next is the final section of the under 13 girls 400 meters. Let's tell you that only the winner automatically into the final, and 4 via times, and the 4 times 10549 by Tori Benjamin starts them out. But the fourth and final time, 1 minute 08.24 by Antonia Brown of Portland. You'll have to go faster than that if you don't win heat number 4 of 4. The lineup for 4 of 4 will start with Denisia Brown of St. Thomas in 8, Amelia Johnson of Trelawney 7, Taisha Kennedy of St. James 6, Latrice James of Kingston 5, Shadia Jones of Clarendon in 4, Talia Burke of Hanover in 3, and Michaela Tomlinson of St. Elizabeth will be representing from lane number 2. The athletes go to their marks now. The winner automatically into the final, and then 4 via times. The guns sends them off and running now. The fourth and final lead in the under 13 girls 400 meters. Look to lane number 7 going out strong. That's Johnson of Trelawney. Going with her as well is Kennedy of St. James. Kennedy St. James might just have it now. Johnson of Trelawney is responding, but it might just be Kennedy of St. James who has the advantage. It's Kennedy of St. James. So Kennedy of St. James has it with 200 meters gone. Is there a response from the inside as Kennedy of St. James has the advantage now? On the inside, it looks like St. Elizabeth's Tomlinson, Michaela Tomlinson, who is coming past her. It's Michaela Tomlinson of St. Elizabeth who now has the advantage. It's St. Elizabeth, Michaela Tomlinson, who has the advantage, and she's driving home. Second looks to be St. Thomas's Denisa Brown. Let's look at the clock. It's going to be quick as it's 1:05.59 for Michaela Tomlinson of St. Elizabeth. Brown finished second, but she slowed at the line. Not sure if that will be enough to get her into the final. She slowed drastically at the line, did Brown, and she has done enough. So Michaela Tomlinson of St. Elizabeth, 1:05.63, will automatically make the final. Denisia Brown of St. Thomas with 1:07.90 will make it as one of the non-automatic qualifiers. So the 8 qualifiers: Dejanelle Brooks, St. Catherine, 1:03.37. Brianna Johnson of St. Andrew, 1:03.99. Tor Benjamin of St. Catherine, 1:05.49. Michaela Tomlinson of St. Elizabeth, 1:05.63. Nayla Crawford of Portland, 1:06.00. Denisa Brown of St. Thomas, 1:07.90. And Sonoya Sang of St. Andrew, 1:07.90. So somebody says, big up to St. Elizabeth, my little man. Reje is there. Enough respect to the team. Love you guys. Alright. So we're back up now to 656 of you watching at home. 337 likes. So please remember to like, share and subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. As the West Indies, they moved past the 150 mark. They're 152 for 3. 156 behind now. So the West Indies doing well so far. Trying to get to the score made by the Sri Lankans. So let's give a lineup now for the under 13 boys. 400 meters. Ooh, look at this one. Heat number 1. We have lane number 8, Omari Shippey of St. Thomas, Chavoy Davis of St. Anne, Rashawn Campbell of St. Andrew, Marquess Robinson of St. Elizabeth, Daniel Burchell of St. James, he's in 3, and Joshua Williams of St. Catherine in 2. Joshua Williams, super talent. There's a break at the start. Joshua Williams broke a number of records at the primary level, the In Sports Primary Championships. I think he broke the long jump record and the 400 record, part of the record-breaking relay teams as well. So you have to watch out for Williams. Joshua Williams of St. Catherine in 2. There's no lane number 4. That should have been Javane Allen of Hanover. The gun sends him off and running, and it's the man in green who gets out to the best of the starts. That's Rashawn Campbell, also going well. That's Chavoy Davis of St. Anne. Joshua Williams has not made a move yet. It's a man from St. Anne, Davis, who's going well. Also the man from St. Elizabeth, Marquess Robinson in 5. The man from St. Catherine, Joshua Williams, with 200 meters to go, is just ranging up now on the man from St. Elizabeth. That's Marquess Robinson. Marquess Robinson of St. Elizabeth continues to lead. Rashawn Campbell of St. Andrew is there as well. Joshua Williams of St. Catherine now starts to make the move. Joshua Williams of St. Catherine, easy into the final 100 meters. He takes command now. Joshua Williams of St. Catherine is looking to win this first heat. He knows the winner automatically into the final. The man Robinson of St. Elizabeth comes back at him, but it's Joshua Williams who takes the win, 59.57, and he looks easy as Sunday morning. The record 57.52, but the win there for Joshua Williams of St. Catherine, 59.61, is going to be in the final. Second, Marquise Robinson of St. Elizabeth, 59.68, sub 1 minute. I think he's going to have a pretty good chance of making it as a non-automatic qualifier. Rashawn Campbell of St. Andrew, third, 1 minute 01.59. So next up will be heat number 2, under 13 boys, 400 meters. So we're just waiting on the athletes to make their presence felt. Again, remind you to like, share, subscribe, tell a neighbor, tell a friend. We have 660 watching, 349 likes. So just like up the live, man. Like up the live. Somebody says, shout out to dear Janelle Brooks from St. Catherine, from her cousin Anna. If I see Miss Brooks Anna, I certainly will tell dear Janelle that you are saying big ups to her. So let's go now to heat 2. We have lane number 8, Leandre Mackenzie of St. Thomas in 8, Joshua Thompson of St. James in 7, Jadane Fowler of St. Mary 6, Jaime Johnson, St. Elizabeth 5, Amari Tyrrell of Portland 4, Orlando Lichmore of Trelawney 3, and Joshua Atkinson of St. Andrew in lane number 2. So the gun sets them off and running. Heat number 2 of 4. On the outside, Leandra McKenzie of St. Thomas gets out, going well. Also going well, Jaime Johnson of St. Elizabeth. But on the outside, Leandra McKenzie is still going strong. Johnson looking to range up on him, so to Tyrrell, Amari Tyrrell of Portland. But on the outside, it's Mackenzie of St. Thomas. St. Thomas with Leandra Mackenzie leads after just about 250 meters. It's the man from St. Thomas, Leandra Mackenzie, who leads. Leandra Mackenzie is leading on the inside. Joshua Atkinson of St. Andrew is coming through now. Look at that bend from Joshua Atkinson of St. Andrew. He goes by Mackenzie now. It's Atkinson, Joshua Atkinson of St. Andrew, who's going to speed away to win this one. Ooh, the time is super quick, 58.37, faster than section 1. As there's a faller at the line there. Let's wait on the confirmation. So Joshua Atkinson, St. Andrew, 58.39. Big Q for him. Leandra Mackenzie, St. Thomas, 1 minute 00.57 in second. Amari Tyrrell of Portland third, 1 minute 03.70. So with 2 more heats to come, we're getting faster and faster. Faster and faster we go.
2 sections right now, we have 2 more sections to come. The boys number 13, 400 meters.
So somebody asked you for 400 if it was run. We are running it now. So Tenoya says, big up my son Nigel Stewart from St. Anne. Somebody says Joshua Williams. Yes, son, take it to them. Grandma said that. So Odette Phillips is the grandma of a future star, Joshua Williams, and she's right here in the chat with us. So let's go to heat number 3 now. Heat 3 of 4. Boys under 13, 400 meters. Only the winner assured a spot in the final. We start with 8. Gideon Richards of Manchester in 8. In 7, Armani Brown of Kingston. In 6, Adane Gordon of Westmoreland. In 5, Noah McRae of Clarendon. In 4, Devontae Wilson of Portland. Jaden Blake of Trelawney is in 3, and Kimiko Gale of St. Catherine is in lane number 2. Kimiko is another one to watch. There's a break at the start. It was Kimiko Gale and Joshua Williams who were representing Spanish Town, and at the Central Championships, the InSport Central Championships, Kimiko Gale broke the record, and then Joshua Williams broke Kimiko Gale's record, and then they had the finals and Joshua Williams set his record even further. So these two from Spanish Town representing St. Catherine, Kimiko Gale and Joshua Williams wants to watch. I understand that Kimiko Gale has already decided which school he's going to attend in September. But let's get back to the race. It's on the outside in 7. Is that Brown, Amarni Brown? Or is that 6, Westmoreland's O'Dane Gordon? I think that's 6, O'Dane Gordon, who's leading them out. So O'Dane Gordon, and then on the inside, Kimiko Gale being left for dead now. So lane number 6, that's O'Dane Gordon of Westmoreland who leads. Kimiko Gale looks to be in second. Only the winner assured a spot in the final, and it's O'Dane Gordon of Westmoreland who has the advantage. Kimiko Gale is in second, but he's being challenged by the man Jaden Blake. But it's all about O'Dane Gordon of Westmoreland who is going to go away to win this one. O'Dane Gordon, 58.13 for O'Dane Gordon to win Section 3 and automatically make it into the final. Kimiko Gale of St. Catherine in second. So O'Dane Gordon of Westmoreland winning second, Kimiko Gale of St. Catherine. So 58.16 for O'Dane Gordon to win. Kimiko Gale second, 59.62. Jaden Blake of Trelawney in third, 1:00.41. So it was Westmoreland, St. Catherine, and then Trelawney. The top 3 at the moment all have a Q next to their names. O'Dane Gordon at 58.16, the winner, has the big Q and is automatically into the final. Kimiko Gale 59.62 and Jaden Blake 1:00.41 as a small Q, and they both have to wait. So Westmoreland automatically into the final. St. Catherine and Trelawney will have to wait. Let's go to the 4th and final heat now. We'll start with lane number 8. Delian Naden of Manchester in 8, Romeo Reid of Westmoreland 7, Kisanio Hamilton of Clarendon 6, Diomar Weatherburn of Hanover 5, Kenil Morgan of St. Mary 4, Noel Roberts of St. Anne 3, and Aidan Ellington of Kingston in lane number 2. I'm not seeing lane number 5, so 5 should have been Weatherburn of Hanover. He's not there. So somebody says shout out Khalil West if you see him. Sure will. So again, it's Hayden, Reed, Hamilton, Morgan, Roberts, Ellington. Only 6 in this one. So as the gun sends them off and running, it's a man in 4, Morgan of St. Mary, who responds best to the gun. On the outside, going well in 6, Hamilton of Clarendon. It's Hamilton of Clarendon who is forcing the early pace here as he goes down the back stretch. It's Hamilton of Clarendon who has the advantage. 200 meters gone now, and Hamilton of Clarendon is not letting up any. It's Hamilton of Clarendon, the man on the outside from Manchester. Hayden wants to go with him, but it's Hamilton of Clarendon who leads, and Hayden of Manchester is there as well. Hamilton of Clarendon though continues to lead as they come into the home stretch. It's a man, Roberts, Noel Roberts of St. Anne was found another care. Noel Roberts of St. Anne goes by Hamilton, and Noel Roberts is sprinting now to the line, and he has enough time to almost stop, point at the clock, and he's going to win it. On the outside, Hayden of Manchester finishes in second. So Noel Roberts in the light blue of St. Anne will make it. The only one from this heat, 1:02.12. He will go into the final, Noel Roberts of St. Anne. Next up is the under 15 girls, 400 meters. So let's give you the qualifiers first for the under 13 boys 400 meters. O'Dane Gordon of Westmoreland 58.16, Joshua Atkinson of St. Andrew 58.39, Joshua Williams of St. Catherine 59.61. Kimiko Gale of St. Catherine, 59.62. Marquis Robinson of St. Elizabeth, 59.68. Jaden Blake of Trelawney, 1 minute 00.41. Andrew McKenzie of St. Thomas, 1 minute 00.57. And Noel Roberts of St. Anne, 1 minute 02.12. So the under 15 girls is up next. I think I'm going to just do that from the stadium, so you'll hear my voice over this stadium mic. I'll run up there and do that from there now.
Lane number 1 is on track. Lane number 7, Jamaica from Trelawney. Lane 6 from St. Catherine, Amara Greaves. Lane 5, Claire Gill from Manchester. Lane number 4, Britannia Young from Westmoreland. Lane 3 from St. Mary's, Camila Kelly. And lane number 2 from St. Andrew, Adela Entry.
White line. Thank you. On your mark. Just grab the line. Set.
So, only 6 in this one. And on the outside is coming very to the gun. Now it's like lane number 6. That's Greaves of St. Catherine. And we're outside the now of Trelawney. And Greaves of St. Catherine is running the first 150 on the other side. I've seen coming through in lane 2 that looks to be steady. But on the outside, continuing to run strong with Greaves of St. Catherine. Here comes the green of now of St. Andrew. And then on the challenging Greaves of St. Catherine. It's Hendricks of St. Andrew. Greaves of St. Catherine. At the chance now, it's Hendricks of St. Andrew. Hendricks of St. Andrew has the advantage and he's pushing. Remember, only going out for a step into the final. And that looks like a Lola Hendricks of St. Andrew who's going to the first step into the final of the under 15 girls, 400 meters. Hendricks with a well-timed race, takes it 1:07.65, and in front Greaves of St. Catherine finishing in second, and Manchester, that's clear there. Well back for the times in just a second, but the fast time again for Hendricks of St. Andrew, 1:07.65. So let's go now to heat number 2. And the girls are under 15, 400 meters. We'll start with lane number 8, Gabriella Core of St. Anne. It's going to be in lane number 8, lane number 7. Jada Crawford of St. Thomas, lane number 6. Ella Rashford of St. James, lane number 5. In the 4, JTA, St. Mary, and number 3, Gabriel Stevenson of St. Andrew.
On your mark.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Winston Harrison, and we have on track heat number 2 in the girls under 15 400 meters. Only 5 athletes in this one, so they're down the back straight. Running what we see, Stanique Bruce from St. Elizabeth. Only the winner guaranteed of a spot 2. The final, then the next 4 best times. So look at Stanique Bruce with less than 200 to run. Let's see if Bruce can maintain this lead. Second best, we see Stevenson from St. Andrew. Remember, only the winner guaranteed a spot. Stevenson steps on the accelerator now. She goes in chase of Bruce. So Stevenson wants to secure automatic qualification. Xavier Stevenson from St. Andrew came here with a mission. She wants to ensure she's in the final to secure points for her parish. Look at Xavier Stevenson from St. Andrew. She stops the clock at the minute 06.34. Second, Stanique Bruce from St. Elizabeth. And in third, we see JTA Crawford from St. Thomas. So the time now confirmed for Xavier Stevenson, a minute 06.41. Second from St. Elizabeth, Stanique Bruce, a minute 09.30. And in third is actually Layla Rattray from St. James, a minute 16.06. So that concludes heat number 2 of 4 as we get set for heat number 3. So the penultimate heat is on track. With the lane assignments in lane number 8 from Westmoreland, we have Inera Clark. Lane 7 from St. Thomas, Alexis Robinson. Lane number 6 from Kingston, Vanicia Murray. Lane number 5, Renisha Levy from St. Elizabeth. And in lane number 3, Aisha Morris from St. Catherine. So only 5 athletes contesting heat number 3.
In 7, Alexis Robinson of St. Thomas. In 6, Vanicia Murray of Kingston. In 5, Vanicia Levy of St. Elizabeth. 4, Angeline Marks of Hanover. And lane number 3, Aisha Morris of St. Catherine.
So the task is to win or go faster than 1 minute 16.07 seconds to have a chance of contesting the final come tomorrow. They're sent to their marks. Sent away for heat number 3 of 4. Let's see how they will do in this one. Going well is Murray from Kingston. And also renewal on the outside, we see Clark from Westmoreland. Remember, only the winner guaranteed a spot in the final, then the next 4 best times. So look at Inera Clark from Westmoreland. She has the command on the field. Less than 200 meters to go in this one. Inera Clark from Westmoreland. Second best we see Vanicia Murray from Kingston. But Inera Clark from Westmoreland, she wants to ensure she's in the grand finale. So Clark from Westmoreland ahead of Murray from Kingston, and third we see Morris from St. Catherine. But Inera Clark, she's stepping away from Murray to secure her spot to the final. She stops the clock at minute 05.85. We await confirmation of her time. So 105.87, the fastest time we've seen so far. And that goes to Inera Clark from Westmoreland. Second, Vanessa Murray from Kingston, 108.17. She occupies one of the non-automatic spots. And Aisha Morris from St. Catherine, a minute 10.17. One more section to come in the girls under 15 400 meters.
Positions with two from St. Catherine at 112. That's Cruz and Morris.
So the task for the athletes in heat number 4, they have to win or go faster than 1 minute 12 flat to have a chance of contesting the final tomorrow. And what a showdown that promises to be. So the lane assignments for heat number 4. Lane 7 from Manchester, Amelia Pitter. Lane number 6 from St. Anne, Christina Williams. Lane 5, Felicia Hines from Kingston. Lane number 4 from Portland, Kayla Edwards. Lane number 3 from Hanover, Dashay Dixon. And in lane number 2 from Trelawney, Rikanya Cooper.
On your mark.
So they're under the starters' instructions for the final heat. Sent away cleanly for heat number 4. So winner go faster than 1 minute 12 flat. Looking lane number 4, Kayla Edwards from Portland. She's running well also on the outside. We have Pitter from Manchester. So Edwards from Portland, she continues to lead this one. So Kayla Edwards, she has the command here with less than 150 meters to run. Can Kayla Edwards hold on to the lead as we see a mad rush from Amelia Pitter from Manchester? Remember, only the winner guaranteed a spot to the final. Kayla Edwards from Portland, she leads ahead of Amelia Pitter. Let's see if Pitter will find a response here. So Kayla Edwards from Portland ahead of Amelia Pitter from Manchester. Remember, only the winner guaranteed a spot. Kayla Edwards to the line from Portland. She stops the clock at a minute 10.22. She wins ahead of Amelia Pitter from Manchester for heat number 4. We await confirmation for heat number 4. So Kayla Edwards wins in a minute 10.37 seconds from Portland. So she books her spot to the grand finale. And that will conclude the girls under 15 400 meters. So the top 8 qualifiers, unofficially the fastest, coming in heat number 3 from Westmoreland, 105.87, Inera Clark. Second from St. Andrew, Xavier Stevenson, 106.41. Abiola Hendricks from St. Andrew, 107.71. Vanessa Murray from Kingston, 108.17. Stanit Bruce from St. Elizabeth, 109.30. Same time awarded to Gabrielle Kaur from St. Anne. Aisha Morris from St. Catherine, a minute 10.17. And the final qualifier from Portland, Kayla Edwards, a minute 10.37. So those are the 8 unofficial qualifiers to the final of the girls under 15 400 meters. The next event on track will be the under 15 boys in the 400 meters. So 4 sections to come. The winner assured of a spot to the final, then the next 4 best times.
Johnson of St. Elizabeth, lane number 3, Sanjay McIntosh of St. Mary, and lane number 2, Devontae Gardner of Westmead.
So in lane number 8, we have Sujay Sims from St. Catherine. In 6, Corey Wright from Kingston. 5, Dimitri Marriott from St. Thomas. 4, Ramesh Tomlinson from St. Elizabeth. In 3, Sanjay McIntosh from St. Mary. And in 2 from Westmoreland, Devontae Gardner. Off and running for heat number 1. Let's see who will secure their spot automatically to the final. Running well in the middle of the track, we see Ramesh Tomlinson from St. Elizabeth. They go by the marathon tunnel. So Tomlinson goes by Marriott, and also running well on the outside, that's Sujay Sims from St. Catherine. So Ramesh Tomlinson wants to secure his spot automatically. He has company by way of Marriott from St. Thomas and Sims from St. Catherine as they transition into the home straight. So Tomlinson continues to lead. Pressing on the outside is Sujay Sims from St. Catherine. Also running well, Dimitri Marriott from St. Thomas. So Tomlinson from St. Elizabeth, can he hold on to take the victory? Ramesh Tomlinson from St. Elizabeth, he stops the clock at a minute 00.56 as he books his spot to the final of the under 15 boys 400 meters. The time now confirmed for Tomlinson, a minute 00.63. Second, Dimitri Marriott from St. Thomas, 101.47. And in third from St. Catherine, 101.94. Sujay Sims. That's the top 3 for heat number 1 as we make way for heat number 2. So the lane assignments for heat number 2. In lane number 8 from St. Elizabeth, Dejon Swaby. In 7 from Kingston, Vernon Simmons. In 6 from Manchester, Davian Gillespie. In 5 from St. Andrew, Zidon Wright. In 4, Chavez Holgate from Portland. And in lane number 3 from St. Catherine, Traquan Douglas. Sent away cleanly for heat number 2 of 4 in the boys under 15 400 meters. Remember, only the winner guaranteed a spot. Then the next 4 best times. So a brisk start for Holgate from Portland in 3 as he closes down and Wright from St. Andrew. So Holgate with the advantage based on the stagger. 200 to run in this one. A move now being made by Vernon Simmons from Kingston. So as they enter the home straight, it's Vernon Simmons from Kingston. He has a commanded advantage. Second best we see Zidon Wright from St. Andrew. He's been challenged by Holgate from Portland, but way out in front, Vernon Simmons from Kingston. He is well on his way to take victory and secure his spot. He stops the clock at a minute 00.61. And second, Zidon Wright from St. Andrew. Third, Chavez Holgate from Portland. So that's the top 3 for heat number 2 in the boys under 15 400 meters. Time now confirmed for Vernon Simmons from Kingston, a minute 00.70. Second, Zidon Wright from St. Andrew, 102.09. And in third, Chavez Holgate from Portland, 102.61. So second and third, Wright and Holgate currently occupying 2 of the 4 non-automatic spots with 2 more heats to go.
running goes through from 6-1. Heat number 3 is up next.
So heat number 3 is next on track. Heat 3 or 4, the penultimate heat. Lane number 8 from St. Thomas, Nashawn Prince. Lane 7 from Clarendon, Leon Roberts. Lane number 6 from Manchester, Taquan Dawkins. Lane 5 from St. Andrew, Zachary Holcomb. Lane number 4 from Trelawney, Jermaine Clark. And in lane number 3 from St. Anne, Javari Morris. The penultimate heat in the under 15 boys, 400 meters. The athletes are sent to their marks. Sent away cleanly for the penultimate heat in the under 15 boys, 400 meters. Running best of all in lane number 6, that's Dawkins from Manchester. Closes down Roberts and Prince on his outside. So look at Taquan Dawkins. He has the lead in this one, running well on the inside. That's Morris from St. Anne. Let's see if Dawkins will be able to maintain this lead with 200 to run. Morris from St. Anne. No, mounts a response. So Javari Morris from St. Anne takes command of this one. Also running well is Holcomb from St. Andrew. So as they enter the home straight, we see the battle between Morris and Holcomb. Problems there for Taquan Dawkins from Manchester. So Javari Morris from St. Anne steps away from Zachary Holcomb from St. Andrew as he stops the clock at a minute 00.30 to book his spot safely to the final. So Javari Morris from St. Anne, the time now confirmed, a minute 00.33. Second, Zachary Holcomb from St. Andrew, a minute 01.73. Currently in an automatic spot. And Nashawn Prince in third from St. Thomas, 104.89. His time will not be good enough with one more section to come. So the lane assignments for the final heat in the boys under 15 400 meters. Lane number 8 from St. Anne, Malik Roberts. Lane 7 from Clarendon, Garfield McKenzie. Lane number 6 from Hanover, Zidane Dawes. Lane 5 from Portland, Tyrese Nelson. Lane number 4 from Trelawney, Raheem Willis. Lane 3 from St. Mary, Keyshawn Smith. And in lane number 2 from Westmoreland, Damain Spence. So there's a break at the start. So the task is to win or go faster than 102.09 to have a chance of advancing to the grand finale. So only 6 athletes reporting for the start. They're sent to their marks for the second time of asking. Off and running for heat number 4. So winner go faster than 102.09 to have a chance of advancing to the grand finale. Look to Nelson from Portland in lane number 5. Tyrese Nelson leading this one with 200 meters to run. Tyrese Nelson stating his intentions of securing automatic qualification. Second best is Dawes from Hanover as they enter the home straight. So Tyrese Nelson ahead of Zidane Dawes, the top two at the moment. Can Dawes take control of Nelson? So Dawes and Nelson, the top two here. Remember, only the winner guaranteed a spot to the final. Look at Zidane Dawes from Hanover. He takes command and goes by Nelson. So Zidane Dawes from Hanover, he wins and stops the clock at 103.63 to book his spot to the final. So the winning time for Zidane Dawes from Hanover, 103.70. Second, Tyrese Nelson from Portland, 104.05. And in third, Keyshawn Smith from St. Mary, 105.82. So that concludes the under 15 boys 400 meters. So the top 8 unofficially. The fastest from St. Anne, Javari Morris, a minute 00.33. Ramesh Tomlinson from St. Elizabeth, a minute 00.63. Vernon Simmons from Kingston, a minute 00.70. From St. Thomas, Dimitri Marriott, 101.47. Zachary Holcomb from St. Andrew, 101.73. Sujay Sims from St. Catherine, 101.94. Zidane Brown from St. Andrew, 102.09. And the final qualifier from Hanover, Zidane Dawes, 103.70. So those are the top 8 in the under 15 boys 400 meters. The next event on track will be the girls under 9 150 meters. That event will get underway at 2:30 p.m. So I want to thank all the viewers for joining our coverage of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. So let us know in the chat where you're joining from and the parish that you are rooting for this year's staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. So you can get all the live results from the 2026 staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships on Roster Athletics. You can go online or go to the Google Play Store or the Apple Store and download the app Roster Athletics to view all the results and the point standings. So we see Tanya Spencer, she's supporting Trelawney. Aisha Stevens representing St. James. Marsha Booth representing Clarendon. Ashanique Ferran, St. Elizabeth. So we have a mixture of representatives for the different parishes, and we'd love to see some of you join the action live here in the National Stadium in Kingston, Jamaica, as this is the birthplace of greatness. It starts right here at the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. So Tanya Spencer sending a huge shout out to Roshane Reed. Michael Johnson representing for Portland. Favoran representing St. Thomas. And we have a viewer joining from New York. We thank you for joining our broadcast. Remember to like, comment and share so all other persons will be able to enjoy our coverage here on TrackalertsTV, and you can help us to grow our channel so we'll be able to bring more broadcasts of track and field right here from the land of speed to the world. Kayla Vernon representing Portland. Julian Wilson from St. Anne. A huge shout out to Jaden McFarling from Aisha Stevens, as she's expecting big things from Jaden. Tequin Donaldson sending a huge shout out to Kingston. So we have live action in the girls' open high jump. So it's early in the competition, but the leader, Britannia Blight, she cleared 1.25 meters, so too Yolanda White and Andronique Jarrett, all clearing 1.25 meters on their first attempt. So that competition is early, and we'll give you the results as those become available. So with 3 events scored so far, we have the boys high jump open, the girls shot put open, and the girls under 9 ball throw. We have some point updates to the point standings. So only 9 parishes have amassed points thus far. In 9th position with 3.5 points, Hanover. In 8th position with 5 points, Manchester. In 7th position with 6 points, Portland. 6th position with 7.5 points, St. Andrew. In 5th position with 9 points, St. Anne. In 4th position with 12 points, St. Thomas. And the top 3 after just 3 events scored with 16 points. In 3rd position, Westmoreland. Now for the top 2, 2nd position, they're 4 points behind the leader. They're on 24 points. The Breadbasket Parish, St. Elizabeth, and the leaders only after 3 events scored. They are leading. They have amassed 28 points thus far. St. Catherine, as they want to win this championships. Last year's championships was very close. As St. Andrew was second with 269, and the winners last year, St. Catherine, 270.83. So it was really close last year. And St. Catherine, they are here, and they have one mission, and that's to defend their title. But they will be pressed by St. Andrew and St. Elizabeth, so to St. Thomas, as we'll have exciting action on the track and in the field, as we are on the way to crown the champions for the 2026 staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. So Cadian is joining us from St. Catherine, and we have a viewer from Florida. They are cheering for St. Thomas. So for all the updates on the events that have been contested so far, the results are live on Roster Athletics, so you can get the app from the Google Play Store or the Apple Store, or you can go to meets.rosterathletics.com to get all the results. So Posh Berry sending shout-outs to her nephew, Shadwin Shaw. Please let us know which parish your nephew is representing. A lot of supporters here from Manchester. Latoya Butner representing well for Manchester. Hyacinth Miller sending shout-outs for the entire team from Westmoreland. Chanel Illis cheering on St. Mary. And Jody sending a huge shout out to her birth parish, St. Anne, but she's also representing St. Andrew, as that is where she lives, and her son is from that parish. So Tracy and Anglin representing Westmoreland and sending a huge shout out to her son, Travaine Gordon. And Travaine, your mother loves you and she's letting the world know that. We have Jehan Sewell joining us from Maryland. And she sends a huge shout out to Akeelia Sewell from St. Anne. So let us know which event you're excited for and the athletes that you're excited to see here for the 2026 staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. So remember to join us at 2:30 for the girls under 9, 150 meters. Once again, I'll give you the point standings. Only 9 parishes scoring so far. In 9th position with 3.5 points, Hanover. 8th position on 5 points, Manchester. 7th position on 6 points, Portland. In 6th position with 7.5 points, St. Andrew. In 5th with 9 points, St. Anne. 4th position, St. Thomas in 12 points. Westmoreland are occupying 3rd on 16 points. 2nd, St. Elizabeth 24 points, and the leaders, the defending champions with 28 points, St. Catherine. So that's the point standings after 3 events scored. So that's the boys high jump open, the girls shot put open, and the girls under 9 cricket ball throw. So a lot of action to be contested on the track and in the field, and we'll do our best to keep you abreast of all the action so you don't miss out. So remember to get Roster Athletics from the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store to get live results of the 2026 staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. So I'll now hand over to Javon Keys.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Winston. Thank you so very much, Winston Harrison. One of the voices you'll be hearing throughout the day here at the 41st staging. It's day 1 of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships 2026. Now, of course, as I said to you earlier, this is a partnership that has been grounded in many years of strong collaboration. And with me this afternoon is the chairman of the JTA's National Sports Committee, Mr. Winston Robinson. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing well. I'm alive. We're here, we're enjoying what is happening.
So it's been weeks of preparation, weeks of getting things together. How are you feeling seeing day 1 on the way? And what's been the sentiment you're getting from the spectators and the JTA representatives that you've been interacting with?
Well, I'm happy that day 1 is here. You know, as you have said earlier, it takes some doing. You know, we have been meeting and, you know, we're seeing the rewards of those meetings. You know, we're seeing where we were able to, this year, to start kinda on time, and that was good. We are on time, which is extremely good because we know we intend to finish at 5. As it relates to the Patron, they are enjoying what is happening, and that is what it is all about. But most importantly, our student athletes, this meet is for them. So once they are happy, then I'm sure the JTA and Sagicor will definitely be happy, along with our other sponsors.
Indeed, and of course, thanks to the team from World Class Athletics ensuring that we're getting fast and accurate results. But I mean, you spoke to the importance of our students, and we have more than 1,000 students participating today, representing all the parishes.
Yeah, that is good. For persons who would want to understand or don't know, how is it that we ended up at this point? You know, they started from our districts associations. There are 78 of those in Jamaica from the JTA. So what happened is that the schools within those districts, they will participate to see which school is the best. And from that, then the best will form what they call their district teams, and they will participate in their parish championship. And from the parish championship now, this is what you're getting. the best come to represent their parish, and we can report happily that all 14 parishes are present and rearing to go.
And of course, as Mr. Robinson indicated, it's been weeks of preparation, weeks of coming together. And I mean, one of the things that stood out for me this year is that despite Hurricane Melissa late last year, those parishes are still ready and rearing to go. I mean, of course, some of them had to take some unique strategies to ensure that their students were prepared for the meet this year.
And I'm saying to you that I am very happy that we made this decision to carry through, because there's something that seems to fly under the radar for most part, is how these championships assist. And what I mean by that, I will explain to you to say that we know, especially after the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa, there are many of our student athletes that are living in less than ideal condition. What happened with these championships is that when they come here, we are expecting, especially our senior athletes, the grade 6, to get what we call scholarships. And there are times when these scholarships will take them to institutions that have boarding institution, and they will become a boarder. So think about it from this point of view. That child who is living that less than ideal condition is removed from that. What that does, that brings some amount of ease and to the parents, and also improve the living condition of that child. So in essence, these meet also help to assist families.
It's a stepping stone for these students.
Yes, man, and also their families too as well. Because just think about that mother and father, or both mother and father, who know that that child is taken out of that condition. They will live a little bit easier.
Absolutely, and already a number of scouts from a number of major high schools, including mine, are here today looking at the athletes to see which ones may very well secure themselves an opportunity to be able to advance their athletic careers. And it really all starts here, Mr. Robinson.
Definitely, that is the case. You know, this is what it means for us. You know, throughout our now 41 years, we have catered to over 40,000 athletes. And if you should check, our data is saying to us 75%, at least 75% of the world beaters that represented Jamaica came through this meet. So it definitely starts here.
Which is why this year's theme has an addendum to it, which is
the unearthing of Jamaica's world beaters. It couldn't be anything less than that.
And of course, as you heard from us earlier, I mean, if you call names like Usain Bolt, Shelley and Fraser Price, and even Veronica Campbell-Brown, they really all started here. Now, of course, we would not be here without our sponsor, and of course, Sagicor Group Jamaica is title sponsor for this meet, and of course, we've pumped in this event more than 16 million Jamaican dollars, but you also have other kind sponsors and partners that have helped to make this event possible. So I know Mr. Robinson is going to give us an idea of who those sponsors are, but of course, we thank those of you at home watching as well here live on TrackalertsTV. It is the place to be. If it is that you can't make it here to the National Stadium here in Kingston, Jamaica, we encourage you to stay tuned, like, share, subscribe, and we encourage you as well, if you can make it to the National Stadium, to join us. It's just 500 Jamaican dollars for adults, $300 for students in uniform or school gear, and we encourage you to come on and support this meet. Today is day one. Day 2 takes place tomorrow, but of course, Mr. Robinson, you have our sponsors, and what you want to say to them?
Yeah. Well, you know, must extend our gratitude, and we are glad that you have seen the vision and you are a part of it. So we must highlight the Sagicor Foundation, as you made mention of, the Sagicor Group, the Jamaica Teachers Association Credit Union. We must also highlight KSAMC. We must big up Big Joe and Atlas Protection, Mothers Enterprise, Chartwood Teachers College, GC Foster College, St. Joseph Teachers College, the Jamaica University Foundation, Showtime Ambulance, and yes, National Baking.
So all those kind sponsors and partners again have come on board supporting something that is critical to Jamaica's track and field infrastructure. Again, 41 years of excellence and unearthing the great world beaters from Jamaica. So anything else that you'd like to say to the more than, last time I checked, more than 800 people watching online from across the world?
What I will say to you is that continue to support these kind of meet. As we said, that these are the grassroots, And if we are into nation building, we can't start building. We know we don't start building from the top. So, you know, what you do when you come to these meets, when you come and cheer on these athletes, it does much for their morale. And, you know, your sponsorship, we always will take new ones. So for those, and I'm saying to corporate Jamaica, you're looking on, we can take some more sponsorship. So you're free to come on board.
Absolutely, absolutely. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, as Winston shared with you earlier, the points standing are rolling in. Most of our finals are in fact tomorrow. We have a special event this year for our students with students with special needs. Well, tell us a little bit about that event.
All right, so what happened is that our president, Mark Malava, instructed the sports committee that he wanted this meet to be a little bit more inclusive. So he asked us to incorporate those persons with special needs. However, the committee met and we decided that we are going to look at student athletes with intellectual disabilities. So we will be having 32 of those student athletes participating tomorrow at 2 p.m.
So you don't want to miss that. And of course, we will have our opening ceremony, which is around that time as well. So you want to see the parade of athletes representing their parishes. And we'll also have as well our usual invitational prep school races that will take place. So what is simple is that you just don't want to miss anything. So stay tuned here on TrackalertsTV.
And we don't want to miss our entertainment package because this year we have no other than Lali. So come out and, you know, be a part of that entertainment and let us dance the night away.
Which means that you just don't want to miss it. So join us here at the National Stadium in Kingston, Jamaica. And if you cannot, stay tuned to TrackalertsTV Live. And of course, Winston, as well as our announcer, Davian Nugent, will also take you through the events taking place on the track. So until our next interview, whenever that is, I'm Javon Keys, and you heard from Mr. Winston Robinson, Chair of the National Sports Committee for the JTA. So please stay tuned.
Listen, I wonder if we can find a weirdo.
So a huge thank you to Javon Keys for conducting that interview. You heard from the chairman, Mr. Winston Robinson. He chairs the National Sports Committee for the Jamaica Teachers Association, JTA. So we're seeing here Jennifer Gooden. She's a mom of Ariana Lewis, saying to her she should do her best, as only her best is good enough, and she loves her always. Dockery Holcomb sending a huge shout out to the team from Kingston. Sasha Lee Cunningham representing from Westmoreland, and a huge shout out to her daughter Ariana White. And Dockery Holcomb also bigging up Zachary Holcomb, as we saw him in the 400, and that's her little brother. Takayla Vernon is from Portland, sending shout outs to Kijon Harris and Zamonique. So Judy Lewis saying to Raheem Willis that she loves you and she wants the world to know, as we ask that you continue to like, share and subscribe, and also send your comments, and we'll do our best to go through and highlight as much as we can. So share the link with your family, friends, your co-workers, and ensure that they are able to watch the action of the 2026 staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. As you heard the theme, the unearthing of Jamaica's world beaters. It really and truly begins here, because all the athletes that we see represent Jamaica, majority of them, they started here and they got that grassroots development to then become a world beater. So meets like these are very important as we seek to unearth the talented youths that we have across Jamaica and help to hone their talent. And as you know, the high schools, they come here to do their recruiting as they continue to develop their programs as the athletes matriculate to the high school level, and then some will go to the collegiate level, both locally and internationally, and then on to the professional ranks and to represent Jamaica. So we want to thank you for joining our broadcast for day number 1 of the 2026 staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. And this could not be possible without the sponsors. The title sponsors, Sagicor Foundation and the Sagicor Group, and they contributed a whopping $16 million for this year's staging. Now we are grateful for their contribution so we can continue to have this development meet. We have sponsors such as the JTA Cooperative Credit Union, the Short-Time Medical Services, Mothers Enterprise, the National Bakery, the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, the Atlas Group, Pure Country, Shortwood Teachers College, the Michael Foundation, St. Joseph Teachers College, and the GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sports. And it would not be possible without the sponsors. So a hearty congratulations and a hearty thanks to all the sponsors for coming on board this year, for making this one a success. So Jessie Brown sending a huge shout out to Ronaldo James from St. James, that's her nephew, and a huge happy birthday to him, and she really loves him. So Chantel Allen sending a huge shout out to the team from Manchester, Kevin Jemison representing for Team Portland. Carissa Gordon from St. Mary is being cheered on by Coral Gardner, sending loves and God's protection. So Barbara Mills sending a huge shout out to Akila Sewell from St. Anne and saying she should do her best and sending all her love. Jaden Warlock sending shout out to Akila Mars from Trelawney. Another shout out to Katie, her niece, Zamonique from Portland. To Patricia Watson sending shout out to Tishane Gowdy from Manchester. Shout out coming from Natoya Lewis for Kanye Thompson from Westmoreland. So this is where it all starts, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you for joining our broadcast and we ask that you like and subscribe to our channel, and remember to share so that your friends, your co-workers, your family members, they can tune in and enjoy the action as well. As the next event on track will be the girls under 9 150 meters. That event is scheduled for 2:30. So the girls high jump open is in progress, and the leader we have Chesani Collard. She represents St. Thomas. She cleared 1.30 meters on her first attempt. So did Nashana Daly and Kamoy Jones. So Kamoy Jones, Akila Nelson also clearing 1.30 meters with one attempt left for Berthania Blythe at 1.30 meters. So 13 competitors are left in the competition. We'll make that 12 as Tanique Bruce exited the competition at 1.25 meters. So a big shout out to Akila Sewell from St. Anne, from her mom, saying that she loves her and only her best is good enough, and she's looking forward to her in the under 9 girls 150 meters. Hersha Mendez sending congratulations to her niece Aisha from Trelawney. Warren Lynch saying all the best to Leah, Janae and Amelia representing St. Anne, and they're very proud of you. Lorraine Lawrence sending a huge shout out to all the Portlanders. And Yannick Hay, also a supporter for the Portland team. So continue to send your shout outs to the different parish teams and the different athletes that you are cheering on. We will resume action at 2:30 with the girls under 9, 150 meters. So stay tuned for action at 2:30 p.m.
Boys, 150 meters. They're coming up next on track. We will, as usual, have 4 sections. The winner of each plus the next 4 best on times to advance to the final. Here's the lineup for the first. Lane number 8 will have Rhea McLean of St. Thomas. Lane 7, Brian Paul, Kingston. Lane 6, Emmanuel Longmore, St. Elizabeth. Lane 5, occasionally Edwards, Trelawney. Lane 4, Kelly Reed, Clarendon. Lane 3, Keandra McLean, St. James. And Lane 2, Anastasia Francis, Manchester High. Manchester, away we go for the first section. 150 meters for the U9 girls. Brian Paul of Kingston, looking a goal from lane number 7. Paul comes through to take the win for the course at the finish. Started in 7.
So that was heat 1 of the under 9 girls 150 meters. And Francis, well, let's wait on that. Because right now they have Francis of Manchester winning with 25.42. Longmore of St. Elizabeth second, 25.44. So we'll wait on that because I think someone changed lanes.
We started in 7, finished in 6.
Yeah. So a little bit of difficulties in determining the positions. So we'll allow that one to play out as I review the tape. But we can tell you that the West Indies, they're 175 for 5. They trail the Sri Lankans by 133 runs now. Captain Chase, Ruston Chase at the crease with Amir Shangu. So let's give you the lineup for the second section. First of all, we'll start with lane 8, Kenna Johnson of Trelawney. In lane 6, Ashanique Theron of St. Elizabeth. Carissa Clacken of St. Thomas is in 6. Christinique Douglas of Clarendon in 5. Tisana Henry of St. James in 4. Tilly Lurch of Manchester in 3. Tamoya Wilson of St. Mary occupies lane number 2. It's been a long hot day here in Kingston, and we're at second heat of the under 9 girls 150 as the girls are sent off and running. It's Clacken of St. Thomas in 6 who has the advantage here. Look at the little dynamo from St. Thomas go. It's Carissa Clacken of St. Thomas who is stretching away from everyone. Clacken of St. Thomas is going to come through to win this one. Carissa Clacken skip and jump across the line. 23.54 the flash time for Carissa Clacken. And that is adjusted to 23.60, the wind speed negative 1.3, and that is going to ensure that Carissa Clacken makes it into the final. Second, Ashanique Theron with 24.64, Christinique Douglas of Clarendon third, 25.10. But I'll tell you what, Carissa Clacken of license in St. Thomas, representing for St. Thomas, will be one to watch in the U9 girls, the under 9 girls sprints, not just the 150, but the 80 meters as well. She is a super talented youngster. Lane, let's start with the third heat of the under 9 girls 150. We have Kalisa Gordon of St. Anne's 8, Naomi Vassal of Westmoreland 7, Lillian Cade of St. Mary 6, Dominique Seaborn of St. Catherine in 5, Adriana Lewis of St. Andrew in 4, in 3 Kevinique White of Portland, and in lane 2 Samoya Francis of Kingston. Again, it's been a hot day here in Kingston. Football going on as France, they lead the Norway team by 2 goals to 1 after less than 30 minutes gone. Dembele on the double for the French team. But it's both track and field here. It's Gordon, Vassal, Cade Seaborn, Lewis White and Francis. Gunn sends them off and running. It's an even start as they go around the bend. Look to the athlete in the middle in red from St. Catherine. That's Seaborn. Seaborn being challenged on her inside now by White of Portland. Seaborn and White. It's Seaborn and White. Seaborn takes the lead over White, and Seaborn is going to take it. Dominic Seaborn of St. Catherine. The clock stopped early. Don't watch 18.12. That would be a massive record. It's not. So we await the confirmation of the time for Dominic Seaborn of St. Catherine. They have looked very good at these championships. 25.59 for Dominic Seaborn of St. Catherine. White, Kevinique White of Portland, 25.84. And second kid of St. Mary, 26.09. I wonder who Kevinique is named after. I wonder. Mr. Kevin, sir. Good afternoon to you. Kevinique White of Portland finishing second there. And we'll move to the fourth and final heat of the under 9 girls 150. We'll start with lane number 8, Alicia Williams of St. Andrew 8. Chenille Allen of Westmoreland in 6, Renisa Cousins, Portland 5, Salome Mitchell, St. Catherine 4, Achille Sewell of St. Anne in 3. As they go around the bend, that looks like Cousins of Portland who is leading, but on the outside from St. Andrew, that's Williams. Alyssa Williams of St. Andrew is taking it to this field, and it's going to be Alyssa Williams of St. Andrew wins it. 24.46 is a flash time there for Alicia Williams of St. Andrew. The little dynamo on the outside was charging in the final 100 meters. Alicia Williams confirmed 24.51. The winner, the wind speed negative 3.6. And Williams of St. Andrew automatically into the finals. Cousins of Portland 25.60 also into the final, and only those two will make it. The under 9 boys are already out there, so it's Carissa Clackin, St. Thomas, St. Andrews, Alicia Williams, Ashanique Ferrin of St. Elizabeth, Christinique Douglas of Clarendon, Anastasia Francis of Manchester, Imani Longmore of St. Elizabeth, Dominique Seaborn of St. Catherine, and Renesia Cousins of Portland. Those are the 8 into the finals of the under 9 girls 150. Let's go to the under 9 boys 150. We have Nasir Bax of St. Mary in 2, Evian Ryan of Westmoreland in 3, Nicholas Miller of Trelawney in 4. As the gun sends them off and running on the outside, that's Hamilton. Tahiman Hamilton of St. Catherine in 7, who has the lead. Also on the inside, that looks like Ryan of Westmoreland. It's Ryan of Westmoreland digging, but Hamilton of St. Catherine is going to win it. That was actually Miller of Trelawney in second, but Damian Hamilton of St. Catherine takes it. His name is spelled differently. I hope I pronounced it right. So the man from St. Catherine, 23.25, takes it. The wind speed at negative 2.8. I think it was from Trelawney, lane 4. That was Miller who finished second. It was Nicholas Miller of Trelawney, 23.61. Ajay Taylor of St. Anne, third, 24.26. And we'll move to heat 2. E2 scheduled for 2:43, so we're just about 5 minutes ahead of the schedule now, which is a good thing.
Lane 5, Conjure de Costa St. Mary. In 4, Jaden McLean St. Catherine. Lane 3, Ronaldo James of St. James. And lane 2.
So we have Liam Drysdale of St. Andrew in 8, Kemar White of St. Thomas 7, Ferrari Malcolm Hanover in 6, Caldrade DaCosta St. Mary in 5, Jaden McLean of St. Catherine 4, Ronaldo James of St. James in 3, and Chad Wayne Shaw of Westmoreland occupies lane number 2. So the gun sends him off and running. Drysdale, Liam Drysdale of St. Andrew on the outside gets a good start. Here comes the man from St. Catherine. That's Jaden McLean. Jaden McLean in a lane number 4 takes the front. Jaden McLean of St. Catherine has this one all wrapped up. It's Jaden McLean who's going to take it from lane number 4, 23:47. The flash time for Jaden McLean of St. Catherine. The team from St. Catherine continues to look spectacular. The defending champions. So Jaden McLean, St. Catherine, 23.55 winning it. The wind speed negative 2.0. Drysdale of St. Andrew currently sits in a non-automatic spot at 23.88. So to James of St. James, that's Ronaldo James of St. James at 24.55. Heat number 3 is up next. That one scheduled for 2:46. So 5 minutes ahead. Again we remain. So let's give it a lineup for this one. Antoine Beckford of Hanover should be in 8. In 7, Klein Brady of St. Elizabeth. In 6, Daniel Fuller of Portland. In 5, Rivaldo Powell of Manchester. In 4, that's Tanjay Reid of Kingston. In 3, Kmar Reid of Clarendon. And lane number 2, the Sani Gooden of St. James. West Indies now creeping up on the Sri Lankan total. They're 188 for 5. And the gun sends them off and running now. On the inside, what's going on there? Somebody, wow, the man from Manchester was all over the place there. And it's the man from St. Elizabeth, Brady. That's Kylan Brady of St. Elizabeth who holds the advantage. It's going to be Kylan Brady of St. Elizabeth who wins it. The man from Manchester, Rivaldo Powell, finished in second, but he should have been in lane 5. At one point I saw him in lane number 2. I was wondering what was going on, but that was indeed Rivaldo Powell of Manchester in second. So the wind speed a massive negative 3.8, but Kylan Brady of St. Elizabeth 24:07 finishing or winning that one, and is automatically into the final. Again, we'll await what happens for the other qualifiers as Rivaldo Powell of Manchester was all over the place. He started in 5, went to lane 2, went back to 4, and then into 5. Around the bend as well. So we'll figure out what happens with that. So the 4th and final one is up now. That's the 4th and final heat of the under 9 boys 150. We have Jaden Swaby of Clarendon 8, Christopher Gibbs of Portland 7, Joshua Trail of Trelawney 6, Shaquan Cole of St. Elizabeth 5, DeAndre Ward of Manchester in 4, Zondre Davis of St. Anne 3, and Jordan Graham of Kingston in lane number 2. So this is the 4th and final heat on the 9 boys 150, scheduled for 2:49. It's 2:44, so we remain 5 minutes ahead of the schedule. So the gun sends them off and running now. This is the 4th and final section of the under 9 boys, and it's a blue, the light blue of St. Anne, who goes first. That's Davis of St. Anne, and then the man Cole, Shaquan Cole of St. Elizabeth is challenging. It's Davis and Cole. It's Cole, Shaquan Cole of St. Elizabeth, who finished ahead of his field. Davis of St. Anne second. So Shaquan Cole 53.59 winning, the wind speed -0.1, and second Davis of St. Anne 23.71 in second. He'll get a non-automatic qualifying spot. So too Joshua Trail of Trelawney 24.22.
Is also good enough to advance to the final.
So the under 9 boys 150 is done and dusted. The under 11 girls 200 meters is up next. Then it's going to be the under 11 boys 200 meters, the under 13 girls 200, under 13 boys 200 meters, and then we'll go under 15 200 meters boys and girls, and then the 800 meters, and we close the show with the relays. So still lots of action left to come. We're scheduled to go until 4:45. So another 2 hours of track and field action left in the day. 2 more hours to go as the 200 meters are up next. 572 of you watching at home. I want to say thank you for watching, but we also would like you to like, share and subscribe. Tell a neighbor, tell a friend. We are at 405 likes. Like you to also just push those numbers up, as West Indies, they're pushing their score up as well. They're 193 for 5, and they're getting closer and closer to the Sri Lankan total. Also want to remind you, track and field international as well, meet record personal best as well for Stacey Ann Williams, 49.48 at the Zagreb Continental Tour. No, it's not Zagreb. This is Boris Ankovic Memorial Continental Tour. But the most important thing, 49.48 PB and meet record for Stacey Ann Williams. At the Zagreb meet, it was Rochelle Clayton who won the 400 hurdles with 59.54. So Clayton, that's Rochelle Clayton winning the 400 meters in Zagreb. Stacey winning the 400 at the Boris Hankov Memorial. Of course, Elaine and Brianna finishing 1-2 in Zagreb in the women's 100 meters. So Jamaica's track and field having a massive, massive Friday afternoon. The West Indies cricketers are doing really well so far against the Sri Lankans. They trailed by 115 with 5 wickets in hand. Football also going on. France now 3-1 ahead of Norway. Guess what? Hat-trick for Dembele. Everybody was looking at Mbappe, but it is Dembele who has gotten the goals so far for the French team to put them 3-1 ahead. Ousmane Dembele, he has gotten his hat-trick against Norway. Can they respond? Can Erling Haaland get a couple of goals for the Norwegians? This is an exciting match, just the first half. Norway, top of the table clash, by the way. Senegal in third now. They're 1-0 ahead of Iraq. And top of the table right now, France. If things end the way they do, France will end on 9 points, Norway on 6. Both teams will go through, and Senegal on 3. They'll have a chance to advance. But again, the big news in terms of that group, it's Ousmane Dembele with the hat-trick. That's the second World Cup hat-trick we've seen. We saw one from the GOAT, Lionel Messi. My cameraman's name is Messi, by the way, with the first World Cup 2026 World Cup hat-trick, and now we've seen a second one, Ousmane Dembele. So lots of sports happening. Probably shouldn't be telling you guys a score, because that's probably the reason why we're not at 1,000 viewers. But you can watch both of them at the same time, man. You can do a split screen and watch the football and watch Track Alerts, support the youngsters. Somebody says, thank you for your participation and performance, Akelia Swell of St. Anne. Ashanique Ferran, the champion for Team St. Elizabeth. Yes, congratulations, my nephew. Thank you for... What's happening with the boy running in lane 2? I'll have to speak with the judges about that, but can't bash them too much. These are the under 9s, and so they may not have that kind of experience to know exactly what to do, so can't bash them too much. So somebody says, from your cousin Shen, go Kev, show the world your talent. Let's go Trelawney, go Trelawney. So lots of Trelawney folks here. The 800 meters race will be starting at 4 p.m. or a few minutes after. Yeah, about that time we'll be in the 400s, and then we'll have the relays. So as I said, lots of track and field still left in the day's play. So stick and stay. Don't go nowhere. Cricket happening. And as I'm saying that, I hear the folks over by the range doing their target practice. Yes. So if you're a sport fan, today is a good day. You get your full fill. Tell people, you know, I'll watch, commentate and participate in every and all sports. If a jacks I'll play, I'll do some jacks commentary, and you wouldn't believe.
200 meters, same procedure, 4 sections. The winner of each and the
so the under 11 girls 200 meters next on track. So heat 1, we have Aliana Griffiths of Westmoreland in 8, in 7, Catalia Shirley of Trelawney, in 6, Annie Spencer of St. Elizabeth, in 5, Nicolai Samuels of Clarendon, in 4, Amelia Duncan of St. Catherine, in 3, Zenoria Sweeney of Hanover, and in 2, Shenara Allwood of St. Thomas. That's the under 11 girls 200 meters, 4 heats, the winner automatically into the final, and then 4 via times. Gunn sends them off and running now. 7 in the field, and it's Spencer of St. Elizabeth who is leading. Also in lane number 4 coming through, that's Amelia Duncan of St. Catherine, and it's Duncan of St. Catherine who leads. It's Amelia Duncan of St. Catherine who is pulling away from the rest of this field. It's going to be Amelia Duncan of St. Catherine who is going to win it. 29.83 the flash time. It looks like from St. Elizabeth, Annie Spencer in second, and then Allwood of St. Thomas in third. So Amelia Duncan 29.86 the winner. The wind speed negative 3.2. We await the time for Spencer and Allwood. Spencer 30.35 and Allwood of St. Thomas third 30.95. They both will have to wait.
And Aliana Griffiths of Westmoreland 32.60. All still with a shot of making it to the final, but still 3 sections to come. Here we go then to section 2 of the U11 girls 200 meters. Lane number 8, Khadija Watson, St. Thomas. Lane 7, Nicola Graham, St. Anne. Lane 6, Canada Jennings, St. James. Lane 5, Natalia Horton, St. Catherine. Lane 4, Rashika Morris, St. Elizabeth. Lane 3, Jalea Donaldson, Kingston. And lane 2, Malia Douglas, Clarendon.
So let's go now for the lineup for the next one, as the West Indies, they reach a 200 run mark. They're 200 for 5. So they're getting cricket and track and field in one, folks. As the second heat of the under 11 girls 200 meters is off and running. Let's see, lane number 7, that's lane number 8, that's Kadisha Watson of St. Thomas who is leading. On the inside, that's Douglas who is trying to challenge, but Kadisha Watson of St. Thomas is going to take this one quite easily. Kadisha Watson of St. Thomas is going to win it second from St. Catherine, Natalia Horton.
30.16 is the winning time. That's been adjusted to 30.21. It's negative 3.7 meters per second. Natalia Horton of St. Catherine at 31.89. Still in with a chance of qualifying for the final. Malia Douglas of Clarendon 31.99. That will not be good enough to make progress to Saturday's championship race. Third section coming up. Lane 8, Aquasia Henry, Trelawney. Lane 7, Daniela Lewis, Manchester. Lane 6, Rashina Turner, St. James. Lane 5, Salika Lindsay, St. Mary. Lane 4, Amira Minot, Portland. Lane 3, Shaquana Pusey, St. Andrew. And lane 2, Amarian Facey, St. Anne. Third and penultimate section, U11 girls, 200 meters.
So this is the third and penultimate section. Gunn sends him off and running now. Let's see who makes the first move. It looks like lane number 3. That's Pusey of St. Andrew. Shanika Pusey of St. Andrew has the advantage. It's Shakwana Pusey of St. Andrew. Shakwana Pusey has the measure of this field. She's from St. Andrew. Shakwana Pusey of St. Andrew is going to stretch away to win this one. 28.55 is the flash time for Pusey. That's the fastest in qualifying so far from Pusey. Shakwana Pusey putting on a show there.
Even though the gold medal race is not quite here yet. 28.64. Shakwana Pusey, St. Andrew is through to the final. Daniela Lewis of Manchester, 30.45. She's in a
so Pusey The wind speed negative 2.5. Pusey 28.64. Lewis of Manchester second 30.45. Third Amir Minot of Portland 30.60. Henry of Trelawney fourth 30.91. Fourth and final heat is up now. It's Amanda Simmons of St. Mary, Amika Cooper of Westmoreland, Tamara Henry of Portland, Ariel Shaw of St. Andrew, Zene Davis of Manchester, in 3 Shamir Walker of Hanover, and in 2 Samoya Fintleta of Kingston. So the gun sends them off now for the fourth and final heat. And it's lane 5, Ariel Shaw with St. Andrew. Ariel Shaw is leading on her inside walk of Hanover. Is stepping. It's Zane Davis of Manchester, Zane Davis of Manchester leads. Zane Davis of Manchester. Second Henry of Portland. Manchester, Zane Davis takes it 31.09. Zane Davis of Manchester. So Zane Davis, Manchester 31.16 into the final, and she is only one from this section who will make the final. So the under 11 girls 200 meters is done and dusted. The under 11 boys 200 meters is up next. Then we'll have the under 13 girls, under 13 boys, and then the under 15 boys and girls 200 meters.
The championship race set for Saturday. Team number 1 in 8 from Manchester, Banana Sinclair. In 7 from St. Andrew, Devon Elliott. In 6 from Portland, Raheem McKenzie. In 5 from Westmoreland, Devon Anglin. In 4 from St. Catharines, Jadot Salmon. In 3 from Trelawney, Rachel Reed. And in lane number 2 from St. Thomas, Gillian Francis. Century only for heat number 1. The Royals will be 200 meters. Let's see who will secure automatic qualification. Looking lane number 6. That's McKenzie from Portland. Also on the inside, you see Gillian Francis from St. Thomas. So Francis, he has got advantage now. Stepping away, we see Reed from Trelawney. They'll look at Gillian Francis. Stepping away from the field. He gets his spot to the final, 29.58 the flash time. Gillian Francis from St. Thomas. He wins ahead of Rasheen Reed from Trelawney. The time now confirmed 29.68 for Gillian Francis. The second Rasheen Reed from Trelawney, 30.11. Third, Jadot Salmon from St. Catharines, 30.26. Fourth, Raheem McKenzie from Portland, 30.40. And 3. The John Andrew International 45.86. Negative 1.5 meters per second the wind speed. As we turn to heat number 2. Way number 8 from Hanover. Michael Wedderburn. Lane 7 from St. Thomas, Buffalo Robinson. Lane 6 from Cameron, Matthew Pinnock. Lane number 5 from St. Andrew, John Joseph. Lane number 4 from Westmoreland, General Jolly. Lane 3 from St. Mary's, Olivia Mattis. And lane number 2 from Trelawney, Oliver Quintino. The last of the assignments 4. Lane number 2 and 4. Against the break up the stars. 22, Quintino 3, Matthews 4, Gary 5, Joseph 6, Pinnock 7, Robinson 8. Pinnock 4, heat number 2 or 4. Second Paxton. From the outside, Robinson from St. Thomas, red and red. Patron Robinson, he's posted up 160 automatic qualification. Second best receipt, Quintino Pensilani. The Patron Robinson has him above the field. He's representing St. Thomas. As he's taken away to disrespect here. The grand finale, 28.75 seconds the first time. For the John Robinson from St. Thomas, Oliver Quintino from Trelawney, came through for second. The time now confirmed for Robinson 28.84. Negative 1.2 meters per second the wind speed. The second Oliver Quintino from Trelawney. Third in an automatic spot at 29.47, through 2, Zebra Matthews from St. Mary, 29.88. As we head to the penultimate section. Lane number 8 from Canada, at the booth. Lane 7, St. Thompson from St. Mary. Lane 6, Cunningham from St. Anne. 5, Levan Newman, St. Elizabeth. 4, Jordan Green, Manchester. And 3, Jordan McFarlane, St. James. Central Training for the collective. McFarlane from St. James Andrew starting earlier for qualification in the 100 meters. Look at Jordan McFarlane, then we will on the outside. That's Cunningham. So McFarlane leads and left Cunningham. Jordan McFarlane, the class of the field, as he crosses the line in 28.63. Second, it's Cunningham from St. Anne. It is 4.4. Team number 3. Second, Denari Cunningham from St. Anne, 29.1. And in third, Jordan Green from Manchester, 29.89. So the task for lead number 4 will now go faster than 29.89. Line number 7 is Xavier Campbell from St. James. Line number 5 from St. Elizabeth, Jordan King. Line 4 from St. Andrews, Javante Henry. Line number 3 from Hanover, Nathan Lewis. And line number 2 from Portland, Jeremy Walters. So going out there for 29.89. For the chance of advancing to the championship race. Look at Jaden King and we're watching him as he passes into the home straight. Henry pulls away from King. So she's watching him at St. Andrew. He looks on his way to the quarterfinal interactive qualifying spot. So Henry stops the clock at 28.28 seconds out of Jaden King from St. Elizabeth. The time now confirmed, 28.39 for Javante Henry. Jaden King continues to 29.28 to advance as another automatic qualifier. Positive 0.1 meters per second the wind speed as we conclude the under 11 girls 200 meters.
Had to do some quick housekeeping duties there, but suffice it to say that
under 13 200 meters.
We have the
advance to number 8,
we have West Indies 213 for 5. They're trailing by just 95. So the first heat of the girls, first heat of the girls under 13 200 meters is off and running. Lane number 6, that's Kia White of St. Catherine, who's gone out best of all on the inside. Kelisa Burke of St. Thomas is also going well. It's White, Burke, St. Thomas takes command with Kelisa Burke in second. Scott of Manchester is going to be Kelisa Burke of St. Thomas, who takes the first section of the girls under 13 200 meters. 3 more sections to come, but the time now for Kelisa Burke 27.77. She's from St. Thomas. Second is Shaquille Scott of Manchester 28.21. Third, Kia White of St. Catherine 28.43.
And third, Kia White, St. Catherine 28.3. General from Portland. Maintain 2.3 the wind speed for heat number 1 as we make way for heat number 2. Lane 7, Amelia Morgan from Hanover. Lane number 5, Natalia Robert.
So heat number 2 is up next, and it looks as if we'll only have 5 in this one. Amelia Morgan of Hanover in 7, Cecilia Roberts of St. Thomas 5, Ariana Lewis of St. Andrew 4, and Shaquille Lincard of Portland in 3. So only 5 on the start list here: 7, 5, 4, and 3. So the gun sends them off and running. It's actually only 4 in this one. Ariana Lewis in 4 is going strongly, so to Catalin Lewis. But it's Ariana Lewis in lane 4 who takes command on her inside. Lingard of Portland is going well. But it's all about Ariana Lewis of St. Andrew, who has a massive lead over Lingard. Catalin Roberts is coming for second, but it's Ariana Lewis who takes it 27.30 for Ariana Lewis of St. Andrew. Lingard finishing in second, Roberts in third.
You need to talk to me. More than
27:40 the winning time for Iron Lewis of St. Andrew. 28 seconds on the nose for Lingard from Portland. And Roberts from St. Thomas 28:26. Occupying an automatic spot at the moment as we make way for penultimate section. Lane number 8 from Westmoreland, Nashika Brown. 7 from St. Andrew, Ayana Fowler. Lane 6, Anika Jameson from Manchester. Lane 5, Shannon Thomas from Trelawney. Lane 4 from St. Andrew, Greer. Lane 3, Chanel Johnson from St. Mary. And lane number 2, Richard Henry from Clarendon.
So the next heat of the under 13 girls is up next. It's going to be heat number 3. We have Nashika Brown of Westmoreland 8, Ayana Fowler of St. Andrews 7, Anika Jameson Manchester 6, Shanley Thomas of Trelawney in 5, Brianna Greer of St. Anne 4, Chanel Johnson of St. Mary 3, and Arisha Henry of Clarendon in lane number 2. So 7 in this one. A reminder, the winner automatically into the final, and then we'll take 4 via times. So the gun sends him off and running now. This is the third and penultimate heat. Lane at number 6, that's Jameson of Manchester. Anika Jameson of Manchester is leading them around the bend. It's Anika Jameson, Manchester, who has the advantage here. She has left everyone else in her stride. Here's Thomas of Trelawney trying to step forward, but it's going to be Jameson who takes it. 27.77, the flash time.
Booking her spot. Time now confirmed, 27:88 for
Anika Jameson. 27.88 confirmed. The wind speed negative 3.1. Shanley Thomas of Trelawney second, 28.29. Greer of St. Anne third, 28.89.
3.1 meters speed as we turn to the final heat. The girls under 13, 200 meters. Lane number 8 from St. Elizabeth, Tanila Jackson. Lane 7 from St. Mary, Tiana Blake. Lane 6 from Trelawney.
So the 4th and final heat is up now.
Lane number 4 from Westmoreland, Abigail Smith.
So it's Daniela Jackson of St. Elizabeth 8, Tiara Blake of St. Mary 7, Latavia Palmer of Trelawney 6, Chevelle Laws of Kingston in 5, Abigail Smith of Westmoreland 4, Majesty Watson of St. James in 3, and Italia Burke of Hanover in lane number 2. There's a break at the start there. Athlete coming out of the blocks looks like lane number 4, Abigail Smith of Westmoreland.
Contesting the championship race.
So they're sent away now, and Majesty Watson of St. James has made a move in the first 100 meters on the outside from St. Elizabeth, going well. That's Jackson, also going well, Blake of St. Mary, but it's Daniela Jackson of St. Elizabeth who has the advantage here, and it's Daniela Jackson of St. Elizabeth who's going to come through to win the fourth and final heat. The flash time 27.76 for Daniela Jackson of St. Elizabeth. And Tiara Blake of St. Mary looks to finish second. Let's get the confirmation in just a second. So Daniela Jackson 27.87, the winner.
She secures her spot through the final. Second, Tiara Blake from St. Mary, 28.08 will be good enough to advance to the final. The next event on track will be the number 13 boys 200 meters. So Dave Nugent will take you through the row number 13, 200 meters.
Let's go ahead and do the first one. We'll start with lane number 8, lane number 8, lane number 7, James, lane number 7, lane number 6, Aaron Miller, Oliver, lane number 5, Nicholas Burner of Portland, lane number 4, Ronaldo Thomas of St. Anne, lane number 3, Kamika Gale of St. Catherine, and lane number 2, that's Scott Westmore of the Gordon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for heat number 1 in the under 13 boys, 200 meters. The winner, then the next 4 will advance to the championship race. Cleanly away for heat number 1 of 4 in the under 13 boys, 200 meters. Look at Gordon on the inside from Westmoreland. So it's Gordon versus Kamika Gale. Look at the battle between these two. Gale versus Gordon. Let's see who will prevail here. Kamika Gale inches ahead of Gordon. So Kamika Gale from St. Catherine, he will take this one, 26 seconds on the nose. The flash time, Gordon settles for second. So 26.10 the adjusted time for Kamika Gale of St. Catherine. Second, Adane Gordon from Westmoreland, 26.35. Third, Nicholas Bernard from Portland, 27.56. Fourth, Cleon Williams from St. James, 28.95. And in fifth, Ishmael Henry from St. Andrew, 29.30. Negative 4.4 meters per second, the wind speed for heat number 1.
Already on track. Let's give it the line.
Heat number 2, the lane assignments. Lane number 8 from St. James, Kejayon Plummer. Lane number 7 from St. Mary, Benjamin Richards. Lane 6 from Westmoreland, Omani Campbell. Lane number 5 from St. Andrew, Kevar Thomas. Lane 3, Javoni Boucher from St. Thomas. And in lane 2 from Kingston, Corey Kai Robertson. So let's see who will join Kamika Gale as automatic qualifier to the grand finale. So remember, the winner, the next 4 best times will advance to the final set for tomorrow. So in 2, Robertson, 3, Boucher, 5, Thomas, 6, Campbell, 7, Richards, and in 8, Plummer.
Again, it's Plummer, Richards, Thomas, Boucher, Robertson, St. James, St. Mary, Westmoreland, St. Thomas, and Kings, all represented in this final.
So let's see who will join Kimika Gale as automatic qualifier to the championship race.
So a quick addition to the field, Devontae Winston of Portland will now be running from lane number 4. So a quick addition to the field, Devontae Winston of Portland in lane number 4.
So they're sent to their marks. Sent away cleanly for heat number 2. Looking lane number 6 on Campbell from Westmoreland. He's off to a blistering start here. Omani Campbell of Westmoreland has the measure of the field here as they transition into the home straight. Look at Omani Campbell. He steps ahead of Kevar Thomas from St. Andrew. Omani Campbell from Westmoreland. He books his spot to the final 25:83 the flash time. Omani Campbell from Westmoreland. He wins ahead of Kevar Thomas from St. Andrew. 25:91 the confirmed time for Omani Campbell from Westmoreland. Second, Kevar Thomas from St. Andrew, 26:75. Giovanni Boucher from St. Thomas, 27:02. And Corey Kai Robertson from Kingston, 27:26. Currently occupying non-automatic spots. The wind, negative 4.1 meters per second.
Number 4 is up next. Number 3, sorry, is up next. We'll give you the lineup. So we'll start with lane number 8. Lane number 8 representing Canada.
The penultimate heat is next on track. Lane number 8, Kesania Hamilton, Clarendon. Lane number 7 from St. Thomas, Canil Walford. Lane 6 from Hanover, Dan J. Reed. Lane 5 from St. Catherine, Nickel Parchment. Lane number 4 from Trelawney, Jordan Thompson. Lane 3, Aidan Palmer from Manchester. And in lane 2, Marquise Robinson from St. Elizabeth. So a break at the start for heat number 3. So in 2, Robinson, 3, Palmer, 4, Thompson, 5, Parchment, 6, Reed, 7, Walford, and 8, Hamilton. So look out for Parchment from St. Catherine and Walford from St. Thomas, as those two expected to do most of the running. But as always, we will be in for surprise. Sent away cleanly for the second time in heat number 3, the penultimate section. Look at Parchment from St. Catherine. Running well on the outside is Hamilton, and also Walford from St. Thomas. But Nickel Parchment from St. Catherine chasing is Walford from St. Thomas and Hamilton from Clarendon. But Nickel Parchment has total command of this field. Second is Walford from St. Thomas. So 26.09, the flash time for Nikhil Parchment from St. Catherine. He wins ahead of Canil Walford from St. Thomas. So the time now confirmed, 26.2.0 for Nikhil Parchment. Second, Canil Walford from St. Thomas, 27.13. He sits in an automatic spot. And Jordan Thompson third from Trelawney, 27.76 will not be good enough. Negative 3.3 meters per second, the wind speed, with one more section to come.
So for this fourth and final heat, you have to win or go faster than 27.13 for a chance in the final. The lineup sees French lines of St. Elizabeth.
The final heat is on track. The lane assignments. Lane number 8 from St. Elizabeth, Renish Lawrence. Lane 6, Josiel Howell from St. Mary. Lane number 5, Adele Facey from St. Anne. Lane 4 from Manchester, Javier Williamson. Lane 3 from Clarendon, Romero Foster. And in 2 from Kingston, Kejuan Brown. So the task is to win or go faster than 27.13 to have a chance of advancing to the championship race. Sent away cleanly for the final heat in the under 13 boys, 200 meters. Look at Lewis from Trelawney. He goes by Lawrence from St. Elizabeth. So Lewis leads into the home straight. Running well is Howell from St. Mary. Look at Dominic Lewis from Trelawney. He is tall and he stretches his legs away from Howell. The flash time 26.62 for Dominic Lewis. Second, Josiel Howell from St. Mary. So 26.66, the confirmed time for Dominic Lewis from Trelawney. Josiel Howell in second from St. Mary, 27.37 will not be good enough to advance. And Javier Williams in third from Manchester, 28.42. His time not good enough to progress to the final. Negative 4.3 meters per second, the wind speed, as we conclude the under 13 boys 200 meters. The next event on track will be the under 15 girls 200 meters. The lineup for heat number 1 in the girls under 15 200 meters. Lane number 8 from Kingston, Felicia Hines. Lane 7, Christina Williams from St. Anne. Lane number 6, Kayla Edwards from Portland. Lane 5, Tiandra Daly from St. James. Lane 4, Itani Shaw from St. Elizabeth. In 3, Shakayla Jones from St. Thomas. And in 2, Xavier Stevenson from St. Andrew. Off and running for heat number 1 of 4. The winner, then the next 4 best times will advance to the final. Look to lane number 6, Edwards from Portland. She leads this one ahead of Jones and Stevenson. But Kayla Edwards, she has the advantage here. She wants to book her spot to the final. Tracking her on the inside, that's Stevenson from St. Andrew. But Kayla Edwards from Portland stops the clock, 29.27 seconds ahead of Xavier Stevenson from St. Andrew. 29.42, the time confirmed for Kayla Edwards from Portland. Second, Xavier Stevenson from St. Andrew, 29.78. The wind speed, negative 4.9 for heat number 1 as we get ready for heat number 2. In lane number 7 from Hanover, we have Dashay Dixon. Lane 6, Talia Thorpe from Kingston. Lane 5, Michaela Jackson from Portland. Lane number 4 from St. Thomas, Keandra White. Lane 3, Kisian Witter from Manchester. And in 2 from St. Elizabeth, Alisa Salmon. So the athletes are sent to their marks for heat number 2. So we have a break at the start. In 2, Salmon, 3, Witter, 4, White, 5, Jackson, 6, Thorpe, 7, Dixon, and 8, Hart. So sent away cleanly for the second time of asking. Look at Michaela Jackson from Portland. She covers Thorpe and Dixon on her outside. But Michaela Jackson from Port 1 leads. She has for company Salmon from St. Elizabeth. So Alicia Salmon from St. Elizabeth takes charge ahead of Jackson from Portland. Alicia Salmon from St. Elizabeth. She is in full control of this one as she stops the clock at 29.68 ahead of Michaela Jackson from Portland. So Salmon books her spot in the championship race. The time now confirmed for Alicia Salmon from St. Elizabeth, 29.82 seconds. Second, Michaela Jackson from Portland, 30.28. Gabriel Hart from St. James, 30.97, are sitting in a non-automatic spot. The wind negative 6.2 meters per second as we make way for the penultimate heat in the under 15 girls 200 meters. The lineup for heat number 3, the penultimate section in the girls under 15 200 meters. Lane number 8 from Hanover, Tehelia Warren. Lane 7 from St. Catherine, Alia Royal. Lane number 6 from Westmoreland, Amalie Garwood. Lane number 5 from Clarendon, Rihanna Campbell. Lane number 3, Ronit Buchanan from Trelawney. And in lane number 2, Kyra J. Poyser from St. Mary. That's the lineup for heat number 3 in the girls under 15 200 meters. A reminder that all the live results are available on Roster Athletics. You can download the app from the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store. So the athletes are on their marks for heat number 3. Sent away cleanly for the penultimate section in the girls under 15 200 meters. Running well from St. Catherine, that's Alia Royal. She takes them into the lead, into the home straight. Alia Royal from St. Catherine leads ahead of Warren from Hanover. Alia Royal cruising to victory. Alia Royal from St. Catherine crowns herself in victory here in heat number 3, 30.07 seconds. The flash time. The confirmed time, 30.10 seconds for Alia Royal from St. Catherine. Second, Tehelia Warren from Hanover, 30.39. She sits in an automatic spot. Third, Amalie Garwood from Westmoreland, 30.98 will not be good enough. Negative 2.8, the wind speed. The final section for the under 15 girls 200 meters. Lane number 8 from Trelawney, Esther Brown. Lane 7 from Manchester, Kiara Gale. Lane 6 from Westmoreland, Inera Clark. Lane number 5, Christina O'Connor from St. Catherine. Lane number 5, Camelia Kelly from St. Mary. And in lane 3, Christina Berg from St. Andrew. The task is win or go faster than 30.98 seconds to have a chance of advancing to the championship race. 6 athletes contesting the final section.
we look to lane number 6. That's Clark.
Look at Clark from Westmoreland in lane number 6. She's going after Brown from Trelawney. So Clark leads ahead of Brown from Trelawney, and also chasing is O'Connor from St. Catherine. But Inera Clark has the measure of the field. She is streaking away. She wants to secure her spot to the final. Inera Clark from Westmoreland. She books her spot to the final.
27.56 is the flash time.
So Inera Clark, the winner for heat number 4 from Westmoreland. 28:33, the winning time for Inera Clark. Esther Brown from Trelawney in second, 29.11 seconds. Will advance as an automatic qualifier. So too, Christina O'Connor from St. Catherine, 29.19 seconds. Negative 3.6 meters per second, the wind speed for the final heat.
The final for 200 meters is up next. Then go to 800 meters and then the medleys. So of the relays. So let's go now to the first heat of the boys under 15, 200 meters. We have Zidane Dawes of Hanover in 8. Eccleston of Trelawney in 7. DeAndre Thompson of St. James.
The next event on track, the under 15 boys 200 meters. Heat number 1 is on track. They have been sent to their marks. So in 2, Cameron, 3, Williams, 4, Phillips, 5, Room, 6, Thompson, 7, Eccleston, and 8, Dawes. Look on the inside, that's Javera Cameron from St. Mary. He transitions into the home straight. Look at Cameron from St. Mary. He steps away. He has a command advantage. Second best we see Dawes from Hanover, but no doubt about Javera Cameron. He stops the clock at 26.11. Javera Cameron from St. Mary. He means business as he books his spot to the championship race. 26.18 winning time for Javera Cameron. Second, Zidane Dawes from Hanover, 27.59. Third, DeAndre Phillips from Manchester, 27.75. Fourth, Devon Rooms from Clarendon, 28.14. Negative 2.1 the wind speed for heat number 1. So 3 more sections to come. Heat number 2 is next on track. So Forbes from Clarendon in 2, Lloyd from Manchester 3, Morris from St. Anne 4, Granville from St. Catherine 5, Holgate from Portland 6, Allwood from Westmoreland 7, and Walker from Kingston 8. So a break at the start. So once again, Forbes in 2, Lloyd 3, Morris 4, Granville 5, Holgate 6, Allwood 7, and Walker in 8. Sent away cleanly for heat number 2. Look at the brisk start from Morris from St. Anne. He goes by Granville. Look at Javari Morris from St. Anne. He has the lead. Ricardo Granville in second. Lloyd from Manchester third. But it's all about Javari Morris from St. Anne as he streaks away to take the win. 26.74 the flash time for Javari Morris as he books his spot to the grand finale. So the time now confirmed for Javari Morris from St. Anne, 26.79. Second, Ricardo Granville from St. Catherine, 27.54. In third, Kishani Lloyd from Manchester, 27.92. He sits in an automatic spot. Negative 2.8 meters per second the wind speed as we get ready for the penultimate section in the under 15 boys 200 meters. So the athletes are sent away for the penultimate heat. Look at the brilliant start for Rasheen Smith from St. Andrew. He goes by Lewis from St. Elizabeth. So Roshane Smith from St. Andrew swings off the curve. Roshane Smith from St. Andrew. Second best, Marion Finnegan from St. Anne. But Roshane Smith, the class act in this one. He stops the clock, 26.14. Finnegan settles for second from St. Anne. The wind speed, negative 3.5. The winning time, 26.12 for Roshane Smith from St. Andrew. Second, Marion Finnegan from St. Anne, 26.46. Patrick Brown from Trelawney, 27 seconds on the nose, as he occupies one of the non-automatic spots with one more section to come.
Again, the task is to win or have one of the 4 non-automatic qualifiers.
So the bubble time is 27.59, so the athletes in section 4 will have to win or go faster than that time. Lane number 8, we have Rajani King from Portland. Lane 7 from St. Andrew, Roshane McLeod. Lane 6 from St. Thomas, Dimitri Marriott. Lane 5, Ramesh Tomlinson from St. Elizabeth. Lane 4 from Hanover, Kennard Sawyers. Lane 3 from St. Catherine, Cabron Buckham. And in 2 from Kingston, Vernon Simmons. Only 6 athletes reporting for this one. Sent away cleanly for the final heat. Look at Roshane McLeod from St. Andrew. He covers King from Portland. But Roshane McLeod from St. Andrew, he is in full control of this one. Second best is Buckham from St. Catherine. But Roshane McLeod from St. Andrew, easy cruising here for McLeod as he takes victory. He stops the clock, 25.72. Tomlinson came through for second for St. Elizabeth, and in third, Kieron Buckham from St. Catherine. Negative 2.0 meters per second wind speed. Roshane McLeod from St. Andrew, he won in 25.71. Second, Ramesh Tomlinson from St. Elizabeth, 26.89. Third, Kieron Buckham from St. Catherine, 27.03. So second and third good enough to advance. So the top 8 unofficially: Roshane McLeod from St. Andrew, 25.71. Roshane Smith also from St. Andrew, 26.12. Javera Cameron from St. Mary, 26.18. Marion Finnegan from St. Anne, 26.46. Javari Morris from St. Anne, 26.79. Ramesh Tomlinson from St. Elizabeth, 26.89. Tadrick Brown from Trelawney, 27 seconds flat. And 27.03 from St. Catherine, Kieron Buckham, running out the top 8 for the boys under 15 200 meters. So the 200 meters are done and dusted. The next event on track will be the Girls Open 800 meters, and that event will get underway at 4 o'clock. So following the Girls Open 800 meters, we'll have the Boys Open 800 meters, and then we'll have qualification for the sprint medley relay for girls and the sprint medley relay for boys. And those will be the final events for day number 1 of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships for 2026 here at the National Stadium in Kingston, Jamaica.
4 individual races for the boys. 4 individual races for the girls.
So we thank you for joining our broadcast of the 2026 edition of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. Remember to like, share, and comment as we continue to give you broadcasts of track and field action here in Jamaica. So Shin Holness cheering on for the team from St. Elizabeth, and Eska Plummer, a proud supporter for the team from St. Anne. Rohan Davey asking if St. Thomas is in the house. Yes, St. Thomas is in the house. Yakisha Ellis representing Trelawney. Jessica Fenton cheering on St. Catherine. So, action in the girls' high jump open has concluded, and the winner clearing 1.45 meters, Nashana Daly. She's the winner. She won ahead of Chesanie Collard on countback, and in third, Kamoy Jones, 1.40 meters. So I know we'll have some update in the point standings, and I'll give you those momentarily. So remember to download the Roster Athletics app from the Google Play Store, the Apple App Store, to get live results from the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. And we'll invite you to join us in the National Stadium here in Kingston, Jamaica tomorrow for the action. The next event on track will be the Girls Open 800 meters, followed by the boys equivalent, and then we'll close the day with action qualification for the girls and boys sprint medley. So after 4 events scored, the boys high jump open, the girls high jump open, the girls shot put open, and the girls under 19 ball through. I will give you the point standings. Only 9 parishes scoring so far. So in 9th position with 5.5 points, Hanover. In 8th position with 8.5 points, Manchester. In 7th position with 9 points, St. Anne. 6th position with 9.5 points, Portland. In 5th position with 13.5 points, St. Andrew. In 4th position with 16 points, Westmoreland. In 3rd position with 19 points, St. Thomas. In 2nd position with 24 points, St. Elizabeth. And the leaders, they lead by 19 points. The defending champions on 43 points, St. Catherine. So St. Catherine amassing quality points as they are on course as they want to defend their title. So once again, only 4 events scored thus far. The boys high jump open, the girls high jump open, the girls shot put open, and the girls under 9 ball through. So Ketania Plummer asking us to shout out her daughter Nastasia Francis from Manchester, as we hope to see Nastasia Francis put on a lovely display for her family. Anisha Davis representing St. Mary, and Joy Williams representing for St. Catherine. So stay tuned for the next event on track. That will get underway at 4 o'clock. The girls open 800 meters will take the track at 4 o'clock, followed by the boys 800 meters open. So stay tuned for continued action for the 2026 staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships.
So the next event on track is the Open 800 meters. We have in lane number 7, Lashantia Robinson of Clarendon. In lane number 6, Melanie Medori of St. Thomas. Lane number 5, Raquel Campbell of St. Anne. In lane number 4, Melanie Campbell of Hanover. Lane number 3, Keisha Davis of Kingston. Anastasia Fishley of St. Mary's in 2, and the favorite, perhaps the favorite, Trevanique Breckenridge of St. Andrew in lane number 1. She's in green. She finished second at the In Sports National Primary Championships. So, Gun sends them about their business now, and Breckenridge already breaks out into a steady pace. Trevanique Breckenridge going well. Also look to Campbell, Raquel Campbell in light blue. So Campbell in light blue is in second. Also going well, Robinson of Clarendon. Trevanique Breckenridge, the star here in this heat, is already well away from them. After 200 meters, Trevanique Breckenridge. Then it's from St. Anne, Raquel Campbell, who's in second, and then Robinson of Clarendon. So Trevanique Breckenridge continues a steady pace. Let's see as she comes to the end of the first 400 meters. Trevanique Breckenridge looking strong. Meduri of St. Thomas has moved into third. So after 400 meters, Trevanique Breckenridge at 1 minute 12 on the clock. Raquel Campbell of St. Anne in second. Meduri of St. Thomas in third. Robinson of Clarendon in fourth. That's the top 4. With just about 300 meters to go, it continues to be Trevanique Breckenridge who has the advantage now over Campbell, Melanie Campbell of St. Anne. As they go down the backstretch for the final time, it's Trevanique Breckenridge who continues to hold the advantage from gun to tape. 200 meters to go, and it's Trevanique Breckenridge of St. Andrew. Trevanique Breckenridge of St. Andrew has the advantage as they go around the bend. Campbell, that's Melanie Campbell. Sorry, that's Raquel Campbell of St. Anne in second. So, Trevanique Breckenridge sprints to home now. She breaks out into a sprint. Trevanique Breckenridge of St. Andrew. Raquel Campbell of St. Anne in second. And it's going to be Trevanique Breckenridge who takes this one. 2 minutes 34:51 on the clock for Trevanique Breckenridge to take that heat. Raquel Campbell in second. Meduri of St. Thomas is in third, and it looks as if she'll confirm third now. Meduri of St. Thomas in third. So the time confirmed for Breckenridge, 2 minutes 34.61 for Trevanique Breckenridge.
Second, Raquel Campbell from St. Anne, 2 minutes 39.
Raquel Campbell in second.
And in third, Medley, 2 minutes 49.73.
And that time confirmed for Breckenridge, 2 minutes 34.61, is a personal best for Breckenridge. Raquel Campbell of St. Anne, second, 2 minutes 39.28. Meduri St. Thomas, third, 2 minutes 49.73. Fourth was St. Mary's Fishley, 2 minutes 51.42. Robinson of Clarendon faded into fifth at 2 minutes 58.73. A reminder, only the winner is assured a spot in the final, and then we'll take 2 to the final via, not 2, but 4 to the final via times. Let's give you the lineup now for heat number 2. We have Zeta Wilson of St. Thomas in 7. Raquel Griffiths of Hanover in 6. Teresa Josephs of St. Catherine in 5. Trisha K. Bruce of St. Elizabeth, 4. Kimberly Mock of St. Mary in 3. Zamik Williams of Portland in 2. And Samana Sang of St. Andrew in 1.
Lane 4 from St. Elizabeth, Trisha K. Bruce. Lane 3 from St. Mary, Kimberly Kamak. Lane number 2 from Portland, Samanique Williams. And in lane number 1,
so that's the lineup for the second heat of the Girls Open 800 meters. 2 more heats after this one. It's Wilson, Griffiths, Josephs, Bruce, Kamak, Williams and Sang. 7 in this one. Only the winner assured a spot into the final. Gunn sends them off and running their way cleanly. And Bruce of St. Elizabeth goes out hardest. And from St. Catherine, that's Joseph's. So only 6 in this one. So it's Joseph's of St. Catherine who is ahead of Bruce, and Sang of St. Andrew in 3rd. 200 meters gone now. And it's Joseph, Teresia Josephs of St. Catherine in the red singlet, who leads ahead of Sang of St. Andrew in 2nd, and then the light purple of St. Elizabeth, that's Trisha K. Bruce of St. Elizabeth in 3rd. The field strung out now in terms of the top 3. As they come down the straightaway, it's Josephs of St. Catherine who leads. And she's going to come through the 400 meter mark in 1 minute 12, just about the same time as Travanik Breckenridge in the first heat. But it's Josephs of St. Catherine who leads the second heat. Sang of St. Andrew in 2nd, Bruce of St. Elizabeth in 3rd. Just about 300 meters left in this one. And it's Josephs of St. Catherine who continues to extend that lead. She goes down the backstretch now for the final time. Teresa Josephs of St. Catherine, 200 meters left in this race. And it's Josephs of St. Catherine who continues to extend the lead. Sang of St. Andrew is 2nd, and then Bruce of St. Elizabeth in 3rd. Again, only the winner assured a spot into the final. And at this moment, it looks like Teresa Josephs of St. Catherine will book her spot into the final. So let's welcome Teresa Josephs as she heads down the home stretch. Teresa Josephs of St. Catherine is going to take this one easily. There's a mad dash on for 2nd, but Josephs of St. Catherine with a fast 2 minutes 32.74 2nd. Might be Williams, and we'll confirm that in just a second. But Joseph's 2 minutes 32.83. The winner, she's from St. Catherine. Dominique Williams of Portland 2nd, 2 minutes 37.59. Bruce of St. Elizabeth 3rd with 2 minutes 40.72. Sang might have finished 4th. She did with 2 minutes 45.79.
Raquel Griffiths from Hanover. She's at the 300 meters mark.
And Raquel Griffiths of Hanover is at the 200 meters mark. She's stopped. Looks as if she'll be asked just to exit, because she has no chance of qualifying, and the next heat is coming up shortly. The 3rd heat is up shortly. And yeah, she's stopped, or been asked to stop. I'm not sure which one, but she's off the track now. As confirmation now that France won their match against Norway 4-1 with a hat-trick from Ousmane Dembele, scoring in the 7th, 20th and 32nd minute, 32-minute hat-trick from Dembele. Hasgard scoring for Norway. And of course, Senegal, they dropped Iraq by 5-0. That's a beating. Is it over? I think it's over. Yeah, full time, 5-0. Senegal defeating Iraq. In terms of the cricket, the West Indies are 262 for 5. They're just 46 behind, or trail the Sri Lankans by 46. So the West Indians doing well. Let's get back though to the track. Heat 3 is on. We have Chrysalie Marriott of Trelawney 7, Catalia Thompson of Manchester 6, Patricia White of St. James 5, Sashana Wright of St. Elizabeth in 4, Ariana White of Westmoreland 3, Christine Kennedy of Portland in 2, and 1, Zodi Roberts of St. Anne.
Sashana Wright from St. Elizabeth.
And it looks like White of St. Elizabeth was taking it out early. Also there, Marriott of Trelawney and Manchester's Thompson.
So she has a lot of quality here in this heat.
So might be Marriott of Trelawney who leads, and Thompson of Manchester second, Kennedy of Portland in third,
and also into mix we have Wright from St. Elizabeth.
And Wright of St. Elizabeth.
For the first time, Chrysalie Marriott from Trelawney. She leads.
So Chrysalie Marriott of Trelawney leads ahead of Kennedy, Chrysalie Kennedy of Portland, and then Wright of St. Elizabeth third, and then from Manchester Thompson, and then fifth that's Zodi Roberts of St. Anne. But as they go through the bell lap, Trelawney's Marriott leads ahead of Kennedy of Portland, Wright of St. Elizabeth, and then Thompson of Manchester. There is a titanic battle brewing now as 300 meters left in this one. Continues to be Marriott, Kennedy. Thompson moves into third now. Wright of St. Elizabeth in third. She moves into third now. Kennedy takes over. It's Chrysalie Kennedy of Portland who will now lead with 200 meters to lead. It's Chrysalie Kennedy who leads ahead of Marriott of Trelawney, and also in there it's Wright of St. Elizabeth, Ashana Wright. 150 meters to come, and it's 3 the hard way between the 3 parishes, St. Elizabeth, Trelawney and Portland, as there's a kick now for the finish line. It's Kennedy and Wright. It's St. Elizabeth and Portland. It's Portland on the inside who takes command. Portland, Chrysalie Kennedy takes it ahead of Wright of St. Elizabeth. What a bang up finish there. 2 minutes 34.31. The flash time on the clock there. Chrysalie Kennedy of Portland taking it. 2 minutes 34.36 for the win. Second, Wright of St. Elizabeth, 2 minutes 34.50. And she's going to be in a non-automatic spot. And third was Marriott, 2 minutes 43.33. She's outside of the non-automatic spot.
That's the top 3 for the penultimate section.
Hold on, what you need? Hold on.
Somebody drop the phone now. No, but them said make the person.
Alright, sorry.
Samsung phone that has been blocked. So if you're missing a phone, a Samsung phone, we have it at the office area. So if you're missing a Samsung phone, you can come to the announcement booth. If you can describe the phone and lock the phone, you can get the phone. The final heat is on track. Lane number 6 from St. Catherine, Natalia Harriet. Lane 5 from Clarendon, Kashmiri Johnson. Lane 4, Chet Thompson from Kingston. Lane 3, Benjamin John from Manchester. Lane number 2 from Westmoreland, Aishana Noble. And lane 1 from Trelawney, Tiana Marks.
So the gun sends them off and running now in this heat. This is the 4th and final one. And going out strongly looks to be lane number 4, is it? That's lane Williams of St. Andrew, is it? So looks like Manchester definitely in second. So let's get the confirmation here. So it's Thompson of Kingston who leads. Manchester's Dunn now leads. Dejanique Dunn of Manchester now leads ahead of Thompson of Kingston, and St. Catherine's Harriet, Atelia Harriet comes into second. So Dunn of Manchester leads. Harriet of St. Catherine in second. 1 minute 11 on the clock. That is nippy. And it's Manchester's Denique Dunn who leads ahead of Atelia Harriet of St. Catherine. So it's Dunn, Manchester, Harriet, St. Catherine. That's the top two. 300 meters left to come now. And it's Dunn ahead of Harriet.
300 meters to run.
It's Dunn of Manchester as they go down the back stretch ahead of Harriet of St. Catherine. Only the winner assured a spot in the final. 2 minutes 40.43 is where the first of the non-automatic spots start, and it's Dunn of Manchester who leads ahead of Harriet of St. Catherine. Harriet, Atelia Harriet of St. Catherine though is stalking with 150 meters to go. Harriet looks strong. Dunn of Manchester wants to stay ahead of Harriet of St. Catherine. Less than 100 meters to go and the sprint is on. It's Harriet and Dunn. Dunn finds something else and moves away from Harriet. It's Dejanique Dunn of Manchester who's moving away now from Harriet of St. Catherine, and it's going to be Dunn of Manchester who wins it. 2 minutes 38.60 for the win and for a spot in the final. I am wondering if Harriet has done enough to get into the final. She needed just about 2 minutes 40. So let's see what the winning time is and what the second place finisher did. So no luck for Harriet of St. Catherine. So Dunn 2 minutes 38.67 wins it, moves into the final. Harriet of St. Catherine will not make the final, so only one from that heat will be in the final. The 8 into the final will be Joseph of St. Catherine, Kennedy of Portland, Wright of St. Elizabeth, Breckenridge of St. Andrew, Williams of Portland, Dunn of Manchester, Campbell of St. Anne, and Bruce of St. Elizabeth, nipping Harriet of St. Catherine for that 8th and final spot. The boys are up next. 4 heats for the boys open 800 meters, and then we'll have the relays, the much exciting relays. So 8 more races in total to come. 4 individual and 4 relay races. We're just about at the end of the day. Speaking about the end of the day, West Indies coming to the end of, are getting closer and closer to the end of play. And they're still going strong at 263 for 5. They trail the Sri Lankans by just 45 runs now. A 6-wicket partnership of 95 between Amir Jangu and Captain Ruston Chase, setting the West Indies up for a strong reply to the Sri Lankans total of 308. And let's go now to the lineup. Lane number 7. We'll start with Jamar Amos, the national champion at 800 meters, the national primary school champion, that is at 800 meters. Jamar Amos, record holder as well. The man who finished second, Sean Robinson, is right there in this heat. Sadiq McKenzie, St. Elizabeth, is there as well. Kavar Miller of St. Thomas in 4. Camille Ellis, who finished 3rd, I believe, is in 3. Is in lane number 3, and Javier Morgan of Manchester in lane number 2. This is going to be special race. Don't want to miss this one. Bragging rights and all on the line. But one would think that Amos would enter this event as favorite. So Ellis actually finished 2nd and Robinson finished 3rd. So Camille Ellis finished 2nd at National Primary Championships and Sean Robinson finished in 3rd. Amos won it all. So Amos representing St. Catherine in 7 and Ellis, St. Andrew in 3, Robinson, Kingston in 6. And already the man in the red singlet takes the front. That's Amos. Oh no, it's blue. That's Miller, Cavell Miller of St. Thomas. Going with him, it's Sadiq McKenzie of St. Elizabeth. So those two already putting the big ones in. Jamar Amos tucks into 3rd, goes by the man there from St. Thomas. Miller goes by McKenzie of St. Elizabeth as well. It's Jamar Amos after just about 220 meters gone. He's taken control. No move yet from the likes of Robinson or Ellis. So Jamar Amos is now being challenged by the man from Manchester, Morgan. Morgan takes the lead and Jamar Amos takes that lead again. Here comes the man from St. Elizabeth, Mackenzie. And Jamar Amos starting to put in some big ones. They go through in just about 1 minute 10 for 400 meters. It's Amos ahead of Mackenzie, and then the man from Kingston, representing Kingston, Sean Robinson. So it's Amos, Mackenzie, Robinson, and then Ellis. Those are 3 of the 4 that I just called. Finished 1, 2, 3 at the National Primary Championships. It's Amos who continues to lead ahead of Mackenzie. Ellis, Robinson is there as well. 200 meters to go. It's Jamar Amos who continues to lead. Stepping into 2nd now is a man representing Kingston, that's Sean Robinson. Mackenzie of St. Elizabeth is in 3rd. This is a bang up heat. Oh, there's a faller there, and that's Camille Ellis of St. Andrew. But Jamar Amos coming under challenge here by Sean Robinson of Kingston. Amos though finds another gear and says, "What are you doing, Mr. Robinson? Though you know, don't you know?" Calls him through. Jamar Amos, the little star representing St. Catherine, wins it all. Sean Robinson finishes in 2nd. Mackenzie of St. Elizabeth in 3rd, and Camille Ellis of St. Andrew finishing 4th. There's a little bit argy-bargy there. I think I have to review the full tape to see what happened, but I'm sure the teams are already reviewing. The thing though is that it had nothing whatsoever to do with Jamar Amos. So I don't think Amos will have too much of trouble there. Cornbread. Yes, cornbread, one cornbread, them say. From St. Catherine, go St. Catherine, go Amos, go cornbread. So this is the open events. Again, the open events. This is the boys open 800 meters. So heat number 2 is up next. We just saw heat number 1, which was stacked, absolutely stacked. And winner there was Jamar Amos in a time of 2 minutes 22.38 seconds. Sean Robinson 2 minutes 33.40. Mackenzie third 2 minutes 26.16. Ellis in fourth 2 minutes 29.59. Heat number 2 sees Neymar Rotham of Kingston in 8. 7 Clifton Watson of St. Thomas. Daniel Livingston of St. Anne in 6. In 5 Jabari Barrett of Trelawney. In 4 Rekwan Nelson of Portland. In 3 we have Naquan Smith of Manchester. That's the lineup, and it looks like the man in 4. Actually, Trelawney's Barrett takes the lead, and the man from Portland in 2nd, Nelson. So Barrett of Trelawney leads Nelson of Portland. Over 200 meters gone, and it's the man from Trelawney, Barrett, who is putting in the big ones and has established a sizable lead now over Nelson of Portland. So Jabari Barrett goes into the home stretch now, or the straightaway. Sorry, Jabari Barrett of Trelawney. He's ahead of Nelson of Portland, and then Smith of Manchester. The man from Trelawney, though, is stepping, and he's stepping strong. He goes through in a nippy 1 minute 08 for the first 400 meters. Smith of Manchester looks to be 2nd, and then Nelson of Portland. Blue is Watson, Clifton Watson of St. Thomas. But we're watching up front. The man Jabari Barrett of Trelawney leads as he goes down the back stretch for the final time. He's established probably a 50-60 meters gap over Smith, Nequeen Smith of Manchester in 2nd. Nelson of Portland is 3rd. Less than 200 meters to go now for Barrett of Trelawney. Can he be caught? It's going to be a titanic effort to do that. Less than 150 meters to go for Jabari Barrett now of Trelawney. He goes around the bend and heads into the home stretch. It's Jabari Barrett of Trelawney who's well away from 2nd place. Nakeem Smith of Manchester. Jabari Barrett of Trelawney is going to come through to win it. The clock is already stopped. It's back up now at 2 minutes 22. Jabari Barrett of Trelawney is going to come through to win it. He does so now, 2 minutes 27.09. The man from Manchester, Smith, is going to finish 2nd, and then Nelson of Portland in 3rd. The man there from Kingston, I do believe, in black, might be Rotham. And somebody says that's Yellow Yam. Trelawney Yellow Yam. Jabari Barrett of Trelawney, 2 minutes 27.30 winning. Nakeem Smith of Manchester 2nd, 2 minutes 34.81. He gets one of those little cues. Nelson of Portland in 3rd, 2 minutes 35.49. And it was indeed Rotham of Kingston in 4th at 2 minutes 36.45. Watson of St. Thomas finishing 5th, 2 minutes 38.29. 2 more individual races to come, and then 4 relay races. We're getting there, folks. The penultimate heat of the boys open 800 meters is next on track. Let me check. On the West Indies, they're 268 for 5, so they're just 40 runs shy. And this 6-wicket partnership now is 100 runs for the West Indies. And Captain Royston Chase is on 39. Amir Janko is on 78, so good going for the West Indies. Let's get back to the track and field. Lane number 8, Shamario Stevens of Westmoreland. Lane number 7, Kahir Allen of Hanover. Kevin Lee of Clarendon is in 6. In lane number 5, Kenado Bennett of Trelawney. Lane number 4, Nathaniel Conville of St. Mary. Vashan Kennedy of St. Elizabeth is in 3. And lane number 2, Joshua Folks of St. Anne. So no lane number 7, that should have been Allen of Hanover, as the gun sends them off. And it's a man from Clarendon, Kevin Lee, who perhaps responded well to the gun. Also from St. Elizabeth, Vashan Kennedy goes out well, and it's Kennedy now who takes command. Kennedy of St. Elizabeth going down the backstretch well now. And then the man from Clarendon, that's Kevin Lee. And then the man from Trelawney in 3rd, Kenado Bennett. Way back to the man from St. Mary, that's Conville. And we watch the top 3 now. It's the man from St. Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth in the lead, Vashan Kennedy, as they head into the straightaway. Vashan Kennedy of St. Elizabeth leads ahead of Kevin Lee of Clarendon. And then Trelawney's Bennett. Kenado Bennett in 3rd. Oh my word, 1 minute 09 on the clock for the first 400 meters. And the man, Kennedy, picks up the pace yet again. So Kennedy is going strong still. Kevin Lee of Clarendon in 2nd. And then Trelawney in 3rd. As Kennedy goes down the backstretch now for the final time. He's established a mighty lead, maybe 20, maybe 30 meters now for the man Vashan Kennedy of St. Elizabeth. 200 meters to go now for Vashan Kennedy of St. Elizabeth. Kennedy of St. Elizabeth has the lead. Kevin Lee of Clarendon in 2nd. There's a challenge now for 3rd between Bennett and the man from St. Mary. That is Conville, but up front it continues to be Kennedy, Vashan Kennedy of St. Elizabeth, who is leading. A reminder, only the leader assured a spot in the final, and Vashan Kennedy of St. Elizabeth is ensuring that his spot in the final is well booked and secured. Let's see the time as he goes through the line. Vashan Kennedy, 2 minutes 27.504. Vashan Kennedy, Kevin Lee of Clarendon in 2nd, and then Conville, Nathaniel Conville of St. Mary in 3rd. So let's wait on the times. 2 minutes 27.53 for Kennedy of St. Elizabeth. 2 minutes 32.18 for Kevin Lee of Clarendon in 2nd. Nathaniel Conville of St. Mary 3rd. 2 minutes 33 on the money. So the non-automatic spots, 2 minutes 23.40 by Vashawn Robinson in Heat 1. 2 minutes 26.16 by Sadiq McKenzie of St. Elizabeth in Heat 1. And then 2 minutes 29.59 by Camille Ellis in Heat 1. So right now, 3 athletes from Heat 1 hold on to 3 of the 4 non-automatic spots. And the final non-automatic spot at 2 minutes 32.18. Let's give you the lineup for the 4th and final heat. It is Khalil West of Portland in 8. In 7, Javed Jocelyn of St. James. In 6, Amari Christie of Westmoreland. In 5, Dequan Williams of St. Andrew. In 4, Avron Hyde of St. Mary. And lane 3, Cavaro Facey of St. Catherine.
That's the lineup for the final heat in the Girls Open. 800 meters.
So this is a final individual event on day number 1. gun sends him off and running. Everybody got out so slowly, but in green, that's Daquan Williams of St. Andrew responding best to the gun. Then Kevario Facey of St. Catherine goes out strongly. Hyde is trying to go with him as well. So it's a man from St. Catherine, Kevario Facey, who's leading ahead of Hyde of St. Mary. And then from St. Andrew, Williams in third. So just about 200 meters gone now, and it's Kevario Facey of St. Catherine who leads ahead of Efron Hyde of St. Mary. That's the top two at the moment. The field ever changing behind them, but those top two, Facey and Hyde. So there's a move happening now behind them. So Facey continues to lead. And looks like someone from Portland. That would be West. Khalil West of Portland moves to front now. 1 minute 10 on the clock for West. Khalil West of Portland. He leads ahead of Hyde of St. Mary. So Khalil West of Portland leads now ahead of Hyde. And then Facey of St. Catherine. So it's Portland, then St. Mary, then St. Catherine, as Khalil West of Portland is stretching his lead down the back stretch. Just about 200 meters left to go now. And it's Khalil West who leads ahead of Hyde of St. Mary. Facey of St. Catherine is third. Just about 150 meters to go now for Khalil West of Portland. And the early pace is starting to show now, and Hyde, everyone Hyde of St. Mary is charging, but that gap is massive. Khalil West has this all under control. Just about 50 meters left now for Khalil West of Portland, and it's going to be Khalil West of Portland who's going to come through to take this one. Khalil West of Portland, 2 minutes 25.81 to win the final section. And second is going to be Hyde, Javario Hyde. And there's a mad dash there for third. I thought Facey had it for a second, but he eased up at the line and he was passed by 2. So Khalil West, 2 minutes 25.82, confirmed as the winner. And automatically into the final. Tell you what, everyone Hyde of St. Mary, 2 minutes 32.30 will not be good enough to get him into the final. And so from heat number 1, we had 4 athletes making it. Jamar Amos of St. Catherine, Sean Robinson of Kingston, Sadiq McKenzie of St. Elizabeth, Camille Ellis of St. Andrew, unofficially. And then in terms of the other winners, we have Khalil West of Portland. We also had Jabari Barrett of Trelawney and Vashawn Kennedy of St. Elizabeth, and the non-automatic qualifying going to Kevin Lee of Clarendon at 2 minutes 32.18. So individual events are done and dusted, and next up will be the relays, the sprint medley relays, as we get confirmation now that the West Indies have come to the end of play on day number 2. They end day number 2 on 271 for 5, just 37 runs behind the score put up by the Sri Lankans of 308. So the West Indies large and in charge in the first test versus Sri Lanka.
Will be the sprint medley relay for the girls. 2 sections to come.
So that match being played, or that game being played at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
The winner from each section in the next 6 best times will make it to the championship race. So the individual events completed. Next up will be the relays. 4 relays to come. We'll start with the girls open speed relay. 100, 200, 400. That is the fourth. We'll start the lineup with lane number 8. In lane number 8, Manchester. Lane number 7, Clarendon. Lane number 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next event on track will be the sprint medley relay. 2 sections to come. The winner then the next 6 best times will advance to the championship race. The format for the sprint medley for girls: 100, 100, 200, 400. The lane assignments in lane number 8, Manchester. Lane 7, Clarendon. Lane number 6, Kingston. Lane 5, Hanover. Lane number 4, Westmoreland. Lane 3, Trelawney. And in lane number 2, Portland. So 7 teams reporting for heat number 1 of 2 in the girls sprint medley relay.
Box number 2 is ready, Mr. Stanton. Over to you.
So once again, the format is 100, 100, 200, 400 to complete the sprint medley for girls. So Portland, Trelawney, Westmoreland, Hanover, Kingston, Clarendon and Manchester, the teams contesting heat number 1. So we thank you for staying tuned to the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships here at the National Stadium in Kingston, Jamaica. Only qualification in the girls and boys sprint medley relay left for day number 1.
So again, it's 100, 100, 200, 400. We also have some points standings after 4 events scored. What we'll do is we'll give you those point standings at the end of the race. The 4 races to come, and at the end of those 4 races, we'll give you the point standings after the end of the
So 2 heats in the girls, and then we'll do 2 heats for the boys. And that will conclude action for day number 1 of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships for 2026. So only the winner then the next 6 best times will advance to the grand finale. So Portland in 2, Trelawney 3, Westmoreland 4, Hanover 5, Kingston 6, Clarendon 7 and Manchester 8 as we await the start for heat number 1 of 2.
Only once.
They're sent to their marks. Sent away cleanly for heat number 1, 100, 100, 200, 400. Look at the brilliant start on the outside for Manchester in 8. Also going well in 6, that's Kingston. Let's see who will make the change first. That's Kingston ahead of Manchester and Trelawney in lane number 3. So those are the top 3 based on the saga. Trelawney making ground and Kingston and Manchester. The second change made. So Trelawney leads ahead of Manchester. Then Kingston also running well is Westmoreland in 4. So Trelawney leads them into the home straight. So it's Trelawney ahead of Kingston and Manchester. This is the 200 meters leg. The ever exciting 400 meter leg is next on track. So Trelawney ahead of Portland and then Kingston. So Kingston, they lead this one. Trelawney in second. Manchester moves into second now. So Kingston leads ahead of Manchester. 300 to run. So Kingston, Manchester, Portland, and Westmoreland, the top 4. 200 to run. Kingston, they lead. Can Manchester mount a response? What about Portland and Westmoreland? But with 150 meters to run, Kingston, they are large and in charge here. Manchester in second, into the home straight for the final time. Look at Kingston, they mean business. They want to win and secure their spot automatically. Look at Kingston, they are motoring away with this one. Portland moves into second. Westmoreland into third. They go by Manchester, but Kingston, they win this one. They stop the clock, 2:04:43. Portland comes through for second. Westmoreland for third. And Manchester comes through for fourth. Hanover finishing 5th, Trelawney 6th, and then Clarendon for 7th. So 2:04:48, the winning time for Kingston. Portland in second, 2:07:72. Westmoreland in third, 2 minutes 10.69. Manchester fourth, 2 minutes 16.43. So Kingston secured their spot safely to the final. So Portland, Westmoreland and Manchester, they currently occupy the non-automatic spots. So the task for heat number 2 is to win or go faster than 2:26.20 to have a chance of contesting that final. So the lineup for heat number 2: in 8, St. Andrew; lane number 7, St. Anne; lane 6, St. James; lane number 5, St. Mary; lane 4, St. Catherine; lane 3, St. Thomas; and in lane number 2, St. Elizabeth. So let's see who will join Kingston as automatic qualifier to the final.
Box 2 is ready to start. Over to you.
On your mark.
They are sent to their marks. Sent away cleanly for heat 2 of 2. Moving best of all, we see St. Anne in 7, also going well is St. Andrew. The first change is made. St. Andrew leads. Going well on the inside is St. Thomas and St. Catherine. So St. Andrew, they lead on the outside, running well on the inside. St. Thomas, St. Catherine in the mix. This is a 200-meter leg. St. Thomas ahead of St. Catherine, and on the outside, St. Andrew. So St. Thomas enters the home stretch with the lead. St. Catherine giving chase. So too St. Andrew. St. Catherine steps into the lead with one more change. St. Andrew in second. St. Catherine ahead of St. Andrew. And then St. Thomas, the 400-meter leg. So St. Catherine, they lead ahead of St. Thomas. And then St. Andrew, then St. Elizabeth. This promises to be exciting. Less than 300 to run. St. Catherine, St. Andrew, St. Elizabeth and St. Thomas, the top 4. Let's see who will take this one and join Kingston as automatic qualifier to the final. 200 meters to run. St. Catherine continues to lead. St. Andrew, St. Elizabeth and St. Thomas. St. Mary joining that pack. But St. Catherine as they enter the home straight for the final time. St. Catherine, St. Andrew, St. Elizabeth. Can St. Catherine hold on to the lead? St. Catherine finding another gear. St. Andrew running out of fuel. But look at St. Catherine. They want to win and secure their spot. Ladies and gentlemen, St. Catherine, they stopped the clock at a minute 59.73. Ahead of St. Andrew, came through for second. St. Mary third. St. Elizabeth fourth. St. Thomas, they came in for fifth. St. James finishes in sixth. And closing out the field, St. Anne. So a minute 59.76, the winning time for St. Catherine. Second, St. Andrew, 201.43. They're in a non-automatic qualifying spot. St. Mary with 202.77. St. Elizabeth, 204.80. St. Thomas, 208.42. St. James, 2 minutes 15.96. And St. Anne, 222.36. So the top 8 unofficially. St. Catherine the fastest, the only team going sub 2 minutes. A minute 59.76. St. Andrew 201.43. St. Mary 202.77. Kingston 204.48. St. Elizabeth 204.80. Portland 207.72. St. Thomas 208.42. And Westmoreland 2 minutes 10.69. So that concludes qualification in the girls' sprint medley open. So the next event on track will be the sprint medley relay for the boys. So the format 400, 200, 200, 800. And ladies and gentlemen, you want to stay tuned all the way to the end as we have an interview with the patron for the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships for 2026. She's a national under-20 record holder in the 200 meters at 22.11. She is a Class 1 sprint double champion at Champs. She's also the character double champion. So you want to have that interview following heat number 2 in the sprint medley for boys. Stay tuned as you will hear from none other than Shanoya Douglas, the special talent here, as she represents Holland High.
In 4, St. Thomas. In 3, St. Anne. And in 1 St. Catherine. 17. St. Andrew 5, St. Thomas 4, St. Anne 3, and St. Catherine in number 2.
The lineup for heat number 1 of 2 in the boys sprint medley open, sprint medley relay. Lane number 8, St. Elizabeth. Lane 7, St. Mary. Lane number 6, St. James. Lane 5, St. Andrew. Lane number 4, St. Thomas. Lane 3, St. Anne. And in lane 2, St. Catherine. Only the winner guaranteed a spot to the final, then the next 6 best times. So St. Catherine in 2, St. Anne 3, St. Thomas 4, St. Andrew 5, St. James in 6, St. Mary 7, and St. Elizabeth in 8. So following the boys sprint medley relay, we'll have an interview with none other than the patron for the 2026 staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships, Shanoya Douglas, and then I'll give you the latest point standing for day number 1. So are they saying the girls are not equipped to run, just like the boys? So are they saying the girls are not equipped to run, like the boys? Maybe. So we're awaiting the start for heat number 1 in the boys sprint medley relay. Once again, the format will be 400, 200, 200, 800, and the winner guaranteed a spot to the championship race, then the next 6 based on time. They're doing the last, they're doing the 800, the last race. One more. So in heat number 1, we have St. Catherine, St. Anne, St. Thomas, St. Andrew, St. James, St. Mary, and St. Elizabeth. So Willie Parchment sending shouts outs to his son Nickel Parchment and letting the world know that he loves his son. Anetta Clark representing for St. Mary, Soto Kiana, Ravina representing for Westmoreland. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having an interview with our 2026 patron, Shanoya Douglas. So you want to stay around for that one. That interview will come after the final race on track, which will be heat number 2 in the boys sprint medley. So following heat number 2, we'll be having an interview and then the latest point standing. As we get ready for heat number 1. in the boys sprint medley relay. Only the winner assured of a spot to the final, then the next 6 based on times.
So yesterday, Wendy, and with about 20 days, and being alone.
We did agree that because we did do the 8 of this, and so you can look to the real, but in be able to search to I'll give him the credit to them.
So the athletes are on their mark for heat number 1 of the boys sprint medley relay. So they're sent away cleanly. Remember the format: 400, 200, 200, 800. The quickest of them all, we see St. Andrew in 5. They go by St. James and make aim after St. Mary. Also running well in lane 3, that's St. Anne. Running well on the outside, that's St. Elizabeth. So St. Elizabeth, St. Andrew, and St. Anne look to be doing most of the running based on the stagger. St. Thomas now joining the mix. So on the outside, St. Elizabeth takes them into the home straight. Ahead of St. Andrew, then St. Thomas. So let's see who will make the first change. St. Elizabeth, St. Andrew, St. Thomas, and St. James coming back into the picture. So the first change is being made. Change made first by St. Elizabeth, then St. Thomas, St. Andrew, and then St. Catherine. This is the first of the two 200-meter legs. So St. Thomas leads ahead of St. Elizabeth, then St. Andrew, and then St. Catherine. So St. Andrew takes the lead ahead of St. Thomas. So St. Catherine, they lead ahead of St. Andrew, then St. Thomas, and then St. Elizabeth. This is the second 200 meters leg. We await the ever exciting 800 meters leg. So St. Catherine ahead of St. Andrew, then St. Elizabeth, then St. Thomas. One more change to come. So St. Catherine, they made the change first ahead of St. Andrew, then St. Elizabeth, St. Thomas, St. Anne, St. James, and then St. Mary. So the ever exciting 800 meters leg will close section 1. St. Catherine, they lead ahead of St. Andrew, St. Elizabeth in third, and then St. Thomas. They go by the marathon tunnel for the first time. St. Catherine, they lead this one ahead of St. Andrew, then St. Thomas. Let's see if at the end of it all, it will remain this way. So St. Thomas, they go by St. Catherine as they come into the home straight for the first time. St. Andrew in third. Let's see if St. Thomas will be able to hold on as they have one more lap to go. So there's one more lap. St. Thomas, then St. Catherine, then St. Andrew. Problems there for St. Anne as the athlete goes down. So St. Thomas thought that they only had one lap. Well, let's see how they'll do in the final lap. So St. Thomas, St. Catherine, St. Andrew, St. Elizabeth, the top four. They go down the back stretch for the final time. St. Thomas continues to lead ahead of St. Catherine, St. Andrew, and St. Elizabeth. the top four at the moment. Less than 200 to run. Can St. Thomas hold off St. Catherine and St. Andrew, and then St. Elizabeth? St. Andrew making a move as they go by St. Thomas into the home stretch for the final time. St. Andrew, St. Thomas, St. Elizabeth, St. Catherine. Look at St. Andrew. They change gear as they will want to win this one to book their spot to the final automatically. So St. Andrew, they win this one as they stop the clock at 4 minutes 33.45. St. Thomas for second, St. Elizabeth third, and St. Catherine for fourth. St. Mary and St. James are making their way to complete heat number one. So St. Mary crosses the line to complete their race, and St. James, they conclude heat number one. So 4 minutes 33.56, the winning time for St. Andrew. Second, St. Thomas, 4:35.20. Third, St. Elizabeth, 4:36.35. St. Catherine fourth, 4:36.71. St. Mary fifth, 5:07.13. And St. James, 5 minutes 12.69. St. Anne had problems and were not able to complete. So the final event, the final race for day number one of the 2026 staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships.
We will announce the 10 parishes that have scored points so far. We also announce the leaders. So you might want to stay a moment or two after the final event if you want to know who is leading. Let's give you the lineup for the final event on day number one of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships.
So the final race for day number one is next on track. The lineup in lane number 8, Hanover. Lane 7, Trelawney. Lane number 6, Westmoreland. Lane number 5, Kingston. Lane 4, Portland. Lane number 3, Manchester. And in lane 2, Clarendon. So the final race for day number one. The winner guaranteed a spot in the final, and then the next 6 best times will advance. So remember the format: 400, 200, 200, 800.
So again, it's Hanover, Trelawney, Westmoreland,
For
Portland,
the boys sprint medley.
occupying lane number 2.
Following this race, we'll be having an interview with Shanoya Douglas, the patron for the JT Sagicor National Athletics Championships for 2026, and then we'll give you the latest point standing for day number one.
On your mark.
They are sent to their marks. Sent away cleanly for the final race of day number one for the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. Off to a brisk start in lane number 7, that's Trelawney. They go by Hanover. Also running well on the inside in lane 3, that's Manchester. This is a 400 meters leg. Trelawney leading based on the stagger. Running well in 3, that's Manchester. Coming back in lane number 8, that's Hanover. Also running well in 6, that's Westmoreland, as they transition into the home straight for the first time. So Hanover, Manchester running well in 3. Westmoreland in the mix, so too Trelawney And coming in fourth, that's Portland. But Manchester, they lead best on the stagger. Second best is Portland. The first change is made by Manchester, then Portland, then Hanover, and then Westmoreland. This is the first 200-meter leg. So Manchester, then Portland, then Hanover. Look at Trelawney coming back. So Manchester, they continue to lead ahead of Portland as they look to make the second change. So the change made safe for Manchester, Portland, Hanover, Trelawney, Westmoreland. So the batting falls to Portland, which allows 4 teams to go by them. But Manchester, they have a commanding lead here. Ahead of Trelawney, then Hanover, then Westmoreland. So the final change, the 800-meter leg, Manchester, they lead ahead of Trelawney, then Hanover, then Westmoreland, and Kingston. Portland, they make the change now, with one more change to be made by Clarendon. So they have exciting and very important 800 meters leg. This is usually where the race is won. So Manchester, they have a commanding advantage here over Trelawney and Hanover. Remember, only the winner guaranteed a spot to the final. So Manchester, they continue to lead ahead of Trelawney and then Hanover. As we approach the final lap in heat number 2, Manchester has 400 meters to run. Trelawney second best, then Hanover.
And then Hanover in the dark purple there.
So Manchester, they lead by about 30 meters. Trelawney in second, Hanover third. 300 meters to run. Hanover, they are in third. Trelawney in second, and Manchester with a commanding lead as they go down the back straight for the final time.
Let's get that correct. As 200 meters to go. It's Manchester with a gap that's at least 50 meters.
Less than 200 to run for the final race on day number 1. Manchester, it will take a lot of running for Trelawney to get back to Manchester. Hanover, they are in third. Westmoreland in fourth. Portland in fifth. Clarendon 6th. And Kingston, they are in 6th. Manchester, they are in the home straight for the final time. They are well on their way to take victory and occupy a spot to the final. Ladies and gentlemen, Manchester, they will win semi-final 2. 4:31.82, the flash time. Trelawney will take second here. And then Hanover, they cross the line for third. Westmoreland finishes in fourth. Portland in fifth. And Clarendon will take 6th. And then Kingston will close out this one for 7th.
So it was indeed Trelawney finishing second, but again,
so Manchester booking their spot 4 minutes 31.88. Second, Trelawney 4:41.01. Third with 4 minutes 45.63. Hanover. Fourth with 4 minutes 47.48. Westmoreland. And fifth, Portland 4 minutes 48.45. That time will not be good enough. Clarendon, they finished 6th, 4 minutes 57.05. And then 7, Kingston, 5 minutes 08.72. So the top 8 unofficially the fastest with 4 minutes 31.88. They won section 2. Manchester, 4 minutes 33.56. St. Andrew, St. Thomas 4 minutes 35.20, St. Elizabeth 4 minutes 36.35, St. Catherine 4 minutes 36.71, qualifying with 4 minutes 44.01, Trelawney with 4 minutes 45.63, Hanover, and the top
In ninth position,
the final qualifier with 4 minutes 47.48, Westmoreland. So that concludes action on day number 1 of the 2026 staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. So we're getting ready for the interview with the patron for this year's staging of the JTA National Athletics Championships. That interview will be conducted by Javon Keys with Shanoya Douglas. And following the interview, I will give you the point standing as we prepare for day number 2.
In second position on 20.
Thank you for joining our coverage.
St. Elizabeth.
We ask that you continue to like, share, subscribe as we here at TrackalertsTV continue to bring you coverage of track and field action here.
St. Catherine leads after day number 1.
In Kingston, Jamaica at the National Stadium.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was my distinct pleasure bringing you.
So Sophia Fenton cheering on Team St. Catherine. Kendra Fuller representing fully for Portland. Aneska Plummer is representing for Team St. Anne.
Early tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the start of day number 2. The JTA Sagicor National Athletics.
Nika's Lifestyle representing for Trelawney. Andre Hale representing for Westmoreland. Michaela Stadium enjoying the action live from the National Stadium. So we're standing by for the interview with Shanoya Douglas, and that interview will take place momentarily. So if you have enjoyed day 1 of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships, let me know in the comments and which athlete stood out the most for you on day number 1 and what event you're excited for day number 2. So we have concluded action for day number 1. So join us tomorrow for action, and I promise you it will be very exciting. As St. Catherine, they want to defend their title. So we have supporters here for Trelawney, Navia Donegan representing for Portland, Tracy and Hall, the proud supporter for Team Clarendon, and we have a viewer here from Long Island, New York. We thank you for joining our coverage. Herlene Brown really enjoyed the coverage, as it was a fun day of action on the track and in the field. Christine Barrett sending a huge shout out to Jabari Barrett from Trelawney. So remember, you can view the live results from today's action on Roster Athletics app. You can download it on Google Play Store or the Apple App Store, or you can go online to meet.rosterathletics.com for all the live results. And you will need to follow the action tomorrow as well. Berlin Brown really loved. Carissa Clacken from St. Thomas as she competed in the 80 meters and 150 meters. We have a viewer here from Florida. Thank you for joining in.
All right, good afternoon, and at this time all the coordinators should be making arrangements.
So at this time I'll be handing over to
the supper for your athletes from your various parishes.
Javon Keys as he'll be conducting the interview with the patron for the 2026 staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships, Shanoya Douglas.
As much as it's possible, stay away from the infield, from the football field. Walk around. It's recommended that you walk around. So students who are crossing the infield now, kindly hurry and cross.
Heard earlier 43 points putting St. Catherine in the lead, and of course St. Catherine, they are defending champions, and this is just day one action. We have about 45 finals set for tomorrow, but guess what? Before tomorrow and before all the excitement, we have with us our patron Shanoya Douglas, who is fresh off the J3A's national trials, and of course she's our sprint double under 20 champion. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
So, and how do you feel being champion for the 2026 JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships?
It's such an honor that I was able to deliver to my country and to myself and everything. It just feels nice.
And I mean, you've been on the ground throughout the day talking to the students here representing all the parishes. So what are they saying? Are they excited to see you, and how do you feel interacting with the future of Jamaica's track and field?
I feel so great. Someone told me that I'm their favorite athletes, guys. I was like, oh! It's so wonderful. I've signed autographs, take pictures and all those things, and I really got to understand how I impact these young children so much, and I didn't realize myself that I did such a thing, but it really taught me a lot today, and I was just so excited I was here and feeling the energy and everything. It's just a wonderful day so far.
Did you see any standout performances today? Anything that caught your eye? Anything that make you say, yeah man, we need to go meet the athlete here? Anybody that's anything stood out to you?
Honestly speaking, not yet, but there have been some great performance throughout the day, and I really commend them because for such young children, they are doing very well, and the times that they are running are very fast. Yeah, I'm commending them.
But I mean, you're no stranger to doing very well at a young age. I mean, already you are blazing trails. And when you were their age, what would you say was going through your mind at this stage of track and field performance and coming to a meet like this to, you know, perform? What was going through your mind at that time?
Honestly speaking, at their age, I never went to a big meet like this. I stopped at the second round at Day Sports because honestly speaking, it was just favoritism at the time. But I wouldn't know how to explain that because I've never been in a situation where I was placed to perform at such a high level. But that's why I'm commending them, because they're doing great out here in the National Stadium.
Alright, so for a few athletes who may be watching, their parents, their friends at home, what do you want to say to the athletes who are getting ready now for the final? What would you want them to get and keep in their mind as they prepare themselves for the exciting finals tomorrow?
Come, bring the energy, keep hydrated, be motivated, be yourself, be self-motivated, make your teammates motivate you, and just believe and trust Jesus and pray. Pray, and just come out here and shell it down.
And finally, which parish do you want to see winning?
No, I can't tell her that. Guys, I was born in Westmoreland and I grew up in Trelawney. I can't answer that. I spent 7 years in Westmoreland and the rest in Trelawney. I can't do that. I cannot do it. But all the best to everyone who parish them though.
Alright, and if you want to see Shanoya, you want to join us tomorrow right here at the National Stadium in Kingston, Jamaica. Of course, Shanoya will be on the ground, and you'll hear from her a little bit more tomorrow afternoon as well. So we thank all of you for joining us here on Track Alerts TV live and direct. We've been here from morning, and of course, if you want to see any results, you can find them online at the Roster Athletics app, which is free in the Google Play and the Apple App Store. So, of course, this is day one action. The 41st staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championship. And of course, this broadcast is powered by Sagicor Group Jamaica, title sponsors for this event. So, with that said, join us tomorrow. It's just $500 for adults, $300 for students in school gear or with IDs, and you want to come out and rep your parish. So until next time, I'm Javon Keys, Communications Manager at Sagicor Group Jamaica, and you are?
I'm Shania Douglas, the patron of this track meet.
And on behalf of the entire Track Alerts team, take care and see you tomorrow.
Bye!